Good evening, everyone. We're continuing the College Station City Council regular meeting. I advise you that we have, on the executive session, we've gone into recess, which we will return to after the regular meeting. The council will return back to the executive session, and then we'll conclude that back out here after everything is done. So we are still in recess on the executive session, which brings us to the regular agenda. And I will just remind everybody that we have a speaker's protocol. It's posted on the website and in the agenda that you should have picked up outside. If you're following that, I ask you to please be considerate and thoughtful in your comments and stay within the time limits provided. We will now begin the regular meeting with the usual Pledge of Allegiance, and following that, there will be an invocation by Chaplain Ben Haley, so remain standing for that, and then we'll move on. Thank you. Please stand. Pledge allegiance to
the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state. Reverend Haley.
Please pray with me. Father, we give thanks tonight for your care and love for our city. And I thank you for all of our city officials and citizens gathered here tonight. I pray tonight that as the mayor and our city council deliberate and plan for College Station, that you would give them great wisdom as they look to contribute to the flourishing of our city and its citizens. Thank you again for all of our government employees, law enforcement, fire and emergency responders, teachers, parks and rec, and all support services. We pray for the welfare of our city and ask that you would bless the work of the council tonight, that they might be a blessing to our city. And it's in your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Reverend Haley. We do have a absent council member, Wright. Tonight, the chair will entertain a motion to excuse his absence.
Second.
Motion made, and I heard a second from, I think, Mr. Yancey, was it? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, we move on to hear visitors, and I have two people signed up for hear visitors. This is items where members of the public can make comments within 3 minutes to the council. We're not allowed to debate or discuss the item. We can refer to staff, but it's not on the agenda. Otherwise, we cannot discuss or debate it, but we will certainly be happy to hear. I have two people signed up. We'll begin with Ms. Lisa Burton and be followed by J.P. Maxwell. Ms. Burton, I think did you give us a presentation slides?
I did. May I have it on the other slide first, please?
Okay, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Lisa Burton. I live in Pebble Creek, but tonight I come before you as a grieving daughter who is trying to honor the wishes of my mother and fulfill a promise that I made to her when she was dying. In September of 2021, my mother had a massive stroke, and as an only child, it was a very traumatic experience for me, one that I navigated quite alone. And 6 weeks later, just shy of her 71st birthday, she passed away. And during that time, it was my responsibility as her daughter to help ease her passing and let her know that things will be taken care of. One of those things was her cat, Scud. And we discussed Scud, and that Scud is a kitten in the picture. And Scud went to live with my sons in Midland, and I made a promise to my mother that we would take care of him until he passed away. And when he passed away, we would put him with her. My mother is interred at College Station Memorial Cemetery, which is out by the airport. We picked out the spot together. We had everything done. And you can see this is a picture of the niche before we closed it. Her ashes, they were mixed with her boyfriend's, are in one side, and then we have artifacts in the other side. In January of this year, my sons let me know that Scud passed away, and I went and picked up his ashes when I visited them in Midland in March. And I got back here, oh, I forgot to set my alarm. Oh, sorry. So hopefully I won't run out of time. I picked up his ashes in March and called the city cemetery and just said, hey, you know, I've got my mother's cat's ashes and I'd like to get in there and put him in the wall with my mom. And it was at that time that I became aware that this was an issue. And I was told that it was an issue because I told them that it was a cat. And, you know, since then, I had made multiple calls. I've reached out to people on city council, reached out to people in the government. I had to make several calls just to find out what the deal is. And I had people who told me that I should have lied about it, that I should just open up the thing and put it in there, put him in there myself, but that's not the way I believe things should be done. So the city ordinance for the city of College Station says that cemeteries are set apart for the interment of human remains. And I understand that. But I also think the city cannot make me a promise beyond 100% that there are not animal pet ashes already with their owners in any of the cemeteries here. So I would pose that set apart does not mean restricted to. And I would ask that the city reconsider the way that this ordinance is interpreted. I did put an unofficial Facebook poll on my Facebook page, and
Thank you very much for bringing the issue forward. Next person to speak is Mr. JP Maxwell. JP Maxwell? Signed up to speak, but isn't here. Okay, well, we will move on. The item that was brought up, staff has been considering, and we'll learn more about that later. Items on the consent agenda. That's the next item on a regular program here. Item 6.1 through 6.9. Oh, I'm sorry, 10. I'd like to have 6.10 pulled for questions. Any others before that?
2 and 3 briefly, Mayor.
Which ones?
2 and 3.
2 and 3?
Yeah, I wanted 3, please.
2 and 3. Okay, anyone else? Okay, we'll start by the numbers. Mr. Meckler or Stephen, presentation, item 6.2, presentation, discussion, possible action on polymer price agreement with SNF Water Science Paladine Incorporated, not to exceed 315,000.
Yes, sir. Stephen Maldonado, Assistant Director, Water Services Department.
Thanks for all you do, Mr. Maldonado. Just a quick question. This annual polymer purchase, you guys in the department realize that we'll pay the Texas Buy Board $9,450 for that agreement, right? For being able to access that contract. Okay.
Yes,
That's a purchasing matter. So
That's a purchasing matter, and that's my understanding. That sounds right.
yeah. I just want to ask that question mainly to highlight the fact that we pay a ton of money in admin fees. And as good as our staff is at negotiating complex deals, I just really think we ought to look at bringing these types of negotiations in-house. This is one contract for $315,000. If you extrapolate that over all of the spending that we do, I think it would blow people's minds at just how much money we spend in admin fees on something my professional experience tells me our staff would be able to do better than the firms that we're accessing these contract portfolios with. That's all I had, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Item 6.3, presentation, discussion, possible action regarding resolution supporting the submission of a grant application to the Texas Department of Transportation to develop the Northgate Bicycle and Pedestrian Safety Study. Ms. Fisher.
Good evening, Emily Fisher, Public Works.
Two people wanted to discuss this. Nancy, please.
Mine, Emily, mine was simply this is not going to hold up the dramatic progress that we've made relative to Northgate. We're going to keep that momentum going. I just want to make sure we don't hit the pause button on the Northgate small area plan while we do this, because this is going to take a while, right?
Correct. It is not part of the Northgate area plan. It's separate. It was something that was actually approved as a service level adjustment with this year's budget. We just saw the grant opportunity and thought we'd go for the grant. But it's not part of that plan, so it shouldn't hold that up, but it is, it's all connected. I mean, it's the same area. We're looking at the same thing. A big concern we heard was pedestrian safety, so that will address, this study will address that.
Great deal. As long as we keep Big Mo going on Northgate, I'm all for it, and it looks like a great grant. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Bishop.
And Mr. Schaefer,
Yeah, thanks for doing this, Emily. I think it's a really, based on what you just said, it is very important to the Northgate plan, based on all we've heard from people, and this is one of the biggest items over there. I wanted to see about the possibility at this point of extending the boundary to include the entire area that we're looking at, because right now it stops at South College, I
Correct.
think. And I understand if that's not possible, I think that is the primary area that has the red lines around it. But we talked a lot about connecting that area to the Century Square area as a part of this planning process, but it seems we've left that area out. So I wonder, is that something we can still work on?
The application's due in a couple weeks, but, and we're using a consultant to write the application for us, but it's something I can check on. I know these boundaries were kind of established because that SLA we had was very specific to that part of Northgate, but I can always ask the question.
You might check if you don't mind, because I think that was one thing I heard repeatedly in the process was we need to think about connecting the what we think of as Northgate to the other part of Northgate, which is Century Square. Thanks.
Thank you.
since this is an application for a grant, I assume when you actually bring a consultant in, assuming you get the grant, there may be some resources available to the department or to the city that could be added to the grant money that would allow that larger expansion if in fact it was worthwhile. I think that's another way to look at his question. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just to point out, because we did have an allocation in the budget, if we got the grant, you would then potentially have more money. So if then council wanted to consider trying to extend it with that money, then maybe you could do it that way.
So there was an allocation in the budget already. This grant is
Yeah, I believe so.
Yes.
is
that's
going to
correct.
replace part of that
Correct.
or allow us to expand it.
Correct.
Good point. Thank you. Thank you. Item 6.1 or 6.10. Chief Mann. Is anybody here? Oh, there he is. Yeah. This is a presentation, discussion, possible action regarding an ordinance amending Chapter 40 Utilities, Article 4, Solid Waste Collection Disposal, Section 40-389, Residential Collection generally in the Code of Ordinances by assessing a fee for failing to remove automated containers after the designated collection time. Chief Mann, 2 or 3 questions. What
Okay,
is an automated container?
I'd like to defer these to Tommy Schillings, our code enforcement supervisor. He's been instrumental in bringing
That-
this item
that-
forward, and he's our subject matter
That,
expert.
I was going to ask about why code enforcement's interested in this, but that's a great way to do it. Thank you.
Good evening, Tommy Schilling, Code Enforcement Supervisor.
So what is an automated container?
So it's the receptacle trash cans, the 60 gallons of residential trash cans.
Everything that, every residence in the community,
Yes, sir.
he has one of these.
Yes, sir.
And so what's the need for this?
So it's just an added tool in the code enforcement toolbox. As of right now, our operating procedure is make contact with the utilities customer owners and management companies to remove the cans 12 hours after collection. Right now, we're doing a summons request because it's a criminal violation. It's starting to bog down the system, the court system, the legal system, and code enforcement. So this would just be able to, we'd still make contact, still educate, and we would just assess a $25.50 fee instead of bogging down those systems.
So code enforcement will handle this with warnings and then
Yes, sir.
use this as kind of the final option?
Absolutely. Yes.
Or,
It's the,
right, and every one of these containers has got a street address on it, so you know exactly which utility connection it's associated with, I guess.
yes, sir. And we'll also work with sanitation just to make sure the education's out. We're going to work with utilities. They'll put an insert in the bill, letting them know if this is approved, we're going to start the process.
And how did you arrive at the amount?
I think that was already pulled from the fee, from the Northgate fee. So they already have that built in their ordinance. So it's already built into 2550 in the fee.
2550, that's what we charge in Northgate if people don't pull their trash cans in?
Yes, sir.
But the rest of the city's not been included in that?
Correct.
Okay. Doesn't really have anything to do with cost. There's really no cost to this except clearing all of these pending citations, which people don't pay attention to, and
Yes, sir.
they don't change their behavior.
Yes, sir.
And so the person whose name is on the utility account will now would have the responsibility to make sure it's pulled in or have somebody do it.
Yes, sir.
And it's 24 hours. Is that what the time limit is?
You have to remove the can with 12 hours after collection.
12
So,
hours.
yes, sir.
Okay. Is this a common practice across other cities? Is this best practice?
I haven't reached out to other cities about this, but we kind of tried to mirror Northgate because they're running into trash cans out there, trash can problems in Northgate. So I figure if we can have this across the city, it'd be kind of easier to enforce.
Given the number of containers that I see around the city that stay out for days on end, that you're certainly going to wind up with a very substantial education program.
I hope
Yeah.
so. Yes, sir.
And very expensive for a number of people until they learn what it's going to cost them. And I suspect the council will hear about it in the future, but I'm willing to go ahead with it, given your argument that we're not getting behavior changed without it.
Yes,
And
sir.
we do have it in Northgate. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor.
Were there any other questions on this?
Yes,
Oh,
sir.
I'm sorry, Mr. White.
Mr. Schilling, if the ordinance were 24 hours, what percentage of the violations would that dispense with?
I don't really know the percentage. We run into a lot of neighborhoods that they leave their trash can at the curb all the time. So we start making that connection with the tenants and the owners and the management company to remove those cans. Usually, if they're out of town, we'll just move it in for them and just let them know next time, we're going to have to seek administrative action. But I think if we were to extend 24 hours, there's some neighborhoods that would just leave it out anyways.
So you think there's some properties where it wouldn't matter if it's 12 or 24 hours? What I'm
Correct.
concerned about is, the single mom or, the recently graduated student that works a night schedule or whatever, and they can't necessarily get it moved in until, they get off from work.
Yes, sir. No, that's a great point. So that's why it's going to be last resort. We're still going to educate. We're still going to contact the tenants, find out what's going on. So if you're a night nurse and you can't move it in, we're not going to go out there and just automatically issue a fee. We'll give them a little bit of time to come into compliance.
So you're out there every day. I mean, how bad is this? Is the problem defined by the people that are leaving their trash receptacle out for 3 and 4 days?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So that's the problem. So you don't anticipate running out there and writing a bunch of tickets for ordinance violation citations for people that have not pulled it in by 10 a.m. on a Friday if their scheduled pickup is Thursday.
Right. Yeah, we're not going to be out there the next day issuing any citations or fees.
And yet that is the authority that you're asking for, right?
So-
Yes.
Mayor and council, to be clear, the structure of the law is what's in place currently. So it is 12 hours from your collection day. So, technically, if you're collected on a Tuesday and then you go to Tuesday at midnight. You have until noon of the next day before you'd have to take it out. All of this is the same way people are currently being fined. It is just a more efficient way to go through the process if they do it. There's no fundamental change in the hours and the way that it's just the process of it, to be clear. It's not a new set of circumstances, I guess.
That's not what staff is asking for, but it's what I'm
Right.
considering proposing. I mean,
And you guys could change it regardless. I just wanted to make it clear that the only thing we're actually asking to change is the way we go about it. The actual rules that are in place are the same, the fines and the timeline. Certainly council could change that regardless of the process we use.
like a separate vote on it, please, Mayor.
Mr. White?
I'm with my colleague. How bad is the problem? You mentioned that a lot of the violations are in the Northgate area, and you're making this blanket policy overall. How bad is this problem?
Actually, the problem's not in Northgate. Northgate already has the ordinance that we are trying to get put in place for the entire city. There's neighborhoods, and I can give you numbers. So I pulled 2024, we had 221 trash can violations come through C-Click Fix. We worked 303 cases for 2024, and we were only able to issue 8 summons requests based on it's such a long process and it's a hard process. So this would make it easier for all staff involved.
So 331 violations over a period of how long? A month, a year? What?
That's the total for 2024. I only pulled the 2024 numbers. So January 1.
It's really not a big problem. I mean, we have over 20,000 homes. I mean, 331 doesn't seem like a significant number.
That's the number of citations. That's not necessarily the number. I mean, I see it all over the city, and particularly in a lot of the areas of the city that you may not see it in the further residential neighborhoods, but you certainly see it in a lot of the neighborhoods around the university. So I think it is a problem. I just was questioning how you got to that. Once I found out that there's a Northgate ordinance already in place, which was put there to resolve this, and it seems to be working, then I'm sort of satisfied that let's extend it to the rest of the city and see how it works. We can always come back and if staff is overzealous in enforcing this, we just as council members.
So what I would say is outside of what I previously like this, and Tommy could give you some indication, but 300 reports on C-Click Fix is a significant item. If you compared it to other items that this council has considered or heard from the past, it's greater than those. So like it is reported frequently. I can tell you, I certainly hear about it. Now, again, what you guys want to do with it, it's fine. But one of the things we get, and I think was the genesis of this, is that out of 300, 8 end up going to court. So basically there's nothing we can do about it because of the process. So this would certainly aid enforcement. But in theory, we should be, in that hundreds of range that we should be doing. The other thing I would point out is if it goes to court, they have to pay court fees and things that are $100 and something versus just the fine. So if council wants to do something different or not do it, you can. This is really in response to the number of complaints we've gotten from people in the neighborhoods about other people leaving their trash cans out.
This was questioning. We haven't pulled it off for a separate vote yet, but I'll let Mr. Smith ask the question.
Yeah, I will say my observation is it is a significant problem, particularly in the higher density single family neighborhoods where you have a lot of units and each one of them has a can and there's not a lot of space for storing those cans. So they end up staying on the curb all the time. And it's a problem. Mm-hmm. And having managed the solid waste collection for some time, this is something that needs to be addressed. And I also have tried to get through the court process of getting the enforcement done. And it's onerous, but we did it, but you don't get much production out of that, and you do a whole lot of work. So basically making this be like a parking ticket. It's a civil offense. You just pay a fee because you left your can out, and that's it. And there's no court fees. There's no long drawn out process. And I think the consideration given in advance of hitting them with that fee of basically checking, hey, is this a one-time thing or is this a frequent occurrence? Why is it you couldn't do it? And basically give them the grace when they deserve it. But if they don't, start hitting them with the fees.
Sir.
Any other questions? We're not debating this right at the moment. We're questioning it.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we.
Well, we haven't finished the question.
Okay.
Have you got a question?
Yes, do you enforce this by taking pictures?
Yes, sir.
So you have a documentation that can been out 12 hours, 24 hours, or whatever
sir.
the length of time?
Yes, sir.
Any other questions on this? Okay.
And
Now-
Mayor, can I make one more statement just based on this conversation? I mean, you either do it this way. What I would say is staff's request in this is really just the process. I mean, you all can decide whether you want to let us move to that process or not. If there's a question about the parameters of enforcement, that's certainly within your purview. And if you were to change that, then we would still advocate for the process that allows us to enforce it better.
Okay.
Mayor, may I ask you a question?
Please. We haven't yet gotten to the point of voting on it. So if somebody wants to pull the item for a separate vote, that's fine.
I've requested that, but the question that I have for you is certainly within our purview to either direct staff to specifically change the ordinance to 24 hours and institute the 2550 fine, or to kind of serve it back to them and say, come at us with a better. I just worry about putting staff under the onus of responsibility at 12 hours, it hits that 12-hour clock and somebody's out there. Now,
Yeah.
it just,
Keep in mind, well, let's debate it when we pull, if somebody's going to pull it off for a separate vote, we'll debate it then, okay?
yes, sir.
I'll certainly be happy to respond. Okay, we've covered the questions on items 6.1 through 6.10 for the consent agenda. Does anyone wish to remove an item for a separate vote?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to remove 6.10 off of the consent agenda.
For a separate vote?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're now down to, is that the only removal that I hear? Okay, we've have items 6.1 through 6.9. Chair will entertain a motion to approve those.
Move approval. Second.
Mr. Schaefer made a motion, Mr. Smith seconded it. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, now we have a vote on item 6.10, which was just questioned and discussed. I think I'm the one that asked questions. I got the answers. I'm satisfied that since this ordinance exists, the 12 hours is already in the Northgate ordinance, I assume?
So just to be clear, the Northgate ordinance, it says that they have to be picked up by 9 a.m. on the morning of collection, right?
Yes, that's correct.
So, I mean, they're being collected in the early morning hours and they're required to be out by 9 a.m. that morning
I see.
versus what's proposed here is 12
So-
hours.
So this would not change the Northgate ordinance. This would be
No.
for every,
But it's less strenuous, but obviously a different
yeah,
situation.
okay, so,
And really, just on the summary, it doesn't change our ordinance at all. All it's doing is changing the fine mechanism. Right now, we do a summons, they issue a fine for it. And now all we're saying is we'll be able to put that $20 fee on a utility bill to take care of it.
and I think that makes perfect sense. And I'm going to support this, but I understand that some people have other concerns. So Mr. White had this removed. Do you have any comments you'd like to make?
Well, I think I would like to learn a little bit more about this. I mean, we had a lot of conversations with our four unrelated about how we go about the enforcement process on that, and now this has come up. I'm one who travels a lot, and there's some times I'm gonna be honest with you, my trash can is out there over 12 hours, right? Because I travel and I don't get back into College Station late at night. And then all of a sudden it shows up on my electrical bill. I think there's a lot more information that I am not aware of about how enforcement is handled with this. So, Mr. Mayor, I would like to see a workshop. Maybe we talk about for future workshop agenda items, but for this vote, I'm gonna not support this one.
Any other comments? Mr. Yancey raised some questions earlier.
Yeah, I agree with my esteemed colleague. If we wanted to talk about changing the ordinance to 24 hours and instituting the fee, I think I could get my mind around that. But I just worry that people are going to have too much of an issue. And while I trust Mr. Schilling 100% to be Solomon-esque and judicious out there and his team, I don't know who might be in Mr. Schilling's shoes in 5 years. And it needs to be an enforceable rule, and it needs to be a compliance-based rule for the citizens. And I'm just not sure 12 hours to the penny after it's been collected is giving people enough latitude. And so that's.
Other comments, Ms.
I support,
McElhaney?
yes, I support the change moving from the judicial system into a civil matter. I think that is a good use of our resources. I also am comfortable making that change now and workshopping later, or I also am comfortable with Mr. Yancey's suggestion of changing it to 24 hours after the collection.
Mr. Smith?
I like the idea of making it into a fee, and I truly don't have a problem with making it 24 hours instead of 12 hours, because the problem that we're trying to attack, the real problem, is a longer one than that. It's in the occasional one left out once in a while is not really where the problem is. And I think a 24-hour adjustment would still get the problem addressed.
Mr. Schaefer, you have any comments? Okay, there is an item on the floor, 6.10. Do I hear a motion to approve it or not?
So moved.
Motion to approve.
A second.
A second, Mr. Smith, okay. As presented, the motion is to approve item 6.10 about the, what we've been discussing. I won't read it.
Mr.
All those in favor of the
Mayor,
motion?
may I make
Yes,
an amendment?
yes, anybody that wishes to. Matter of fact, let me defer to Mr. Schaefer. He made the motion. He has the first.
I'm asking when you would entertain an amended motion.
Well, ask the city.
I'll entertain an amended motion.
I'd like to amend the motion to accept as presented by staff with one change and to move it to 24 hours in the ordinance instead of.
I would second the amendment.
Okay, we have an
Mayor,
amendment on the floor.
Mayor, just real quick, there's multiple spots that this 12 hours refers to in the ordinances. It's not just this one section, so I'd have to look to make sure where the other spots in the ordinance are that refers to the 12-hour window, because we can't just change this one section
Oh,
because it refers back to
this
other
is not
sections with the
specific to
same
just that
time.
one?
It's because the 12 hours is what currently exists. So we're not changing
That,
that.
but that is for all. I don't understand why the amendment is to change it just in reference to this one.
The amendment only changes the process. It just calls out 12 hours because that's the current timeline. So right now, and Tommy can tell you, he can go out there 12 hours from the date and start the process on somebody. That's the current way. So if the council wants to change that, we would just need to make sure that we change that in other places in the ordinance versus this is just a process of how we go about doing that in this item.
Would that
Okay.
be something that we could approve tonight, the change in process, and y'all bring back the amended statute?
Yeah, I mean, I would say,
On the
again,
consent agenda next
up
time?
to you all, but generally hearing it, if you guys, I mean, I guess you'd vote on the 12 hours or however you do with your motions. If you're generally saying, hey, we're fine with the process, but we want to come back for 24 hours, if that's how the vote falls out, then I would take that as direction to staff to operate that way, at least, which they really are right now anyways, until we bring it back to council. And then if at that point council said, nope, we're going to stick with 12, well, then we'd stick with 12. If it got changed to 24, then it would be 24. Alternatively, you don't do anything and we bring it all back at one time. And then we are in our current state with the 12 hours, but with the other process. So
Well-
any of those work.
All right.
No
I-
life and death here.
Absolutely. And I hate the duplication of effort, because you do have a amended ordinance ready to go. But, I would offer respectfully as one member of council that, maybe items like this shouldn't be on a consent agenda. Maybe we should have the ability to hash these things out,
That's really what we're doing. We've taken it off the consent agenda. It's just like a regular agenda item right now.
I know.
So you made a motion and you got a second to amend it to read 24 hours instead of 12.
Yes, sir.
And make whatever corrections need to be made in the overall ordinance and bring it back to us. Is that what I understand your,
Yes, sir. 100%.
okay, and that's what I understand your second? Okay. Protocol says we vote on the amendment first. Anybody else want to comment on the amendment?
No, sir.
Okay,
But I
So-
want to comment on the
the underlying
final-
motion?
Yes, sir.
Well, the amendment is as stated. The only thing we're doing is, I think the process makes a lot of sense. I think shifting it to this kind of a penalty makes eminent sense. And it's probably going to streamline everything for everybody. So I think that part of it is, nobody's arguing with you on that. But we have an amendment to the motion. The original motion was to approve the ordinance. So the amendment is to change it from 12 hours to 24 hours. Everybody understands that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll vote on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Unanimous. Okay, we've amended the underlying motion. Follow me, Mr. Attorney, if I've gotten things messed up. We now have a motion on the floor that is amended, and it reads 24 hours instead of 12 hours. Otherwise, it's exactly what was proposed. And Mr. Schaefer, you have any further comments on that? Mr. Smith, you have any further comments on that? Mr. White,
So
you do.
explain to me again. So what is the actual process if there is a violation now that we've passed 24 hours? So what is your next step if somebody is in violation? You let them know, you contact them. When do we get to the point where we're going to go ahead and implement that fee on their utility bill?
So like you said, what we first do is we go out there, if the can's out after their collection, we'll go ahead and leave a door tag. And then we'll follow up in 7 days. After that 7 days, and it's out after collection again, then we'll either phone call, email to the owner, management company, or tenant, and give them another 7 days. After that 7 days, we usually, that's when we issue a summons request, because we've educated enough and we've contacted everybody that's associated with that trash can.
So I'm going to be extremely transparent. I got one of those notices.
Where do you live
Because
at
I
again?
traveled, I was on a 3-day trip and I got one of those notices. So you're gonna, do you come back after that second and third day, or do you wait till 7 days after my trash is supposed to be picked up again and then see if I left it out for another 24 hours?
Well, I mean, it's based on the officer's discretion. So what I would have done, or when I was a regular code officer, I'd go ahead and leave that educational door tag and then probably go out there in a couple of days just to see if it's been removed. If it haven't, then you'll go ahead and start your case and then start your educational process through the people you need to.
Council, I just want to say, one, I'm always interested as to how these discussions go. The policy, again, has been in place. And the discussion about this policy, the reason it was on consent is because we weren't changing the policy, just the process. What I would advise you is whatever you want to be the policy is what you should put in place. Our folks do a great job, just like PD or anybody else, using their discretion. But ultimately, it's your policy that we enforce. And while I think we do a great job trying to utilize latitude, we also get people that call and say, why does your policy say at 12 hours and you're not doing something about it? So my advice to you all would be, whatever you want that number to be, if it's 12 hours or 24 or whatever it is, then expect that in some circumstances, our code enforcement will act on it accordingly and that they'll use their judgment otherwise. Because what we don't want to be in is a policy that says 12 hours and then you guys are saying, we really don't want you to do that. Well, if you really don't want us to, then the policy change is the proper way to do it.
Okay, I think one more question and I'm going to call a question.
So currently, if there's a violation and we've done our due process, then they have the authority to go to the utility bill and charge the utility bill.
Well, if you pass this, currently, when you got that door hanger by ordinance, our folks could have issued you a summons immediately.
Then you would have to go to court.
And they would have
pay
been
court costs.
in compliance with the ordinance. We don't do things that way, but that's the way it would work currently. If you go to this process, the thing that would change is that at whatever time frame we have, that would be the first point that we could start this process.
Okay, the chair calls the question. I think we've had enough discussion of this, and it didn't look like it's a very large change, except it makes a lot more efficient operation and hopefully a better educational effort with a little more meaning. I understand there's still some
Mayor, just real quick.
differences of opinion. Yes, sir.
The
The amended motion reads 24 hours.
Right, so this can either come back to y'all, or we can try to do it all tonight. Since we have to change another section, refer to 24 hours, because it won't make sense to have two different times in the ordinance, which is the same section, just letter A. So do y'all want to change the other section to 24 hours also, so it matches?
What is 225? How would I know? You don't, you gotta tell me what 225 is.
What's the other section say?
Yes, what are they?
Oh, so there's two sections that refer to 12 hours to the automated containers.
Mhm.
The section that's on the agenda tonight, which is the container placement and time and
Is
penalties.
returning it. The second one deals with what?
The letter A of the same section refers to when you place a container out in the designated pickup place 12 hours after scheduled collection. So there'd be two spaces or two spots in the ordinance that we would change 24 hours.
Would it be reasonable to direct that y'all reconcile what's needed in the ordinance and just bring that back to us either on consent or regular? I mean, I think you're clear on what you want.
Well, it's
What
clear
was-
y'all want to change to 24 hours. I'm just trying to do it, make sure that's what y'all want to do for all the ordinances.
Why
Can
wouldn't?
can we do that if it wasn't a posted agenda item?
It is posted. It's a posted agenda item.
I think the only thing we're talking about is that we're changing that one part that deals with taking the emptied container back in.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yep.
I understand that, Mayor, but there's two spots in the ordinance where it talks about 24 hours. So it's either tonight, you change the one and we come back, or we come back with the whole thing that says 24 hours. Because we didn't contemplate changing the time. It was just a process. So there's two spots in the ordinance, two different sections that refer to 24 hours. It doesn't make sense to have 12 and 24.
So if it makes sense to have it in both places, that's what the motion is.
Yeah.
That's what the amendment was, to change it so that it appears in both places as 12 or 24 hours.
Okay, I think we're clear on what you want.
Okay, Mr. White, do you have anything
My
further?
understanding is if I'm reading the agenda item, it's not about the hours, it's about assessing a fee.
Well, but
So you've come to council to ask if we can assess a fee.
we opened up the ordinance by doing that.
So we already assess a fee. This is just a different way that we would go about assessing the fee.
And we're voting to change the way that we assess the fee, but we're also including an amendment
And
to
yeah,
extend it from
council
12
is
hours to 24 hours.
changing it from 12, where it currently is,
Already
to
12
24.
Right. So that's all we're doing. But we opened the item on the agenda, which allows us then to talk about the ordinance. I mean, you can vote against it. That's fine if you
Okay.
want to. I mean,
All
I understand
I
you,
got it.
but right now
Or you
we've
can call me and I'll.
got
take
an amended ordinance on the floor
I got
that
your-
reads that we changed, that we're adopting
Send me a text.
not only the underlying proposal, but we have adopted an amended motion which changes from 12 hours to 24 hours in both places. And the staff understands what that means. So I'm going to call a question. All those in favor of the motion as amended, signify by saying aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 5-1. Thank you, Tim. It's a long process, isn't it?
Thank you. Yes, sir.
All right.
Or superpower. Anything art.
I'm almost sorry I brought 610 up because nobody else wanted to talk about it till I brought it up and I was just trying to get a clarification. Then everybody gets excited. Anyway, I've learned my lesson. Workshop, we're moving on to the workshop now. Item 7.1, presented by Mr. Anthony Armstrong, presentation discussion, possible action regarding fee reductions or waivers for affordable housing. Mr. Armstrong, thank you for being here.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Anthony Armstrong, Planning Development Services. So tonight's item was a request by council at your last meeting on the May 22nd City Council meeting. This item was a request to look at fee waivers for affordable housing, specifically impact fees, parkland dedication fees, and building permit fees. So I'm going to start off, kind of walk through those different fees, what they are, what they cover, what they're meant for. I'll show you some existing data that you've seen in the past. Some members of council might recall about a year ago, we had a discussion on impact fee waivers at this in last June. Specifically on impact fees, you'll see some similar slides from that presentation, as well as from the presentation back in March that I gave as well over specifically impact fees and some data revolving around that. Then ultimately, we're going to dive into more affordable housing and kind of what the city's been doing, what you guys did with the Housing Action Plan Committee and what they've started doing, and then kind of determining what it is that council wants to have a discussion over. Again, this item is not an action item of any sort. This is simply an item requested for discussion. So I'll provide you information. Happy to answer any questions as we go along. Feel free to stop me. But again, this was just for council's discussion. There's no action or proposal being made tonight. So to start off, the three fees we're going to talk about tonight are parkland fees, impact fees, and building permit fees. So parkland fees are something that the city assesses at the plat. So I'll kind of walk through when these apply to different stages of the process, who pays what, all that kind of stuff as we go through it. So a parkland fee is implemented by the city. It was recently amended in 2022, kind of spanned over that time period, where it was increased. Essentially what this looks at, when you have your community, you have so many park acres per capita, and you're trying to maintain that level of service, in essence, with this parkland dedication fee. The parkland dedication fee covers two aspects, covers the dedication of land and then also development. You want developed parks, you want parks people can use and play at, and also you need land. So when a developer comes in, they can do one of two things. They can dedicate parkland. There is a ordinance requirement to dedicate actual land and or build your development on the park. You used to see areas do that. That's less likely these days. They're certainly building more actual housing units across. And so the developer on the front end, when they install their water, sewer, street, storm, all that infrastructure to make lots, they're making more lots, less parks. And so they end up paying a parkland dedication fee with their plat on the single family home. So that parkland dedication fee is paid for by the developer at the beginning of the process. And ultimately that goes into lot cost. And we'll talk about that some more later. Impact fees, I think we all have a pretty good understanding of what those are, but just to reiterate, an impact fee is a process through the local government code. It is a fee that can only be used on assessed based on what new development would generate. So if I brought 100 units of single family to College Station, and that was going to generate the need of X on my roads, X on my water, X on my sewer, or these types of projects, whatever that need would be, that's what the fee can be based on. It's not, there's overarching costs within that, right? There's existing need or existing expansion with existing infrastructure. That does not get included. It's just if I brought in additional people, additional units, what is that demand? And that's what you're basing that fee off of. And then lastly, more.
May I ask?
Yeah. He said questions as they come up. Mr.
Anthony?
Yancey, yes.
Thank you, Mayor. Anthony, I get this question a lot. And that question is, isn't the developer, and I think I know the answer to this. I do know the answer to this, but you just go on the record with it. Doesn't the developer have to build the streets inside their subdivision already anyway?
Correct, but an impact fee is looking at system-wide. So if at some point, right, you need another water well, and you're going to need these larger improvements based on the capacity of your city. Obviously the city stopped growing today. If you stop development, you said we're not going to grow anymore, everything on the impact CIP theoretically goes away because the impact fee CIP is based on continual growth. If we didn't have that growth, we wouldn't need those additional high dollar projects like the water wells, like major thoroughfare expansions, things like that. They would stay the same. You would keep that same level of service. If you wanted to make that level of service greater, let's say you wanted to add a road, that's a different conversation that can certainly be had.
Well,
But yes, developers.
Let's focus just on roads for a second. If a developer comes to us and says, hey, I've got 20 acres, I'm going to build this out with 6 blocks, however many is proportionate to that size. And they have to build the roads, and they have to build them out of concrete, and they have to build them a certain amount of width, and they have to put a certain number of sidewalks in them, right? So the question becomes, and I get this question a lot, if the developer already has to build those streets, what are the road impact fees for?
Yeah, that's a great question. So again, the developer is building the bare bone needs per the ordinance to meet what they're putting on the ground. What impact fees are covering, so let's take roadways because that's the one being mentioned. If let's say that's a hot topic. I'll use Rock Prairie Road, I guess. But so let's say Rock Prairie Road, right? You're adding additional capacity to it. When we look at a traffic impact analysis, the city can only require improvements to Rock Prairie Road if you hit a large threshold. So Greens Prairie Reserve is a subdivision. They had to make turning lane improvements on Greens Prairie Road at the intersection with Arrington, for instance. I know I'm swapping streets. Sorry, it's just coming into my head. But so they had to make improvements at an intersection, but they didn't expand a road. They had to make a capacity improvement based on what they generated as a use. That being said, let's say I have a Greens Prairie Reserve, I have a Midtown, I have a Southern Point, I have additional units south of that come in. It's all drops in a bucket. Eventually the bucket's going to overflow. And so the impact fee is saying, hey, eventually we know as we get more growth, if we have growth in this area, this CIP needs to be done. So this road might need to be 4 lanes. This road is going to need to be 4 lanes if it builds out as predicted in the comp plan.
So roadway in specific, the roadway impact fees are a calculation based on the wear and tear or future needs of roadway capacity outside the development itself that the developer is building. True or false?
False. So it's not wear and tear. It is specifically new improvements only. It cannot be used for maintenance. But if I'm adding capacity right now, going back to Greens Prairie Road, sorry, I'm jumping around. Greens Prairie Road was a 2-lane road. If there was zero development, we never built out there, you don't need to upsize that road. But as more development comes in and they need a wider road and the city's on the hook for building that road, impact fees help pay for that growth. When you make that impact fee, again, there's a calculation that's used that says so much of your existing users are going to use it, a 2-lane road. For sake of easy math, a 2-lane road is what exists today. That's what we need. Great. If with all this additional growth, we need a 4-lane road, basically impact fees are going to cover those 2 additional lanes.
But that 4-lane road has to be in the capital plan.
Correct. It has to be something that's identified in the 10-year CIP plan for the impact fee studies. So every 5 years, we're about to start another update. We'll start that here. The process will kick off next year, and you'll see that basically the end of, what year are we in, 25? End of 26. You'll see that come across. And so that'll be the updated impact fee CIP, which is different than the 5-year CIP that you see from capital. That's all the capital projects in the city. The 5-year CIP, the 5-year impact fee CIP is a list of capital projects that we work with the developers on. Actually, the last iteration in 2021, we met with the development community. We took some off that we agreed that wouldn't be necessary within that 10-year time frame if it was built out. And so some things we worked with them to make that list. That list comes forward. Those are the only projects that you can base that impact fee off of. And so again, that calculation generates your maximum accessible rate, and then you adopt what council did is you adopted a maximum accessible rate of X for each fee, but you then adopted a collection rate that's anywhere, it'll make its way up to about 30% on roadway at January 1 of this next year.
It's going to be a long night, and I don't want to make it worse, but I do, setting aside my opposition to what I would call exorbitant fees, the Tony Jones development, God rest his soul, at the corner of Bird Pond and Rock Prairie. So I don't know where we were in the impact fee regime then. I think we had them, but I presume this calculus with the CIP takes into account not just Tony Jones' development impact on Rock Prairie, which is outside what he built, but it also takes into account the other developments along that roadway. And so everybody down the line would get charged in the impact fees, including the development, I'm drawing a blank on at the northeast corner of William D. Fitch and Rock Prairie.
Williams Creek Lake Estates.
Wood
Yes.
Creek. So here's my question to you. What if Wood Creek never happened? What if we had a huge depression? What if we had a 2008 real estate crash and then Tony Jones's development or depending upon development fees and then impact fees are on the builders or get embedded in the cost. So what happens if they get charged and then the volume never comes?
Yeah, so great question on the catalyst for all that. This entire process is based off the city's comprehensive plan. So everything that this bases around is the comp plan is our kind of core. That's the base of our foundation. You start there with your land use assumptions where you project future zonings, that density, there's assumptions made with the water wastewater side as well as the roadway side and growth projections. And that's how you generate what that growth will be. So to your question on, yeah, it's the impact that Tony Jones's developed Waterford Heights had. It's the impact Waterford Heights had and the impact that Williams Creek Lake Estates had and the impact that Midtown has. And if Carter Lake subdivision develops out more, or if Bird Pond was to be a denser, all of that is, there's assumptions made in land use that takes all that into account. And again, the CIP looks at certain projects, not every project, because the thoroughfare plan in theory is every project, right? The thoroughfare plan is not the basis for the roadway impact fee. It takes certain projects that we've deemed based on preliminary plans. So based on large development, based on things that we've seen in the area where we know infrastructure exists, where we know things are coming. It highlights certain projects, again, that we've worked with the development community saying, hey, yeah, this will probably be needed. And that's what generates what can be used as accessible for the fee. But yes, good.
So I'm referring to page 5 of 6 of the impact study report, page 152 in our thing. Let me make sure that I've got this right. For this particular CIP projects that we're considering for impact fees, we've got well 9 and collection line, Highway 6 water line phases 1 and 2, Highway 6, what's SH? Say Highway 6, okay.
Yeah.
Making sure I didn't miss something. Waterline phase 3, and then the 2021 impact fee study. And then wastewater, we have the Lick Creek trunk line, Northeast trunk line phases 1 and 2, Carter's Creek diversion lift station phase 1, Lick Creek wastewater treatment plant phase 1 expansion, and the impact fee update. For roadway, we've got zones A and D because that's in 4 zones across the city based on geographic location, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so we have Rock Prairie Road from State Highway 6 to Stonebrook Drive, Rock Prairie Road from Stonebrook Drive to Town Lake, Rock Prairie West from 715 feet west of Towers Parkway to Welborn Road, Capstone Drive from 1265 feet west of Welborn Road to Welborn Road, and then we've got Barron Road from Welborn Road to W.S. Phillips Parkway and the study. So all of those are directly, so that number that we have that we're looking at impact fees paying a portion of that, that's them, right?
It is actually them plus some. So those are ones that are currently being designed, or funds are being utilized or could be utilized towards those projects. So those are ongoing actively right now. As of today, there are additional in the calculus that were done to make the actual fee total.
So is
Could
that?
could I just remind council that we're trying to get to we're not debating impact fees tonight as such. We're really talking about affordable housing and how our fees in general affect that. So I understand the concern about impact fees and understanding them specifically. Did I hear a comment from down here?
Well, that additional list that goes into the calculus, is that something that if I have a constituent coming to say, what am I paying for? Can I say, go right here on our website and here,
Yeah, they can go to
here are the projects that your fee is paying for?
correct. They can go to the website and there's a link on the website that has all of the different projects for water, roadway and sewer.
So
And you
there
can
is an
see
answer
what
for
was
that
used.
question.
Correct. If you go to the impact fees on the website, you can see all the assumptions made.
Yeah, what Councilmember McElhaney was reading from was something we've already accepted, which was on the consent agenda, a semi-annual impact fee report, which identified all of those things. So the underlying thing on impact fees is in that. But I just want to make sure we understand we're trying to get to the
I understand that,
issues.
but until we all understand what we're talking about and we're all in
Well,
agreement over the basis of truth.
If
then
we
it
don't
doesn't-
understand impact fees, then I would suggest we need to have another workshop just on impact fees. But
Well, we're having that now. Mayor, may I ask one last
yeah, please.
clarifying question that I think is important? Prior to 2016, the way this whole thing worked, everything that you just described, that didn't happen. Prior to 2016, we had the comprehensive plan. We would see developments and we would amend the comprehensive plan and say, oh, wow, look, over on the southeast side, there's a lot of residential development. The city and the citizens are going to need to invest in this area in order to accommodate this growth, right?
Right. So that goes back to the fundamental theory behind impact fees. In essence, what would happen back before 2016 would be, you would say either A, we can't afford to do this right now. We need to stop development because we can't afford this additional growth, or we're comfortable with allowing our level of service to diminish. Or you're saying, hey, we need a utility rate increase, we need a property tax increase, we need to pull out bonds. You would be needing to pull that funding or reallocate your funding to prioritize that project to make it happen. Because ultimately, your kind of impact fees help with that kind of chicken or the egg argument for infrastructure, if you will, that I think you're trying to get at, is that you can, at some point, you're either going to have to say, we can't support any more development, or we're okay with more development if you decrease our level of service as a community until we can catch up and provide the funding for it. And that's a fundamental policy argument for the council.
And prior to 2016, we didn't have quite so many restrictions on our ability to finance those projects. And we have a lot now that the state puts on us.
And we'll cover some of that in a bit. I got a lot, I promise. I tried to get you a lot of information.
A lot of slides here.
All right, I'm going to continue. So and the last one here is building permit fees. We'll kind of walk through what those total out to, but building permit fees are basically the fees. Again, impact fees are paid alongside building permit fees. This is going to be paid by the builder. So the home builder, when they come in to pull their permit, in order to pull the permit, they have to pay these fees to get that permit to start construction. And so there's a multitude of fees within the building permits across all of them. You have your MEP, so your mechanical permit, your electrical permit, your plumbing permit. They're kind of standard fees. They're kind of around $100 or so a pop, depending on your fixture count for the home or the thing you're making. You have your building permit fee. So back in 2018, there was a change where you used to base your building permit fee off of the valuation of the home. So the builder at the time of permitting gives us a cost to build. Materials and labor to build the home. They give that valuation. We used to assess a fee based off that evaluation. Back in 2018, that state law changed. You can no longer do that. So now it's based off your square footage. So now we charge a building permit fee based off the square footage of your home. And that covers the review of the building permit as well as the inspections. Each home is inspected 12 times per the International Residential Code. That's everything from your roof and plumbing, your foundation, your framing, your insulation, your electrical, all of that gets done as part of that process. And so the building permit fees are there to essentially cost recovery for staff time, equipment, trucks, et cetera. Utility connection fees are done by the utility department. In essence, it pays for their water meter, you could assume. So there's some public portions of what gets installed when you make a connection to the city's water and sewer. That portion is paid, there's a fee paid for that, and it basically covers like your water meter and all that we end up putting out there. So this was shown to the council at the last item in March. This is just a visual of our impact fees and kind of where we kind of rank up as to our benchmark cities or other cities of similar sizes. You can see water and wastewater on the left. So the way this chart reads, if we were to take the maximum that the city could assess for all these projects that we have, so right below $10,000, we're assessing around 5.1 total. So the yellow graph shows what the maximum could be for each of these cities, and you can see where we kind of rank out within there.
But Anthony, we don't know what these other cities charge relative to parks dedication, correct? Or their development fees?
Not all of them. So we do know some of them. I don't have as pretty of a graph for that one. I'm sorry. McKinney is a good one. Their fee prior, when we looked at our fee, we went up on the parkland dedication fee in 22. And it was a phased approach. The fee that we have right now for parkland dedication is the same that McKinney's was back then in 2021, 2022. So that's a similar sized city, similar kind of growth things going on with their city. It's a similar nature.
But the parkland dedication fee is not
It's not,
reflected.
I don't have a graph for that. That's real pretty. But there's several cities. City of Bryan has a parking dedication fee. At the time, back in 2021, it was very similar. We were $12.61 for single family. They were like $8.90, and their multifamily was about, I think it was actually more than ours for multifamily by just a little bit.
But
to my knowledge, they haven't increased theirs.
But not today.
Not today, yeah. So back in 2021, 2022, it was reevaluated. And there was a new parkland dedication calculation done and looked at. As part of that ordinance amendment at the time, there's a 5-year requirement on that as well to relook at the parking dedication fees on a 5-year basis to assess them. So that comes up, I believe, in 27.
But single family detached right now is about $5,500. And if we were going to stack them so that we knew what the impact was from a cost perspective, we'd have to put another color little stack chart on this guy, adding about $5,500. Is that fair?
Yeah, so right now the fee that went into effect in October of last year is $52.56 for a single family home. And that being said, if you look at all the major developments, and we'll touch on that a little bit more here in a second, all the major developments happening around in the community, they don't pay that fee. So parkland dedication is a fee that you actually vest to through local government code. So the greatest example of vesting would be Pebble Creek. They gave a lot of parkland early on. They have a long-standing vestment agreement with the city because they were grandfathered to such an early rate of parkland dedication. But areas like GPR or Greensboro areas are Midtown, these large subdivisions going on, most of their areas are probably are still at that $12.61. So like the original Midtown area still only pays $12.61 for a single family home. The new additions that have gone into that pay a different rate as they get added in. But those larger developments, as when they start the process, they get vested to that fee. So there's very few that are actually at this 5,200 mark that are getting paid currently. Moving on, so again, we've got roadway here on the right-hand side. Again, the chart shows what the maximum could be, and then the gray shows what we do currently assess. And so this might look a little familiar to some of council. This was what was presented back to you in June of last year when we had a discussion on the waiving of impact fees for certain programs. Some of this was Genesis and mentioned, there was mention about the City of Bryan program. So City of Bryan has a home builder incentive program. We'll talk about the key differences there between, I think, some of what was asked for from council and not. It's not the home buyer, it's a home builder incentive program. So what that does, it's for homes anywhere from 2,000 to 3,000 square feet. They get their building permits waived. So the City of Bryan was trying to incentivize larger, nicer homes to be built in their community to raise their valuations. So they did an incentive program to help promote that. It waived their building permit fees for those types of structures. Again, 2,000 to 3,000 square feet, not a starter home. We're talking more these larger style homes. And then it also allowed for up to 30 connections of water and sewer taps to be waived. Once that builder passed 30, he would pay connection fees. But
in your professional opinion, did that policy accomplish the goal that they intended it to?
Yeah. So we found some data from 2016, and it was it's still an active program. It's a 380 agreement with the City of Bryan and the home builder. And they come in and they do an economic development agreement that says 4 homes from 2,000, 3,000 square feet, we will waive your building permit fee. And it's just the building permit fee. That's, and again, 30 connection fees. Again, they were trying to raise their tax value, and we'll see some stuff here in a second. Their median home price has increased steadily over the years because that was their intention with this program, and it's been working. About a couple years into the program, they had about 300 homes built within that range. So I would say, from me looking at it from an outsider's perspective, they did exactly what they were looking to get out of it. They got more taxable value, more dollars into the revenue stream because they have a higher tax rate. So obviously they're getting higher values. It helps them use that funding source to provide these projects. So again, back when we met,
Anthony, let me stop for just a second. I think we are having some technical difficulties on the feed. So people watching it may not be able to hear it. And I know that we're working on it, but I don't know if that matters to council right now, that it seems like we lost some of the public feed on channel 19.
Well, they can't get see, or they can't hear, or
I
both.
think right now it seems like they can see, but they can't hear.
Well, I'll ask the council if that's, I'd prefer to proceed, but I'll defer to the council. Otherwise, we have to recess. Is that what you're telling me? Is there some legal requirement that we, Mr.
Mayor,
It's not a legal requirement. I was just letting you know because it didn't get resolved quickly.
Mr.
the
Whittle?
audio and video work through the Teams link, which is at the top of the agenda.
There's no legal problem with us continuing?
No.
No. Are we?
No.
It'll still be recorded. All the information is part of the recording captured by Teams. So all of that audio and visual for repurposing is.
So is it being recorded? Can we?
Yeah, it is. It just, and I think the Teams link is working. It just looks like channel 19, you're not getting audio right now.
Okay, so if it's being recorded, people can see it later on. So I think we can proceed. Hearing no objections, we're going to proceed. Mr. Armstrong?
Okay. So again, this was mentioned or brought to the council at the meeting back in June, where we talked about impact fee waivers specifically, and kind of some different ideas of what you could kind of use as a basis of the discussion. You'll see this again a little more updated, but at the time we talked about you could go as far as the development agreement. So you could have a developer, a home builder enter a 380 agreement with the city saying that the city will waive your impact fees if you provide X, Y, and Z. So, if you're trying to target affordable housing, you could try to target, they have to rent to certain income restriction households. They might have to make sure that they provide a certain square footage of a home, a certain price of home, et cetera. And that would be an agreement between the builder, or if you want to talk about parking dedication fees, it could be with the developer and the city. We talked a little bit about a home buyer assistance program rebate. So this kind of piggybacks on our down payment assistance program that the city has, that you could, in essence, look at rebating a home buyer. So the end user, the home buyer, you could look at some sort of rebate program to give them essentially a rebate back if they bought if they were met a certain criteria that the council set, and, could be income limits, et cetera, or a certain style of home. If that was met, then the home buyer could come in and get some money as a rebate back on their home purchase. A couple things there, pros and cons we talked about back then. It certainly helps. It helps alleviate potentially that fund difference. However, it doesn't necessarily affect the livability of the home. What I mean by that is their mortgage, all that other stuff would happen on the front end, right? So they have to get into the home, and then we'd give them a rebate. But their mortgage, if it's a larger home with utilities, et cetera, all that's not going to necessarily change. And then similar to the City of Bryan agreement was the right-hand side, where you would waive fees based on, at the time we were talking about the idea was a certain price. We'll talk here in a minute and that it could be more in that area of square footage instead. And so some additional thing, again, we talked about impact fees specifically at that meeting. Going back to what we talked about already, the capital costs generated in that program for all the projects, and Ms. Cotter reminded me that at the back of this in my annual report, you'll see the full list. So you were looking at the current where we've allocated funds. At the very back of the semi-annual report will be the full list of the projects. So if all those projects in order to build all those projects, the numbers on the left-hand side of the column, the 67.7, the 190, the 215, that is the total amount of money needed. Caveat here, that's dollars back in 2021. So if, again, that could be off by some level of CPI, et cetera. So that number is the basis when we did the impact fee CIP on what we would need for all the projects in just those selected projects. That's not all the 5-year CIP, again, just those selected projects.
So the total that has to be built
For
is-
growth,
for growth is in the left column,
correct.
70 million, 190 million, 215 million. The amount that we could recover at our current rates
Is
that
the
we
number.
are set, the ones today or the ones January 26th?
It includes the increase.
Including the increase and no increases beyond that,
Correct.
we would recover 11.8, 24.2, and 23.7.
17%, 12%, and 11%.
And the column on the far right is what existing taxpayers are going to have to pay anyway.
Or ratepayers.
Correct. Taxpayers and ratepayers they would have to pay for the new growth.
So they're-
Again, the left-hand column is only needed if the new growth is built.
So and this is a question, if you add up the center columns, 23, 20, 50, some 60 million bucks, and at the number of permits that we're issuing today, because we're disproportionately charging, at least today, compared to what we did before 2016, people that are trying to move into College Station, Texas today, if we disincentivize them from doing so because of the expense of the house, or if we disincentivize the developers and builders from developing or building because of our fees comparatively to the communities around us, then all of this is a moot discussion, is it not? Because then,
What do you mean moot discussion?
well, your growth will be so curtailed that
Well, Ali hasn't gotten to the growth level yet. I understand your objection to impact fees. That's longstanding. And
Well,
I
that's
know
not
that's
what
what
I
you're
was just-
arguing against in each
Yeah.
case. And you're trying to make that point. We're trying to figure out how to use any of these tools, including impact fees, as a way to address the affordable housing question, which is the other end of this whole story. And it may well be that impact fee waivers will be a part of that. Maybe it won't. It just depends on what the will of the council
are
is.
we going
when we
to
get to that
define
point.
affordable housing at some point?
Well,
We sure are.
got to that part of the discussion yet.
It's coming.
Yes.
All right.
But before you move on, can you tell me the percentages that you had on that middle column?
17.4, 12.7, and 11%.
So impact fees are covering those
Yeah, that,
percentages of,
the infrastructure needed for new growth.
Right. So 100% of the new growth is paying 17, 12, and 11% of their need.
thank you.
And so again, as we talked about, the far right-hand side column would be existing and the new, so the new homes and the existing homes. The balance already to date is on the far right-hand column. So if we were to build all these projects, some of them are going to become, as we talked about already, a necessity. If we hit a breaking point where we need additional water wells, we need to dig deeper, we need to expand our treatment plant, we start hitting mission critical functions that are failing. That becomes a more serious issue. Certainly roadways that you can live with a level of service lower than you might like for a longer period of time, but certainly those water and sewers have a much higher health and safety risk associated with them.
Just
That
a
would need to be allocated.
minor clarification point on the way this is done, right? When you talk about CIP, capital plan, there obviously are other things that taxpayers pay for that are not included in CIP that could be attributable to growth that aren't included here. There are also things that developers build in their subdivisions, like specific roads and requirements the city has for them coming in that are not being paid for by the taxpayer. So there are some things outside of this when you're looking at what that number is. This is what's attributable through the capital improvement plan on impact fees.
Yeah, so this doesn't cover, our 5-year cost for CIP is much higher than this. So if we did every project that the city needs in order to build out for our full function, which includes existing growth, this doesn't include that.
And this doesn't include like neighborhood streets that developers are building. That number, the developers pay for that.
Correct. And again, just one point of slight clarification. Again, for people moving to the community, this is for new construction. So if someone moved to the community and bought an existing home within the market, they're not paying impact fees. Same thing if I took an existing home and I demoed it and I rebuilt it, I don't pay impact fees. I don't pay parkland fees. I don't pay any of that. If you had a lot that or you wanted to build a different house, or even if I had a 1,000 square foot house and I wanted to come in and build a 3,000 square foot house, I could do that and I would not pay impact fees on that increase.
Right, except at some point, you run out of existing homes if you don't add to your inventory with new ones.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah, we'll talk about inventory on the next slide.
True. People do buy new homes and they rent new apartments.
When they're available.
You'll see the numbers in a minute.
So if I buy a home and I tear that home down and I rebuild it, there's no impact fees on that home?
Correct. Slight caveat, just to make sure that Ms. Cotter doesn't shoot me in the back of the head. If you built a much larger home that needed a larger meter size for whatever reason, which would be very abnormal, yes. If you built some like crazy monstrous home that needed a 1-inch meter versus a 5/8, you would pay a small amount of a fee differential there. But that's few and far between.
People building those houses probably wouldn't.
Right. It probably would feel like a drop in the bucket to them. And again, this was shown at the last meeting when we talked about this as well. This is looking at sales prices of homes and what our total impact fees were. And this was back through at the time through 2023 for year-end data, because this was a year ago. This was a percentage of the sales price of the home that these fees were. So the average sales price of homes in College Station in 2023, 1.8% of that sales price was made up of your impact fee and parkland fee. If you were a new home, if you were an existing home, paying potentially the same rate as the market sets, the impact fees aren't taken into account. It's just the market rate of the home. So to look at some numbers, so this was shown at the last meeting in March. This shows our residential permit numbers from 2010 through 2024. So this is your single family, townhome, duplex, and multifamily. Again, that shows your total units across. One thing of note in College Station, on average, we're trending more towards that 50-50 of multifamily, single family. And I know we talk a lot about single family homes and residential and home buyers. One thing to note and remember for our community is we are College Station, and half of our population is made up of students. So generally speaking, if you're looking at it from a growth perspective, you would want to have 50% multifamily if that's what you're assuming you want to build for your student population, and 50% residential. If you had more residential and not enough multifamily, your students who are coming here regardless, as A&M grows, they're going to take up that single family supply. And then we get back to what Councilmember Yancey was talking about in this supply and demand issue, where the supply is getting gobbled up. Obviously, that's going to drive up the price as there's not enough supply to meet the demand. So again, this unit shows, or this graph shows unit counts. The very jaggedy one is high rises, basically. So high rises in Northgate multifamily. The biggest contributing factor to that is when multifamily comes online, it's typically a much larger count at once. And that's where you see it's more of a jagged metric. The orange line right there, kind of in the middle, fairly consistent across, averaging, again, this is issued permits across the last 15 years. You can see it for single family, duplex, and townhouses.
Do you differentiate between apartments for work? I mean, the number one supply of working class housing in the United States is apartment complexes. Do we internally differentiate between student towers versus multifamily apartment complexes?
Well, we certainly won't in the next couple of months, but no, we don't.
What do you mean you won't in the next?
The occupancy bill.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, no, it's multifamily. The way that it's defined in the ordinance, multifamily is if you've got 3 or more units under one roof. So anything from a triplex onward is considered a multifamily structure by the building code, by our ordinances. And basically the main difference in multifamily for the city standpoint is it one property building multiple units, or is it property by property by property? And so, so from a differentiating standpoint, townhouses, for instance, The barracks is 3,500 lots, I believe, total, or units, or no, that might be beds, sorry. 500 or so
And that's
lots.
that's multifamily.
That's actually townhouse.
Oh,
So that's where that is considered single family in this calculation because the way that it's permitted and built, it is considered a single family structure because it's a townhouse. They're each individually platted lots. It's one unit. When you talk about multifamily, it's, again, it goes back to that lot. So if you're familiar with Aspen Heights, which is kind of in that area as well, or the Retreat at College Station, which is over off of Southwest, on the other side of the tracks from Southwest Parkway, they have structures out there that are one unit. It looks like a home essentially, but it's on one large property, one large complex. The city from a zoning component deems that multifamily, but that structure would have been permitted as a single family structure.
but on apartments, as a planner, you would agree that apartments are an important part of the housing stock. And there's a number. I'm not asking you to tell me what that number is, but there's a number in a community like ours with students and families and working class and retirees where we need that many apartments. And if we don't have them, it puts occupancy pressures on other types of housing where you've got people going into housing product that traditionally they don't go. Would you agree with that?
Right. And I was saying a community like ours, that is exponentially more of a need. So, I mean, the 6 high rises being built at this very moment in Northgate are the prime example of
Which families cannot move into. And you would agree that, would you not, and you might not, that we have at least 2 or 3, and I don't know what the right term is, approved, shovel-ready apartment complexes that have been sitting in stasis for 2 or 3 years now because in one instance, their impact fees are $1.179 million for a single apartment complex. You have so much data rattling around up there, you probably know exactly which apartment complex I'm talking about. Potentially complex.
I'm not actually aware of any apartment complex that
The
hasn't
one
gone
next
through
to Baylor Scott and White that was rezoned comp planned and all of it 3 years ago. and
Yeah, I think
still
they
hasn't-
just finished their permitting process a couple of months ago.
Yeah,
So they're probably, I don't know what their current holdup is,
But
but
you
it would be.
don't have an opinion, a professional opinion that apartment complexes are a little bit throttled or constrained right now from a penciling standpoint, given our fee regime on top of the interest rates, et cetera, in the apartment complex business?
I would say no. I think from our standpoint, the thing that we hear more often is actually that there isn't enough area zoned for multifamily. I think that's a complaint that we tend to hear, not that there isn't, that it doesn't pencil. I think what we've actually maybe heard the opposite in more recent years is that multifamily is penciling so much better than single family. And that's why you were having all this large array of apartment complexes coming into the community.
Thank you. You may proceed.
And so again, we're going to pull up the numbers. This is a chart that was given to the council via presentation at the meeting back in March as well. So I want to talk through this chart a little bit because this isn't our data. So this is using data, I think, provided by the Builders Association. Couple of things that we're not entirely sure where they got their numbers, how they got their numbers. It generally seems to look like they're looking at issued permits, and so that'll kind of match up with our information for issued permits a little bit. There's definitely some variances in there that not totally clear where that came from, but neither here nor there. Same general trends across it either way. A couple of things here I just want to point out, as we talked about a little bit, is that when you look at the two cities, or the tale of two cities as it always is, across this time period, College Station has still built 1,700 more units, single family units, than the city of Bryan. So there's still 25% more homes were built over this period in the city limits of College Station than in the city of Bryan. And a couple of just quick facts about that, right? You've got our population is significantly larger than the city of Bryan's population. When we talk about what our makeup is, ours is more 50-50 to students and rentals versus single family. When we talk about areas of the city of Bryan is actually 2 square miles bigger than College Station. They also don't have Texas A&M taking up 2,500 acres of potentially developable land within that city limits as well. And so when you talk about the Tale of Two Cities, it's, well, yes, you can, and I think as one constituent that I've talked with, he made a mention you can make the numbers say whatever you want. I think one thing just of note, regardless, is that there's still a much larger amount of homes being built in College Station over this period of time. But again, when we look at from a planning perspective, when we look at our population, if you have more area in an adjacent city that's undeveloped and you can build a single family product because your market is more in that, your market is more single family to multifamily, that would make sense. You would expect to see that over the course. And again, if these numbers only take into account single family, if you include multifamily units and housing units, when we talk about affordable housing, and again, council can have a conversation on what does that mean to you? Is it just single family? Is it housing in general? We'll touch on that. When we talk about housing units, our numbers are still total higher across the board than if you include multifamily in Bryan and single family in Bryan. Our numbers are topped.
Would that argument be true if you use that data starting in 2016?
Correct. We have, other than 1 year, I think in 2020, in the COVID year, that was the only year that our total units on the ground in College Station was less than the city of Bryan. Every other year, our total units has been more.
If you take the permits from 2016.
Single family permits.
Building permits.
Single family building permits.
Yeah, but so that's comparable to Bryan's data, correct? So
I don't know actually where the Bryan, I have some different information on Bryan data, but I have their CO'd information, or sorry, no, I do have their issued data, but I only had that back to 2020. So I don't know where the information prior to 2020 came from, but.
Let me ask a related question, if I might.
Sure.
You mentioned that City of Bryan home builders, what did you call it? Home Builders Incentive Program started around 2020?
No, the program actually started, the earliest I could find an agreement was 2015. So the program, I think, started around 2013, 2014. It looks like it started kicking off more where builders were taking advantage of, or at least applying for it around that 2015 era is when you see a lot of the EDAs starting.
And they had a very legitimate reason for doing what they're trying to do, which was increasing the value per single family detached home.
Correct. Their median
Emphasizing
value.
that middle housing.
Right. They were targeting a very specific market. They weren't looking at affordable housing. They were trying to target bigger, larger homes and trying to raise that tax rate and incentivize that to make that happen.
And they were, so that would be reflected in, now is that program still underway?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still an active
So
program.
that is reflected in some of their data. And I think the point that Mr. White's referring to is since 2016, in single family homes, you see our numbers are less than they were in some of those high years, which may, I'm sure Mr. Yancey would argue is because, and has argued, is because of our impact fees.
So is there a correlation?
I'm suggesting there's two things going on here that might suggest the differences. Again, in single family detached homes. Now you don't have, I think you do have the COs, which is really the homes built, correct?
Correct. And
Homes built, you've got for College Station.
Correct.
Do they track the permit numbers? I mean, there's a difference between pulling a permit when.
yeah, and I'm sure they do. I don't have access to that information. The information that was readily available for the city of Bryan, again, it only went back to 2020. They were on, it's when they switched over to be an online permitting system or start some of that online permitting system. But that was only issued permits.
Mayor.
Yeah, so it's issued permits is one thing. COs is really what people can buy and occupy.
For
But
new
In
construction.
College
yeah.
Station, they tend to track, I mean, it's not always the same every year, correct?
It is fairly similar. I would say it's a less than 3 or 5% differential between issued permits. Because again, when a permit is considered issued, that means they already paid their fees. So they've already basically committed.
A lot of noise in that data. Thank you.
So could you make a correlation that impact fees have an impact on our building, on our construction in College Station based off this data?
There's
Starting
more
in
data we'll go over in a second.
If you look
I
at
would-
the total housing units, you can't see that.
Yeah, there's more in here, and I would say that's up to council. I would think from our perspective, everything seems fairly consistent. Certainly, I think people are going to be adverse to fees if I can go somewhere else and potentially make more ROI as a free market society. I don't know why you wouldn't do that. But certainly if you want to build and provide in this community, you would want to do that too.
Mayor, can.
Yes, sir. You have a question?
We're right here, and I did this math, and I think it's important that we get to the bottom of.
Can we look at the full number of housing unit data?
Well, we're
first?
on this table right now. Staff brought it up, and my esteemed colleague has asked a question.
Please ask your question, or are you going to make a statement?
It's.
We're more in a question asking position, but I know you're trying to make an argument.
It's a statement of math followed by a question for Mr. Armstrong. If you draw a line, Anthony, under 2016 808 College Station permits and 2016 of 392 City of Bryan permits, that's when the impact fees kicked in. And you add the College Station permits from 2010 to 2016 together, you come up with 4,523 permits issued for single-family detached. If you add that same number to the City of Bryan, you come up with 1,555. Since the imposition of impact fees, if you do the exact same thing, the City of College Station has had a reduction in the number of homes built. In the modern high growth area from 2017 to 2023, we're now 3,517, a drop of 1,000 permits. What has the City of Bryan done? They've gone from 1,555 to 4,633.
And
my
who-
question,
and
my,
who-
my question to the expertise that we must rely upon, is it your testimony before us today that as a professional urban planner, you don't think there's a possible correlation between our fee regime instituted in 2016 and the effect that it's had on our housing market, coupled with, as the mayor points out, the City of Bryan's incentive program to build a housing product that they needed? You don't see the potential for that correlation?
Single-handedly, no, but ultimately, yes, 100%. I mean, it's when, and I don't think anyone's ever argued that conversely. Again, if you can go somewhere else and make more money doing the same thing, why would you not go do it? And when you talk about where was the gap, if there was a large gap to be made up in the City of Bryan in this time period, then I would see people going over there to build and construct homes over there. If they're incentivizing a certain style home, and we'll get in that in a second. Again, the incentive program was 2,000 to 3,000 square feet. The average square footage of a home in the City of College Station over the course of these same time periods is 2,100 to 2,400 square feet a year. So
right, but if we wanted to, now that the proof is in the data that incentive and disincentive actually works, or there's a very stark correlation between them, and this data right here, we could just choose a different product category.
Could I make a point? When you're done, I'd like to make a point,
I'm
because
just
you're an
saying
argument case, and I want to argue a different case related to that.
We could pick a different, could we not pick a different subset if we decided young single families can't afford their piece of the American dream in College Station, Texas, and we want to give them that opportunity to graduate from Texas A&M University, stay, get married, get a job, buy their first house, begin accumulating wealth. Just like the City of Bryan wanted to go bigger, we could decide we want to go to entry level, because right now they can't. And
I
so
think that's the point of the end of this
Respectful to
discussion.
the-
If we can
Yeah,
get to it
respectful
while
to
we're
council,
here.
that's not a question.
That's-
Staff has a role. You guys are here to debate that in
Right.
a minute where you want that to
We've
be.
got a
And
lot
I-
more information to
I
get
think
before
Anthony
we
answered
come
it
to-
correctly, that from a staff perspective, we present
And
many things
correlation-
over this period of time. And impact fees are one of them. How you all see to use them along with
We're
any
going to
other
get to the
policy.
affordable housing discussion, obviously. My observation to you is, if you're talking about a city where almost 2/3 of the housing units are rental, we know where the demand is. You made the point earlier. Look at the next slides and look at the number of housing units, all of whom, with their new, are paying impact fees. Not all of them, because we know there's some historical issues going on there. But you look at the next day, we are actually producing a lot of housing units, but we're producing a lot of them that are rental properties, absolutely, and multifamily. And some of them are market rate that you referred to earlier, separating them from rent by the bedroom, market rate apartments. We're building some of those too. I don't think this data allows us to separate that. But if you look at the next set of data, then I would say that the impact fees are not holding us back in terms of overall residential units. I understand your argument about single family detached homes, which in your mind is the sole most important thing. My view is you look at all of the residential units we're building in College Station, and that's the next set of data, wherever it is. Right here.
Get to it.
Well, I don't know if maybe he's got the comparison. All I'm asking is let's move towards the affordability discussion. Then we'll come back and argue about how we fund an affordability initiative, whatever we decide on. Yes, Mr. Armstrong, please proceed. We'll have our arguments and discussion up here. You don't need to get involved in them.
Gotcha. Will do. I'm on like 30 hours of awake right now, so bear with me. Sorry, try to ramble a little bit less.
I told everybody it's going to take 2 hours. It's probably going to take 3 or 4.
So again, this is just showing the chart from the previous slide. You can see that there's some, again, this is our information on issued permits from our system. So again, I don't know where their data came from, how they collected it. There are certainly some differences that you can see for yourself. If you add them all up, they get a little bit closer. There's a couple of outliers there, but again, the bigger point I think on staff side is that it is a fairly consistent number year over year that we're averaging for really all of them. And then when you talk about, again, multifamily and that breakdown of total multifamily to single family, that would be more from a planning perspective. That's what we would want to see, or you would be looking to see in our community if, again, the idea is that your student rentals are living in multifamily structures. But again, you could also have, there are family related multifamily structures, and we'll talk about that on the affordable piece here in a second.
That permit column is units, not like individual units. That's not a building permit, right?
Residential unit.
So if a apartment complex goes up and it has 350
units, correct. That's a unit. So yeah, so in 2010, for instance, that 228 could be one complex. It's, I think, probably 3 of them, but the multifamily is a unit. So when we're talking about dwelling units, a structure that I can go and say, hey, I want to rent, or if it's a condo I want to buy, I want to get this and live in it as my family.
Units, not permits.
Correct.
Because you can build 400 units
in one permit.
Okay.
Right.
And Anthony, I just want to make sure this point is clear. We're showing this chart over that's been put out. This is our actual numbers on the right.
Right.
So there's a lot of discussion on the last slide about the trend. This is our actual data on the right. So what's on the left is what someone else has presented. That's not our data. Our data is on the right.
Moving on. So again, this is looking at 2024. This was presented at the last council meeting as well in March, where we talked about this. You can kind of see, again, this is provided by the Texas Realtors and with Texas A&M, the Texas Real Estate Research Center. We wanted to pull their information, not our own, because this isn't our wheelhouse. We don't come up with market prices. That isn't what the city does. We permit the structures. And so, again, when we look at Browning on the left and College Station on the right, you can see that both median prices rose around the same rate, which I think from our perspective, we would concur that when the market is setting the price of these homes, it would make sense that in a similar area, you're going up probably about the same year over year. Certainly the prices are different, but again, when we talk about there's differences to being in either communities, school districts, et cetera, that comes into account. If you have any realtor friends, location always makes a big difference. And so there's where you're going to see some differences in price. And you can see a number of closed sales. So the College Station had, we were up in sales and the City of Bryan was down in sales for 2024. We also did about almost double. And then you can see distributions, days on the market, active listings, et cetera. This is all data provided from the Realtors Association MLS.
One quick question. What define builder reported valuation?
Yeah, so the columns in the middle are obviously not part of the same graphs. I added those. So this is just some permit stats for you. Again, when we look at in 2024, all of the permits that were issued by the City of College Station for the year 2024, the average square foot of a home being built was 2235. So when we talk about this brand new starter home, I remember the first home that I moved into was 1,300 square feet. It was certain, my home now isn't even 2235 square feet. So when we talk about what's being built in our community, it is a different part of that conversation. I think the council should consider in their discussions is what, and we'll get on that, is what kind of home are you trying to target for affordable housing? Or what does that mean? Is it these large structures or larger structures, or is it a more standard or generally considered standard starter home or single family home? The builder report evaluation, we talked a little bit about it earlier. That number is that when a builder applies for a permit, they part of their application, there's a question that says they have to give the value, what it will cost in labor and materials to build the home. And so we'll break that out a little bit more. But again, for 2024, the median builder report evaluation was about $195,000. So that's could have. And again, that's they're attesting, they're certifying their numbers. Again, this isn't our numbers. This is pulled from them. We didn't come up with these numbers. If they did something with them, that's not them.
That doesn't include land.
Correct. And we'll talk about that. That doesn't include
Okay.
land. This is specifically if I was to go on stick build a home, what would it cost in labor and materials? I have the lot. I'm starting, and the building permit is just saying, you already own the property. I want to build a home. What does that cost? That's what they reported. And then again, when you can look at the median price, and we're talking about, again, how does the city get money for this new growth in terms of paying for the infrastructure needs? When you look at a big difference between College Station and Bryan, while they might not have impact fees for roadway, they do have a significantly or reasonably significantly higher tax rate. So even though these median home prices are about $50,000, $60,000 in difference, the home in the city of Bryan pays more in property taxes to the city of Bryan than the home in College Station does. So when we talk about funding for road projects, a $60,000 less value home is getting more money to the city of Bryan than it is in the city of College Station. So wanted to update that from the presentation in March. This is the most recent that I was able to find from their website of April 2025. You can see that the gap has closed. The median price in College Station actually went down for sales, and then in the city of Bryan, it has gone up. Again, probably speaking more to that program where it was a home builder incentivized program where they're trying to produce a higher caliber price range of home. Again, for 2025 year to date, the square footage of home in College Station has gone down a little bit, but it's still over 2,100 square feet is that median home built in College Station. And when we talk about the builder evaluation, they've reported this is the first year, and Michael Ostrowski at the Economic Development Outlook Conference presented this as well. This is the first year that it's gone down. It had been steadily rising in reported costs, and this is the first year that we've actually seen the median go down, was this current calendar year.
That's report on, that's MLS data on houses that were sold, the realtors closed on, correct?
The left and right images are correct, yes.
Yeah.
Existing and new.
Existing and new, yeah.
Exactly.
It's all homes.
Yeah, all houses sold.
Right. And so again, when you look at the most recent median prices for Bryan and College Station, you've got almost a $200 difference in property taxes that you pay in the city of Bryan for their median home versus in the city of College Station. One thing, if the astute of you may have noticed, College Station has an asterisk next to it. In the bottom, you'll see one thing the city of College Station has done to help with affordable housing or lowering that burden is we did a home, I want to say it was 8 years ago. We implemented a homestead exemption. So if you are a homeowner in the city of College Station, you can apply for a 5% there's an exemption with your property taxes that you can fill out for a 5% reduction in your assessed value. So when you take that into account as well, that's the numbers of property tax differentials includes that. The city of Bryan actually does not have any sort of homestead exemption optionally for their residents. So this is from the Texas Real Estate Research Center. This is over at A&M. This is just to show, again, this is MLS data that they've compiled. The left-hand side is College Station. This is the home sales in quantity and the average price. One key thing of note when we talk about the supply and demand argument is if you look at the scale on the left-hand side, and a little bit the right-hand side, but certainly the left-hand side, College Station is averaging up and down in a outlier year in 21 around 1.5 thousand. The city of Bryan's about 1,000. So there's 50% more home sales, roughly speaking, going on in the city of College Station continuously than there are. So there is actively people moving into this community. There are still people entering and people coming into the community and purchasing homes.
Except from 2018 on.
I would say they're equivalent data as far as both graphs tend to trend roughly the same way. But that's for council to discuss. But again, this is their information. This isn't the city's information. This is what the Texas A&M Research Center put together. And again, just shows the average sales price of homes throughout the communities, the two communities, and the volume of homes. And so now I just wanted to walk through and kind of explain how all these costs affect a new construction home. So what I did is I went to realtor.com. I ran a report for looking for, we've talked a lot about a 1,500 square foot being kind of a target value for maybe the start of a conversation to have around affordable housing and targeting a square footage. So I ran a report for 1,450 to 1,550, trying to capture what was there. In College Station, there were 4 homes that came up, 2 in Southern Point, 2 in Midtown. And so I have just listed those here. And so again, the mayor alluded to this a little bit earlier. You can see again, these were listed before I went on vacation. So about a week, 10 days ago, 8 days ago, when I put this together, these were the listings. So you can see their heated square footage of those homes. In the third column, the permit fee, again, the permit fee is based on the square footage of the home. It used to be based on the valuation. Again, for the last 8 years, that has not been the case. It's based on square footage. This also includes their MEPs, so their mechanical, electrical, and plumbing permits were included into that permit fee total as well, and their utility connection fees. So all in all your fees across all the different permits total for those homes are in that column, all around $2,300 in the permit fee. The impact fee, so the home in Midtown, which is a common conversation around with impact fees. There's a difference, even though this is the same street, because one is in a new section amended to Midtown, one's part of the original section of Midtown, which is why they're shown here. The difference there is the roadway impact fee that applies to one and doesn't apply to the other. So the original homes in Midtown, the original area, does not pay roadway impact fees. They have a credit. They still have around 3-ish million. A little under $3 million, if I remember correctly, of credit remaining that they can use on multifamily projects. They can use on any project within it. They're not limited to where they can apply that credit. Essentially goes across the board. And then there are new additions that weren't part of that original area that built the Town Lake, which is their impact fee credited roadway, do not get credits applied to them. So that's where you see the differential there. So the 5450 is if a new home was built and it paid the water and sewer impact fee as of the rates that went into effect, what was that? January of this year. So if they paid the rate as of January this year, that would be what they paid in impact fees on their permit. All 3 of these developments, one in Southern Point, you'll see it's a 0. They don't pay impact fees. There's a development agreement at Southern Point. They pay 50% more on their water and sewer rates. So the home buyer pays a 50% surcharge on their utility rate in Southern Point versus in Midtown, they pay the standard utility rate, but the builder pays an impact fee at the beginning. In both developments, there is a parkland dedication credit. So even though they have differing fees of what's their applicable parkland fee, none of them will pay parkland. Per their preliminary plans, none of them will pay parkland dedication fees throughout their entire development. They're not applicable to either one of them. There was enough land and different types of infrastructure that was credited for them that will cover the cost that was needed per what they were vested to at the time. Again, none of them are vested to the current rate. The builder valuation for these permits, again, these were permitted through the city, so looked up those permits. This was the builder reported valuation for each of those permits. That doesn't include the lot costs. So again, that's supposed to be their materials and labor costs that they're supposed to report to us, and then they certify at the end that they're presenting us accurate information. They then have the lot cost potentially that goes in. I asterisk the parkland fees and the lot costs. That would be something that isn't paid as part of that building permit, right? So this is going to, the where that comes into the program, parkland fees, if they were paid, are paid by the developer. That would then, you would envision that gets passed down through the lot cost to the home builder, which is then the home builder is buying that lot cost, and then the rest of these fees are when he pulls the permit, what does he pay? What are those fees he's paying to the city? What's that based on? And so if you add up the fees, the permit fees, the builder valuation, the lot cost, and the lot cost is an estimate from talking to some local engineering firms that was given for these areas who work over here. And then again, totaling that up for what the total cost from what the city's been told, what we're told in data, is there in the second to last column. And then for each of these homes, I've listed the sales price on the MLS for each of these homes. So you'll see they're all a little bit of difference. The one that actually paid the most in fees has the lowest sales price. It is a smaller home, but it did pay the most in fees. You'll also see Midtown, which paid impact fees, where Southern Point did not, is the most expensive compared to the Southern Point option, which, and we'll talk about home ownership, but different tax rate structures, et cetera, that go into that as well.
So Anthony, the cost is a lot more reasonably assessed. I mean, these homes were built for 141 a square foot based on, I just did the first one, and sold at $200 a square foot. So I can believe you can build a house for 141. I can't believe we could do one for $85 a foot.
That's right. One question, just so I can be clear as we continue the discussion, and it goes back to one of your earlier slides. Are we including parkland dedication fees in the definition of impact fees? Because I know you have a column here, okay? So, and I know it's basically included in the lot cost, right? But from when you say impact fees, you are not including parkland dedication fees, is correct?
Correct. When I kind of separated out at the start, I'm looking at those as three distinctly different fees. There's a building permit fee that could be a conversation that council wants to have on waiving. There's an impact fee. Again, that is applied in specific ways to specific areas, depending on what, as the mayor mentioned, what other agreements they might have had in place or what they built. And then parkland dedication fees, that's part of the developer cost and platting, which again, in this case, none of them do pay because they provided it.
So I know that parkland dedication fee is part of the total cost, but it's really part of the lot cost. It's not part of the building cost, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
You would reasonably argue that the lot cost isn't part of the building cost because the builder is buying that lot as part of his pro forma to then go on throughout the process, build on it, et cetera, and then ultimately he's got here to make money as well, and so they're going to look to make a profit.
So let me ask it a different way. Under the builder valuation column, is the parkland dedication fees included in that? I don't think it is.
No, that number, when they report it to us, it specifically tells them that it's to be material cost and labor. So that's for me to say, David, can you build me a home? Can you be my contractor? Yeah, I'll do it. It's going to cost you this much for me to go out there and build it.
So the impact fees at 9,800 is not included in the 118,000.
Correct.
Thank you.
I think I mentioned the notes. That's just there for, again, just to note how these fees come about. So again, both Midtown and Southern Point don't pay parkland fees. They have credits. So you could still say though that that's being, if they provided this, they didn't provide it as additional lots, it's being built. They had to build streets and things that affront that. It's probably being passed into the lot costs in other ways or distributed out. So there's still, it's still there in spirit. It's just not a fee. And generally they tell us that they can do it for cheaper than the fee anyways, which is why in some cases you see people desire to do that.
Yes. Is Southern Point in the city limits?
It is not.
Okay. So that,
Southern Point has an agreement with the city that at 95 or 98, don't quite quote me, but it's one of the two, I promise. At that percentage of residential build out, it can be, the city has the right to annex it in at whole to the city limits.
But those building permit fees are still processed.
Correct. So
and so those new houses are included in the numbers you showed us.
Correct. For all intents and purposes, Southern Point is in the city. They don't pay city property taxes. Everything else that happens, there's a couple of different things. They don't pay impact fees, but they pay a surcharge on their utility rate instead. That was part of the development agreement. They have to follow building codes. They have to follow our Unified Development Ordinance. They have to follow all the same rules like they're in the city, because again, the agreement says at that percentage build out, we have the option as a city to say, hey, you're within the city now. But for all intents and purposes, they're basically a city project. They just don't pay a city property tax rate.
Did the Bryan data we saw include their ETJ developments?
I don't know. I would say the city of Bryan has had some, in the permit data that I was able to pull, they have some stuff based off subdivision, and all those subdivisions that I looked at, every single one of them was within the city limits. I'm not aware of any EDAs the city of Bryan has that are like Southern Point, for instance.
Yeah, to be clear, our data does not include any other ETJ development.
Correct. Our data only includes, it does include Southern Point because of the development agreement and how it's permitted.
And the agreement.
Correct.
That's the only, the rest of the ETJ building is not included in our data.
Right.
Correct. Thank you.
So I'm gonna walk through this a little bit more. So again, this is if new construction came in for these homes, what does that look like, and what are we seeing? So these are again I picked comparing this to a existing home. So you'll see the homes in the city limits. I wanted to compare it based off of things that pay city taxes that are inside the city limits. When you look at it, you go to realtor.com. Again, I did a same search. There's 4 new construction homes at the time, and there was 19 existing. Most of those existing homes are around 280 to 315. There was 2 outliers in there. One was about 272, and one was 345. But it was a student rental property on Dominic, so it was meant to be priced at a different rate. But the single family homes. They're your stereotypical single-family homes like the one down on the left, which is 3307 Frederick, are basically all around the same ballpark. So again, when you look at this first 2 are new construction homes built within the city limits, relatively the same size, what their permit fees total, so this is their impact fees and their building permit fees that those particular properties paid, and then what their sales price is for each of those homes. So you'll see that relatively reasonable. Again, the first one paid $12,140 in permit fees. They're the cheapest option out there right now. The other property that paid about half in fees is the most, and then the one in Edelweiss is a similar in the vein to the new construction homes as well. And so part of this conversation on housing affordability for council to consider in the discussion that we think is important is not just what I call the barrier to entry, but also the ability to live in the home. We'll talk a little bit more about the definition of housing affordability, and if council wants to amend that or have a conversation on what they deem for a program would look like. But generally speaking, when we talk about housing affordability in the Housing Action Plan, it's 30%, and from HUD, the definition is if you spend 30% or less of your monthly income on housing, that is considered affordable. So 2 ways to look at that. If I made $1 million a year and 30% of my $1 million I was spending on housing, that's considered to be affordable. Obviously, when you lower that number substantially, if you've got very low wage, the wages are lower, you run into issues there where that 30% number gets to be a lot more of a hiccup, which again is that when you start talking about low to moderate income levels and things like that, and we'll look at that here in a second.
Does that include insurance, utilities, everything house related?
Yes and no. So the definition that we have in the Housing Action Plan does consider that as part of the equation. Our down payment assistance program actually does not. It does. It does. Other way. Flip that. What I just said. Our down payment assistance program does include that. The HUD definition is looking at like your mortgage and insurance, I believe.
But mortgage, they typically include the escrow, which would include.
Correct. It would be your,
you wouldn't
yeah,
get a
your
mortgage
total
without insurance.
Correct. It's your total. They're looking at your monthly payment, so your escrow account, your insurance, your property taxes, et cetera. What it doesn't include, I misinterpreted your question. What it's not including is your utility rates. So in the HUD definition, they're not looking at utility rates. And then same thing with the down payment assistance program. We're not looking at utility bills when you talk about actual cost of living within a home. So again, we've talked about the developer and the builder, what they're paying, what they're doing. This is kind of show what the end user, if I'm the home buyer and I'm going to purchase this home, what is it that I'm going to be paying as a resident, as a citizen that we're trying to get into these structures. So those same 3 homes that we just looked at, looking at their sales price, David Brower in our office runs a phenomenal program with the down payment assistance program, but also the first time home buyer education course. Took it myself actually when I was a young lad here at the city. It's a great course. Part of that, there's a spreadsheet that's been developed over years and worked with different partners to help people get an understanding for what does that mean when I buy this home, what all comes along with that. People might see a price tag on a website and say, oh, I'll go look for that. And then you get a lot of things on the back end that you might not have been expecting. So acquisition expenses, that's looking at, again, on the buyer side, there's the sales price and then your additional fees, your tax on licensing when you're buying a car type of thing, all the additional fees that come when you purchase your home. It's rough. We estimate it to be around 4 to 5% in the spreadsheet, depending for a home. And then again, another fee, which in one way to look at it is that if I'm a seller, the seller is paying your realtor fees, which is basically totals to 6%, which is the far right-hand column. Again, typically, if you're a seller, you're probably going to bake some of that return in your sales price of your home. You're paying that or closing that out. You're not going to want to fork up $18,000 at closing for your realtor fees to pay the realtors. Typically, and you can see it done in multiple different ways, but typically we see the sellers providing those realtor fees. And so again, when we look at the home buyer, the person who bought the home, each of these homes, this is looking at if they gave a 10% down payment on a home, so not your stereotypical 20 from back in the day, it's a little bit lower. What would be that monthly payment? So this is your escrow and then your utilities. Utilities here are important. Again, we talked about Southern Point. This is looking at Southern Point again and saying a reminder that you've got Southern Point we'll talk about has some different property taxes, right? So in Southern Point, you pay a 1% MUD tax. You don't pay a city tax, but the way that Southern Point was developed, it was done via a MUD. Everyone in Southern Point pays a 1% property tax or a $1. Yeah, or sorry, $1 property tax on their home, versus if they were in College Station, they would pay the 5138. Additionally, in Midtown, as you heard from Jennifer's presentation a couple of weeks ago, they pay the city property tax and they also pay the MMD tax, which is 0.65. So in reality, that it's a little bit over that $1 that the MUD is paying. And then Edelweiss again is in an existing home in a typically developed neighborhood. It does not pay those additional tax rates. So even though it's similarly comped in terms of price, it does have a lower monthly payment for that to live in that home.
So Anthony, is it fair to say that in the two places where an entry-level single-family home can be bought anew, one of them is in the city limits, one of them is out of the city limits, and both of them pay double the property taxes that everyone else does, at least?
Right, and that differential is to pay back the developer. So the developer chose a mechanism, and the creation of a MUD or the creation of an MMD is something that is it needs a consent. Actually, MUDs don't technically need consent of a city, but they need a consent of a city to form, but they don't have to be used. So ultimately, the developer has this tool that can make it easier for him to build this infrastructure, build this development, get it up front, and then basically charge it holistically, kind of the anti-impact fee thing. I think that you're kind of talking about with spreading it out on all the units as they go. Generally speaking, you see them start high. So for a MUD, $1 is the max that you can be. You typically see them start high, and then as they go through and develop, they tend to start to lower that. And then essentially they're getting down to the point where they're getting maintenance funds to.
But there's one place in the city limits where you can buy a new entry-level home other than straggler lots, right? And there's one place in the ETJ. Well, there's more places in the ETJ, but the one that we have the formal agreement with, and in both instances, those entry-level homes, they pay double taxes what everybody else does.
On further local municipality, their infrastructure to some degree tax, yeah. And Southern Point would be a slightly different example, though. You say there's others in the city limits. You can't build less than an acre lot. So in Southern Point you can, and we'll talk about that a little bit as far as lot size, because certainly if I've got large
out
lots.
In the county. Out in the county is where
I'm sorry, yeah, out in the, I don't can't remember what I said, but yeah, out in the ETJ, out in the county, the minimum lot size you can have is 1 acre.
Right.
And so again, you're talking about, yeah, there's other smaller subdivisions that aren't these big ones. I mean, Greens Prairie Reserve, would be a subdivision, Waterford Heights, the Williams Creek Lake Estates, Pebble Creek is actively building phases. There are other phases of residential, Castlegate 2, 1, et cetera, that have gone through that process without the use of MUDs or MMDs to fund their infrastructure. So again, looking at their total expenses, one thing of note, because you'll see this here in your 2 meetings from now in about a month, we're going to come to you with the housing consolidated or the consolidated plan for CDBG and home funds. Part of that will be looking at a request on the down payment assistance program. So I won't get too far into that, but in essence, it's a current program the city has to help offset affordable housing, to help provide a relief mechanism on purchasing a home. If you were to, in order to buy these homes listed, if you were to apply for the city's down payment assistance program and you were a family of 4, you would need to have that combined household income to apply for the program. That program gets you up to $50,000 towards the purchase price of your home. And so again, when we look at what the city gains, so when we're talking about all this new growth, you know what the impact fee numbers are for all these different systems. If you waive the impact fee, where you still have to get the money somehow for this new growth eventually, you can probably push it off for some period of time, but you're going to need to come up with the funds. And so when we look at what the city gets in these 3 property cases, you look at the revenue in Midtown and Edelweiss. What the city receives in property taxes is relatively the same. Again, that city is the 0.5138. In Southern Point, they don't pay a city property tax. So the city isn't receiving any sort of offset for potential roadway needs from that. And then you have water and sewer. Again, this is based off utility rates for the average across the city. And this is over a year what we would collect from water and sewer from an end user in these scenarios. The key here being obviously with Southern Point, they're paying 50% more for both of those rates in those subdivisions. So again, when we're talking about if you waive the impact fees and you continue to have this growth and you need to fund it somehow, how are you going to fund that? And so this was mentioned at the last meeting in March. If we were to look at getting just what we've gotten so far, so looking at the middle column in the bottom left, just if we were to look at trying to capture the recoverable rate, not even the total need, just the recoverable rate, we're looking at roughly 4 cents needed on the tax rate increase to cover our roadway needs from the new growth across the city, not just the new development across the city, and then a water rate increase of 2.5 and a wastewater increase of 10% to cover that funding that we could get from impact fees, as the mayor mentioned, as another tool. Then when we talk about tools in the toolbox to help pay for and plan for this development, that's what you would need if you didn't have impact fees for the rest of this.
What is the dollar equivalent of the 2.5% and the 10%, say for an average utility bill?
Your average water rate, I think, was about $27.
Should I ask Jeff?
Jeff
We
might have
got
readily available.
finance over here to help.
Look up higher,
A lot of data floating in my mind.
345 plus 10%.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you just use that up there, that's what
Yeah.
you're looking at.
Oh,
So
And
7.
I would point out, I think that the rate increase, when this came on, was what they would increase this year. So that doesn't account for future rate increases if they were needed.
Yeah, and again, that's just for the middle column collection. That was the estimate that we
Yeah,
presented.
so again,
last time.
for like wastewater, it'd be, an extra $32 a year for the average person on sewer. And then, on water, it'd be, I think, what,
$7.
$8, $7-8.
And 4/10 of a cent's about $500,000.
$500,600,000 or so.
600,000,
About
something in that
600,000.
range total for the city. And so that's basically what the impact fees are contributing that other people don't have to pay.
But
Right.
that's on the recoverable cost. When
Correct.
we-
That's just to get 17%. It's the 12, 17, and I think 11 again, just to get that recoverable rate. So the 100% of the new growth coming in order to get those percentages of the need, you would have to assess all of the citizens, the rates on the right-hand side.
Yeah, but your total impact fee collections are what, 8.8 million? right now. So we're going to have to hurry to get by 2031 to get to these numbers.
So the big difference there is, and one reason it's like, again, it would change over time is because your collection rate has come up. So you haven't collected as much, obviously, as you could while this has been. And that's how you'll get to those numbers. So you'll collect, if everything goes exactly how it is right now, you would collect, I guess if we counted 26, you'll collect more than half of your revenue in the second half of that 2031 than you did in the beginning.
And like last year after the second increase, we only collected 5.5 million. And
I think you have the impact fee report. The first
Right.
half of this year, we collected almost 2 million. Last year, in the whole year, we collected 1.4 million in impact fees. That report you looked at.
say that last number again?
The 6-month semi-annual report that Carol Cotter presented on a consent agenda. I believe the numbers, the impact fee, whoa, that's the wrong page. I need another. Oh, no, yeah, this is it. Okay, for FY '74, total, we collected, oh man, I gotta separate all these out. Okay, 570,000 in water alone.
Mm-hmm.
This year, for half the year, from October 1 through the end of March, we collected 569,000, so we're ahead of last year in 6 months. For the wastewater side, it was 1.7 million in the whole year. This year, in half a year, it's 1.2 million. And the roadway last year was 1.5 million for the whole year, and we collected 2 million in half a year this year. So we're at 3.2, about 3.7 or 8 million this year in half the year on impact fees.
But you've got to collect 60 million between now and 2031.
Yeah, well, that, as he said, you're going to be ramping up, you're going to be collecting it, but if you
You're
don't
going to be
make it,
ramping up
if you don't make it, you're going to be paying it out of what you wanted to be paying it out of is rates and taxes. So if you can't make enough, I mean, you're never going to collect 100%. You're not even going to collect 50%.
No, not 100, just the recoverable rate that we've prognosticated is $60 million for these to come true. I've looked at the run rate and I'm telling you, I don't think we're going to come close to collecting $60 million by 2031. And what this definitely does not take into account is if you stipulate, Your Honor, just for argument's sake, that there are 3 apartment complexes in stasis, but for impact fees, SoCo is on the tax rolls at 50 million.
Mm-hmm.
You would be collecting $750,000 per year from those 3 apartment complexes, and those numbers have to be dinged off of this.
Do you know where a lot of the impact fees in this last quarter came from? Multifamily in Area B, roadway impact fees were 1.4 million. My thesis, my hypothesis is that's a couple of the Northgate or other multifamily properties that were permitted after October 1, 2024, before and through the end of March. So there are big multifamily projects being permitted and paying impact fees now. I can't get into the debate about which ones are being held up because of whatever reason. Market conditions, demand, permitting, time, all of those reasons. There's a lot of reasons for property
fees.
Or fees, yeah. And it could be parkland dedication fees. It could be fees here. I don't want to get into the debate about this because we'll never get out of it. So I won't bother arguing the case that if you want to waive the permitting fees, who's paying for that? The taxpayers are paying for it. When the City of Bryan decided to subsidize that middle-sized housing that they really wanted, everybody paying taxes in Bryan helped to pay for that subsidy. So, I mean, the city couldn't pay for it because they weren't collecting it. So they just charged it off. And that's not what we're in the business of doing. We're trying to shift a little bit of this burden. That's the whole point. Shifting a little bit of the burden of new growth, new system growth to impact fees. We're getting into an impact fee argument. You and I'll never agree, so I think I'll just leave it at that and let him proceed with his discussion of affordable housing, which is where we're trying to get.
We're there. Sorry. So again, when we talk about, again, the genesis of this discussion was how do we address this to affordable housing? You've seen how all the fees are created, what they are used for, how they're used for. And so when you start talking about different ideas or programs that you could do or look at doing to help offset potential costs, we kind of need to define what housing affordability is. So we've talked about it a little bit already, and housing is considered affordable if the household spends no more than 30% of their income to live there. And so again, that's dependent on the salaries of the area and the jobs available within the area that you're talking about. And then also what is the price of homes. And so some of this definition, this excerpt is from the City of College Station Housing Action Plan that the council adopted last year. And so this is the current running thing for affordable housing. This is different, that we'll touch on in a second, on your low to moderate income. So when you think about lower income housing, when you talk about AMI, 50%, 80%, 100%, 120, kind of some different numbers we've talked about in the past, that's different than what housing affordability is in the Housing Action Plan. So just to walk through what do we do right now as a city? What do we have on the books? Right now, we've got about $1.3 million out there in down payment assistance programs. So there's 41 homes across the community that over the years, College Station has given them a loan, varies from anywhere from $10,000, $12,000 up to $50,000. And that's to help them pay down their down payment. So it's not a rebate that we talked about a little bit earlier. It's actually help towards the down payment of their home. They have to meet certain criterias. It's looking for 80% AMI is how you qualify for that program within the city, and we'll show a chart on what that looks like here in a second. But again, there's 41 homes. That program is a shared equity program now, so about half these homes, whenever they do sell the home, the city will get whatever we gave them. So we gave them $50,000. We'll get $50,000 back, and if the home grew by if it was a $100,000 home, we get $50,000. The home grew $100,000, we would get another 50 back. It's a shared equity increase. So if they sell the home for a higher value, the city gets more funds that go back into this program to help fund additional opportunities. In addition to that, we have 15 rental units with different partners, ElderAid, BVCAP, and Twin City Missions. Those 52 rental units are under what's called a land use restriction agreement. So this we'll talk about a little bit as a potential for discussion. This is more or less an agreement with the owner or a deed restriction in a way that says you have to rent this home to a certain qualified income resident. You can't just rent it to whoever. You can't rent it at market rate. It is land use restricted for a certain criteria that they're trying to target. So that's, again, as part of the discussion on programs that you could look to do or expand. That's one that we have a little bit of a basis for. There's 460 units across the community that have low income housing tax credit. So the most recent one was actually the Huntington Senior Living apartment complex. That was done, oh gosh, probably 7-8 years ago now. But there's a number across the community. I think there's 7, total is about 460 units. We have 250 federally supported housing units. So this is through LULAC and then Southwood Village apartments. Those two, which you heard about LULAC recently, those are units that are federally supported. And then in addition to all those units, we have 451 housing choice vouchers across the community where HUD is providing a housing choice voucher to help offset that cost. The resident pays a percentage based on their income. They're paying towards their housing, and HUD picks up the difference. And that's not done through the city, but the city helps coordinate that process in the community. So we talked a little about AMI. This is really busy, so bear with me. We'll start on the top left. So this is a very interesting chart when we talk about the trends of our community, because it wasn't until this year when we got information that our AMI data finally has come up to speed, if you will. And so what I mean by that is that our down payment assistance program hasn't been that well utilized in recent years because the market shot up very quickly after COVID, but our incomes lagged behind in the community, and it took a while for this to catch up. And they finally gotten to a point where the prices have steadied out, the incomes have risen to a level where it's actually obtainable for someone to qualify for our down payment assistance or other programs. And so again, you can see here in the top left, if you were to look at basing a program off of AMI, so when you're talking about incomes of families, new families, starter homes, et cetera, you could base it on an AMI related criteria. So one of the criteria you consider would be if I'm a family of 4 and I wanted to target someone that is at our area median income, it would be $88,500 as a household income. It would that or less would apply them for this program. And then you could even up that to 120%, or again, you could play with those numbers as you wanted to with a different program. When we then looked at if you were to take different loans, so conventional loans versus FHA loans, or the next 2 columns respectively, given current interest rates, et cetera, what could you afford as a home in our current AMI? And so you can see that for 100%, our area median income for a family of 4 was considered affordable at, again, that number of 30%. So 30% of your expenses going towards your escrow would be about a $270,000 home would be what you could afford, and if you're talking about low to moderate income, from an if that's part of what you want to talk about in the affordability standpoint. If you had an FHA loan, it's a little bit less. If you use the city's down payment assistance program, you have to be 80% AMI or lower currently to apply for that. You could almost get the 270 again at 100%. So if you're looking at a family of 4, 80% AMI, you're looking at about $250,000 home that you can afford at that rate. One thing we're going to present to you here in about a month's time is actually increasing the cap on down payment assistance as part of the program. Right now it's at $50,000. We're looking to up that to $80,000. Several criteria related to that, but a lot of what we see in the shared equity and a couple that have come back, what we're getting back is around 80,000. So from a number standpoint, it would make sense that if that's where the market is heading, you might want to try to match that if you're trying to achieve the same outcome. And so if you up that to 80% as a down payment assistance, given again the current market criteria, which if interest rates went down to 4%, 5%, it makes a massive difference to all these numbers. But again, 80% AMI with a potential new down payment assistance program gets you right around that 275 mark. So again, this is kind of updated to talk more about less impact fee waivers and different ways to do that, but more housing affordability and what are ways that the city's looking at trying to do that. And I say looking at doing that, this was an item presented for discussion. The council did recently adopt the Housing Action Plan and created a Housing Action Plan Advisory Committee. They met early on, towards the end of April was their very first meeting. So naturally that was a lot of getting their feet wet, getting an idea for what their charges, et cetera. At their last meeting here on the 28th of May, the first thing that we asked them to do as a board was to go back, take the Housing Action Plan and all the action items in it and rank them. So they individually, each board member came back to us, they gave a ranking and scored. Ultimately, we consolidated those scores. And so you can see here in order their top 10 on what they deemed would be the first thing to pursue to present to council as ideas for affordable housing. Again, Housing Action Plan is not that HUD definition of 80% AMI. This is your 30% of your income. So that's part of council's discussion on what do you want to target for incomes. And so when we look at a program on how do you help with housing affordability, there's a couple of different things that come to mind. You can have similar to those LURAs, the land use restriction agreements. On the left-hand side, you could do a development agreement where essentially you've got to deed restrict the home that says the home will be at X price, and how you get there, how you subsidize that home price is part of that process. We would have to come back for if that's the way council wanted to go, what that could look like, where that's funded from, what are you using to offset that? It could be fee waivers only, it could be a number of things. Maybe I waive the fees of XYZ and you provide a home that's a certain percentage lower than market value or at a certain price point. A big part of discussion has been density bonus. So again, when we talk about this conversation of housing affordability, you kind of have to ask yourself, is housing affordability including renting, or are you only trying to target home ownership? If you're only trying to target home ownership, when you look at the programs the city has, significantly less. When you talk about housing as a kind of bare human necessity, that's a totally different conversation. We have way more options there. And if that's what you're trying to target, then you can look at that a little differently. Density bonus is a good opportunity there where you could say, hey, I'm going to come and do infill development in the Northeast Gateway plan, for instance. I'm going to build some level of mid-rise apartment complex. And I'm going to, if the city would allow me to build, we can allow them to build an X amount more if we waive their fees or et cetera. So we could waive all their impact fees or parkland fees, whatever, and say, hey, we'll waive these fees and you can have a 10% density bonus on the project. And all of those additional units don't pay any of these fees, or maybe the whole thing doesn't pay any of those fees. That would be up to council discretion. And so you can use that as a subsidy to help the developer be able to still get a return on his project, but also provide these affordable units at the end of it. And you'd still need to go through some sort of agreement with the city, DA development agreement, making sure those properties have deed restrictions on them. Deed restriction home ownership as a bare bones thing, you could just say, hey, we'll give you X amount of dollars developer if you provide homes at this value. A little bit more simple. You could have the home buyer assistance program again. When we look at that, there's a concern on cost of the home versus the barrier to entry versus the ability to stay in the home. And what you want to look at there. And then one thing you could kind of flip the script on what the city of Bryan has done. And you could say, hey, we want to actually incentivize development that is between 1,000 and 1,500 or 1,000 and 1,750 or whatever that number council decided. We want to incentivize that growth. So we're going to waive impact fees, we'll waive permit fees, whatever it is, or whatever subsidy you want to do, target a particular type of structure and potentially a type of lot, and you can help incentivize that product. You can, if you're trying to gear yourself towards a certain product, we can bring that back and council can have a discussion on what makes sense there. So again, I can come back to this here when I wrap up on my gigantic monologue, and y'all can use that as a discussion point. But again, this is the rankings from the committee that was appointed by council on where they think we should start the efforts on housing affordability in order.
Question, Mr. White.
Thank you. Cool. Look at number 9. Can you explain to me real quick what a housing public facility corporation is?
Oh, I wish David was here.
If not, I mean, I'm just more curious than anything.
I think it's a housing authority. Yeah. So, I mean, like the city has the ability to do that, I think both by charter and then there's state law. And so that would be, again, there's a lot of things you can do with inside it, but if you think about a housing authority, somebody owns or operates, like we could form a housing authority under the city that would potentially own or operate certain types of housing that could be discounted or, under specific circumstances. We do not currently do that.
Okay. Yeah.
But that's an option that we have.
Where essentially we would play the landlord in a way. Gotcha. It is a good way to think about that. And that's been a discussion. It's pros and cons with all pros and cons. There's things needed for each of these to take effect. Staff time and tracking of that would be part of that. And so currently our mode of operation really for our housing affordability projects is to partner with things like Habitat for Humanity, Elder Aid, et cetera, partner with these agencies that this is what they do, and we support them in the community to do their mission. That could certainly be, if council desires something differently, that could be looked at. And so again, when we talk about the fee, the waived fee based on a target square footage, you want to ask yourself the question on what is that target audience? Is it a certain square footage? Is it a certain price point? Is it a lot size? Is it a certain type? Is it townhouses and single family and duplexes? Is it only detached single family? What is that type council wants to look at? What size lot? Is it smaller lots? Think something like the oh my gosh, it just escaped me, the development in Austin, the Mueller development, very popular housing affordability development in Austin called the Mueller Community. If you're not familiar with it, I would look it up. It's we toured it actually as staff a while back. Great program. You could look at something where it's lot size based or income restricted. And again, when you talk about each of these options, what is that limitation? Are you targeting a market rate? Are you setting a rate? Are you targeting square footage, et cetera? Things to consider as part of your discussion. And so some other things, again, I think what we've seen through kind of the data that was presented is that the home prices set by the market, our existing homes are the same prices as homes that are paying fees and new permits, et cetera. Again, our remaining capital expenditures that would be needed to build these projects if the new growth comes in would have to be put on utility rates and property tax rates in order to fund those projects, or you're not building those projects. And so you end up having to make a potential decision for, if it got to a point, a moratorium on development could be, an ultimate worst case scenario if you didn't have the funding, or you're pausing development in order to catch up on infrastructure to support it. Again, impact fees are the proportionate costs to the infrastructure of what that unit is doing to the overall system. So if I add my one drop to the bucket, it costs X to the overall system over the course of the impact fee CIP. And eventually every drop of bucket, as you'll hear in Emily's next item, hopefully a lot shorter than mine, is every drop matters. As when you talk about drainage, right? Every drop, eventually, if you start letting little things in, you get a big flood. Same thing with the impact fee. It's a little bit at a time, but ultimately it's still a need. And just because one home is going on its own might not look like it does a whole lot to the system, but a whole subdivision, multiple subdivisions, et cetera, are going to have a massive impact on, and that's what the city's charged with looking at, is how do we look out for everybody in the community, not just the one lot, the one build. Again, it's a one-time charge versus a rate increase would be potentially continual, or it would have to be amended over time. It can only be paid on certain projects. There are numerous other projects throughout the city that will still have to be funded. There are still projects that aren't CIP or that aren't impact fee related projects that will have to be built across the community as we continue to grow. And as infrastructure ages, there's not rehab. Rehab isn't an impact fee thing, so rehab is going to happen every now and then. That's a cost and expense. Again, when we look at the permitting averages over the last 15 years, there isn't a significant increase or decrease. Certainly fluctuations for a multitude of factors on what we've received. How you want to compare that to other communities is up to each their own. Impact fees, again, are not the only capital projects. When we talk about these programs, who would qualify? Are you trying to target the developer side of the equation, the home buyer side of the equation, or the home builder? Who are you wanting to incentivize? Who are you wanting to assist in the process? And where is that fee reduction seen? How long is it effective if you do deed restrictive home ownership? Is that 99 years? Is that for 10 years? Or how do you set that up? What mechanism, land use restrictions, rebates, et cetera? And then what types of properties would apply to it? And after probably way too long, that's all I got.
I think we helped with that length of time. We do have two individuals that signed up to speak, but if there are other questions before we hear from the visitors, that you want to clarify anything here, or?
No,
Well, then
I'm waiting for comments.
Well, we're going to have a good discussion of what is affordability, and a lot of, particularly the last 5 questions there, who's being targeted
And
and
there's a
how
lot
you're
of
getting it
stuff.
done is going to be interesting. David, no questions? Melissa?
I'll wait.
Scott? You wait? Okay.
And just to add for clarity, because we've been here for a minute, again, there is no action item tonight. This isn't an actual item for council. It's a workshop item purely for your discussion. This is a lot of information and discussion already, but again, here to answer any questions you have that we have on our side.
Yeah.
But again, this is just for council's discussion.
I would like to see if this discussion of affordability and some of those questions, but I want to hear from the visitors first. So if you'll stand by, this is not a public hearing, it's just a workshop, but 2 individuals have indicated desire to speak and signed up. Mr. J.T. Larimore, welcome back. Are you still here? Okay. I'm going to let you have your 3 minutes, and then Chandler Arden, where's Chandler? I see him back there somewhere. We'll give you some time as well, and then the council will have a discussion. Mr. Larimore, welcome.
Okay, how are y'all? All right. I am JT Larimore. I am the executive director of the Greater Brazos Valley Builders Association. I represent about 300 members here locally and about 10,000 members throughout the state. We were giving away the St. Jude House tonight, so that's why a lot of them weren't here tonight. I do want y'all to realize that impact fees or the permit fees, all of those things play into a part. And what we really are worried about and pushing for is I think people focus on the impact fee and that's, we hate them, we don't like them. It's not that. It is the fact that we want affordable housing. So every $10,000 that you increase, you're going to, in this area, the average person will have to make another $1 an hour raise. What that comes down to is in your city employees. Your last year's budget was 2.5% increase. That wouldn't have been enough for them to get the change for $10,000. That being said, that was no increases in cost of living or anything. That was just to get affordability to buy the down payment to that house and make that monthly payment. That doesn't seem like that big of a deal, but you do that 10 years in a row, that becomes a problem. So that's what I have to say is make sure that you understand that the affordability side of it is not necessarily cost. It is the monthly that people can't afford. So.
Thank you. I think that was well illustrated in some of those individual examples there.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Mr. Arden.
Howdy. I'm Chandler Arden. I'm a developer here. I'm actually tonight representing the Government Affairs Committee of the Greater Brazos Valley Builders Association. And kind of what I have to say on the committee's behalf is basically stop. We need you to stop manipulating the housing market with impact fees. The higher fees on the developer side and the builder side have affected the entire housing market in College Station. All single-family home valuations are higher because of these fees, new and used. We are all paying higher taxes because of impact fees. This even trickles into rental properties as well with higher rents. Stop telling us that College Station has had more permits than Bryan since 2010. I think we get that number from Texas A&M actually. The story is from 2016 and 2017, where Bryan has about 1,000 more permits than College Station from 2016 to now. And yes, I'm talking about single family permits. The surrounding cities and counties have dramatically more permits since 2016 than they had prior to 2016. The impact fees have affected the whole Brazos Valley. Stop telling us about cheaper tax rate in College Station when the same new house is at least $20,000 less in Bryan than in College Station. On 2 listings that I found today, the difference in monthly payment was about $200 per month cheaper in Bryan. Also, the availability of less expensive homes is higher in Bryan than College Station. Stop telling us that the city is subsidizing us, developers. It worked until 2016. It's a small, impact fees are a small percentage, and it's manipulating the market. I'm happy that we have successful businesses that might even be here tonight that are bringing new jobs to town with an average salary of maybe $80,000, some making more and some making less. How many of those people that are coming to town can even afford to live in College Station without a dual income? How does this sound? I'm going to bring a $120 million project on 100 acres that is currently ag exempt. At completion, it will generate $500,000 to the county annually, $615,000 to the city annually, and $1.1 million to CSISD. Y'all be happy.
Michael, come back. You can finish up.
Thank you. As a developer, I'm not going to ask for incentives. I'm just going to do it. I'm going to do it with higher end city approved infrastructure that should at least have a 20 to 30 year lifespan or more. The city would welcome this with open arms until they hear it's a residential project. The answer is not more government manipulation. It's not another program. It's not assistance. It's just stop. Let's have the basics: health, safety, water, and good infrastructure. The issue is not that the city needs more of our money. I'm a taxpayer here in College Station also. The issue is how the city allocates our money. I think that's the issue. That's how we get to affordable housing. Thank you for the extra time.
Thank you. Could I ask you a question?
Sure.
Do you agree that the infrastructure costs associated with the water, wastewater, and roads are real expenses?
They are, for sure.
Okay. Do you believe that our system of parks and the parkland process dedication fees are part of the quality of life that the city advertises and promotes? And I know realtors do as well.
I would say to some extent, for sure. I think there's a park right behind us that's kind of an embarrassment to the city, which is.
I know the Mabel Claire Thomas Park.
Thank you.
It's an embarrassment. In what way?
It's right in the middle of town and it looks terrible.
And that means it requires money to correct?
Correct. And I would think that those people that live around there have been paying property taxes for years and years and years.
Do you know that's already on the plan? So
I
that's
do.
gonna be-
I do.
Thank you.
As a developer, a lot of GPR was mentioned, Mission Ranch is mentioned. They have their own parks and maybe they have a deal with the city to pay some and not pay some or whatever. But as a marketing and as a buyer moving into town, we want to live in our little community and we want to have that park right there. And so we do appreciate the opportunity to make a deal with the city because it's really important. The other part of that, however, as a developer is that we now have to form an HOA to own and maintain those parks, which is actually a huge boon for the city because you don't have to mow it. You don't have to maintain it. The HOA does. So quality of life, yes. But I would say that the developers, again, are installing and maintaining parks close to home so that mom and dad and kids or whoever can walk down the street, can walk on the sidewalks that we are required to install and play in the parks and the water features and whatever. So yes, parks are important. Developers and subdivisions are doing an incredible job of installing those themselves and maintaining them.
Yeah, I appreciate I was on Parks Board, I think when first phase of Castlegate was developed, they did a deal with the city to build their own park in advance because they know it would help sell the lots. But if they waited for the city to collect enough revenue to build the park, it wasn't going to help them in the marketing of that area. So that was, I think, the very first time the city worked with the developer of Mr. Phillips, I think at the time, he could build a park in advance and then we helped to maintain it. So it is a city park, but really great idea, and I applaud a lot of the others. Thank you very much. Any other questions for the speakers?
I have one.
I do.
Ms. McElhaney.
So, Chandler, where would you build in College Station?
Well, my dream spot is behind Costco, city-owned property.
Are there any current subdivisions where a builder can go and buy 6 lots on spec?
I'm not aware of any in College Station, no.
So lot inventory could be part of the concern.
Huge
right?
problem.
And I know when we had the big boon in Bryan in Oakmont had just opened and that filled up like that. Do you have any idea, and this can be for Anthony as well, do we have any idea how many single family residences we are short? How many more do we need?
4,600,
And that number comes from
the Housing Action Plan.
the one that's under development?
No, the Housing Action Plan.
The one we actually adopted. The
Adopted,
steering committee
okay.
is guiding the process.
And that's houses, not units
Residential
of
units.
residential units, correct?
Yeah, so those numbers are based off of census data. There actually is a a request that we had gone out for a grant for to do a housing capacity study. So think what A&M did for the capacity study that they just recently did for campus. We're looking at an opportunity to do essentially the same thing, essentially go through the community and figure out how many, work with someone to get how many beds consultants is a pretty big lift, as you can imagine. A lot of stuff that's archaic in the sense of it's not in our system in terms of existing inventory. We've got utility accounts, things like that, but trying to get an idea for what is the existing count total in the city. We have our population estimate, so the number that you see every now and then, about 130,000. That is the closest I would say we have to total. That is based off of CO'd units and some assumptions from census data as check-in processes, but that would be the closest number that we have to that, really.
Okay. Got another question for Chandler. What is the real potential for infill in College Station?
It's really not my area of expertise, but I don't know if zoning is still a problem. At one time it was. I think I've been told, I have a relative in the development business, my dad, and I think he suggested years and years ago to get ahead of some issues around A&M to proactively rezone some things. So if there's some proactive rezoning that could be done, that would be very helpful. I think instead of rezoning as was discussed way back when, you have ag shacks, because developers could not go in and assemble enough properties and count on the city to say, oh, okay, yeah, we'll rezone that for a higher density product. And so they did not do that because of risk.
Yeah, I think we've done
Probably.
that. Yeah, I think one of the challenges that I look at this data, and Bryan and College Station, as much as we're alike, we're very different. And College Station's inventory of available land, and I'm not saying that if we didn't make some changes, we might have more land developed to accommodate. But right now, it's a very difficult thing to equate, because the real push here has been in multifamily to take the student pressure off of single family. And the other thing, like Anthony mentioned too, I think that we've got this American dream thing we all want to chase. But the reality is a 2,400 square foot home is not a starter home. It's not the inventory that we need to see if that's our goal. The other piece of that is just the idea of, is a single family home, should that be what we're promoting, or is it the density? And I think density has a big equation, a big part in this equation. So thank you for your comments.
Can I just maybe try to answer your question a little better? And this is just an opinion of mine. So please understand that. I think what we're seeing a little bit in both cities, but a lot more in College Station, is Wall Street is here, meaning the big builders. They can come in and write a check for 200 acres and they will build the whole thing themselves. And so there'll be lot inventory for about a second when it's completed, and then it's going to get built out by one builder. And so your local builders that have built this community will pretty much have to dry up, because a lot of builders can't do that. Local builders can't do that. That's just my.
That's
The
a very valid point.
scale economies we talked about at one time is significant in home building.
Yeah, I got it.
Mark, yes.
If somewhere in College Station, there was a brand new 300 lot, single family development with the minimum single family lot size, and you could come in and build those, would those all sell quickly?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
So there's a demand for that. If you built a whole subdivision full of 1,100 to 1,700 square foot houses, it would just go like crazy. So what's stopping that from happening?
I think regulation and impact fees, they're going out. There are large
If
developers.
there were no impact fees, would
think-
it happen?
I think so. Yes, sir.
I would enjoy watching if we watched what the city of Bryan did with their waiving fees for a certain bracketed thing, we could waive fees for that bracket. And if correlation is indeed causation, then we ought to see a huge boom of affordable housing, and it'd happen within a couple of years, and we could go back to the state legislature and say, see, we took care of it. You don't need to mess with us.
That there's a lot of issues in that list of questions we're going to discuss.
That's true, but that's just one of them.
One more question for
Yeah,
Mr. White.
Good question. Thank you for your comments. I really, really appreciate them. You mentioned that impact fees definitely will make an impact on a new home.
Correct.
You also said that resale of that home, that the impacts fees. Can you explain a little bit more about this?
Sure. It's pretty simple. It's a rising tide raises all ships. I talked to a local appraiser before I said that, and I've said it before. And so when you have a home in an impact fee area, and it's artificially higher, I'm going to say artificially higher, and your neighbor down the street who didn't pay impact fees sees that house go up, well, I can get close to that. And it just keeps going. And so that's where pretty soon all those ships have been raised because the tide's gotten higher.
But
The market sets the price or the fee sets the price? Which is it?
The fee helps. It certainly adds.
Well, but the market, there's no fee on the existing home. It's the market that is raising its price, not the fee.
The market on the used house is raising that price, yes.
and
Because the impact fee home is higher. And so if I can get a $350,000 house with an impact fee, and my neighbor down the street didn't pay an impact fee, and maybe before it was worth 310, now it's worth 320, and somebody will pay that. All of that.
But you see,
our little experiments, we would have reduced price. All the ships would sink, not just the new homes.
But the market does play a force. If you look at the city of Bryan, where there are no impact fees and they're subsidizing the development of homes, you see the home prices increasing significantly in the city of Bryan too.
I don't think the impact of the building permit is much. I don't even know if it's $1,000 or less.
Well,
for that fee.
I don't know what all they're waiving in the
building
building program in Bryan, but I was really referring to the market value. And certainly the market value in the city of Bryan is increasing, and there are no impact fees. It's in my mind, largely an impact of the market, but we're talking to this gentleman, not me. So any other questions? You want one more question or not?
No, not a question.
Go ahead. I have one.
One more question. Yes.
Chandler, when was the last time you built a house for $85 a square foot?
I'm a developer, so never, but
JT, you have any input on that?
it's been a long time, I can tell you that.
Thank you, Jennifer.
And why are they telling them it only costs this much when they apply for their permit? Are they undervaluing the permit estimate?
There's no correlation to that.
That doesn't.
We didn't make that number up.
Just to be clear, and it doesn't impact like what they pay us or anything. I think that's what people, I mean, just not to defend builders here. I don't know where that number comes from or why it's there, but you don't pay your permit based on the value. So like if they put the value at less, it doesn't mean they pay us less.
No.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I just
That's
thought that
what
was
they
a
said.
very glaringly off statistic that if that's in there, what else do we need to question? Which I don't think anything. I'm just, that really struck me as very off.
Right, and
As
again,
someone who's paid
That's
fees.
that's not our number. That's them reporting it. I want to make sure that's clear.
Mr. Yancey had a question for Mr. Arden.
Yes, Mr. Arden. If the market sets the price and fees don't have anything to do with it, we could charge $100,000 per home for impact fees. And if that statement is true, then the price of the home would not go up. Is that correct?
Think
Well,
that through.
I think,
I think you're right.
Right.
I think
But
you're
they
asking
just
a question.
wouldn't, they wouldn't build it because they couldn't make any money.
So if we raised impact fees to $100,000 per lot, would it help our problem or hurt our
Are
problem?
you proposing we do that?
Hurt.
That's
Hurt.
not, that's
No,
not being
I'm
considered.
making a point that,
I understand.
Well, if we gave everyone everything they wanted for free, they'd all move here.
so you're a developer?
Yes.
Rapid fire questions. Mayor's going to keep me on a short leash.
Okay.
Where are you developing right now?
Outside of College Station, Bryan, Caldwell, Navasota.
Are you seeing developers develop in Snook where you had not before?
Yes.
Are you seeing people develop in Navasota where they had not before?
Yes.
Are you seeing people develop in Franklin where they had not before?
Yes.
Are you seeing people develop out in the county where they had not before?
Yes.
Would you say that we have a high level of building activity in the city of College Station relative to single-family detached, or would you say it's low compared to years past?
Lower than years past.
Why do you think that is?
Impact fees.
And anything else?
Any other fees? I think the park fee is high. And much of the discussion did not include carrying costs. And so once we pay, if we were to pay and not make a deal on park fees, then we've got to carry that for some amount of time at
And
today's
unlike
rate, about
lumber-
8%.
Unlike lumber, which you don't incur that cost in your builder's note until you've already designed, poured a slab, cleared the land, all of it. Right, that costs money. And paper is a commodity too, government paper. And that government paper comes at the beginning of the process, correct?
Yes.
And so you have carrying cost on that before you've ever set a form and poured a slab.
Correct.
Very good. Thank you for the points.
Thank you.
Mr. Schaefer, you have any questions? Okay, we thank you very much. I appreciate your bearing with us. And I appreciate everyone else who I know was here for a much later agenda item or a later agenda item. I'd like to just have as we said, no decisions to be made tonight. But I think, Anthony, would you go back to the slide and roll it back to that last page? I'd like to just,
like that.
I've heard a number of, is that the last page? How about the one that one right there, things to consider. Okay, just leave it up there. If you would, please. Thank you. Now we're gonna have a little discussion here. As I'm the only one here who was on the council at the time we adopted impact fees and also the only one the last time we adjusted the collection rate. But I understand we have a brand new council pretty much, and they've got different views on housing affordability and the cost of housing in College Station and how we can address that if we wish to. But as Mr. Yancey said earlier, how do we define affordability? So what I'm interested in is having some ideas from the council members. What is it you're looking for here? In the sense of who would qualify or what is it we're thinking about. I do keep in mind also the fact that we've been told from our finance people that a house of certain value is basically break even in terms of generating the tax revenue at our relatively low tax rate to pay for the O&M operations of the city. So when we start talking about affordability of housing, something under 200,000 or under 300,000, probably we got to admit that we are not going to be generating tax revenue sufficient to cover O&M costs, but it's still a important public good, a public goal. So I want to hear from each person what they think about this. And I think Mr. Schaefer has some ideas on what he really is interested in out of all this discussion. And I'd like to hear him start, and we'll work our way back down the. What are you looking for in all of this?
Well, thanks, Mayor. I have my ideas, and I appreciate what my fellow council members have had to say. I really wanted out of this to get to the end of this, which is about affordability, which I think we finally did. Although I don't fully think we've got the opportunity to agree on what that is tonight. We saw some numbers. That what comes out of this for me is, and there's a ton of information here. Everybody in the room saw this, right? I mean, there is so much to think about. And thank you for presenting it, Anthony. I mean, it's really, really a lot to take in. Not to mention the various reports that we've had on it over time and all the reading that goes with it. I would like actually to look at the previous slide, which has to do with what the committee has recommended, and just tell you what I think I'm in favor of at this point, if that's okay. At this point, I would be in favor of us, as we move forward, to have a discussion about the UDO and density and housing variety. I think that's a good recommendation. We need to think about what that looks like in more detail. And I think the second one, the idea of expediting permitting and reducing or waiving fees for affordable housing. So to me, I'm open to that idea. And in fact, I think we ought to consider some, I don't know what it looks like, but variable impact fees. So lower fees on homes that are going to sell for less, and with all due respect, higher fees for homes that are going to sell for more, so that we come out maybe someplace close to where we are now. I mean, people who can pay $1 million for a home can pay more for an impact fee. That's just seems like a fact to me. So I think that something that's variable that addresses the affordable question is where we ought to be. I think Anthony mentioned the Miller development in Austin and the sort of the variability they have. They've gone to a lot of trouble to build in affordable housing into a development that's very desirable in central Austin. And I'd like to know more about how they did that, how it works. So looking at examples like that would be very helpful to me. So I think there's a lot of good information here. I don't think it's that simple. I think we're trying, several things I've heard tonight sort of make it simple. Like this is as simple as this. I think it's very complicated. It's very complex. And we've got to think about a variety of variables. The data doesn't say to me repeatedly here, get rid of impact fees and everything will be fine. It just doesn't say that to me. There are other things to consider. Impact fees may be part of it. At one point, we saw a slide where they're like 2% of the value of the house, 2%. That's not that much. How that drives the price way up is beyond me at this point. So these are kind of my stream of consciousness ideas, having sat and listened to what we've heard and some of the discussion we've had. I'm for pursuing it further. I do think we need to do some things about affordability, but I don't think it's a simple answer.
Thank you. Mr. Yancey?
Thank you, Mayor.
Affordability.
I largely agree with everything my esteemed colleague just said, except for the simple part.
I know.
I think we have problems with entry-level homes and apartment complexes. I think deed-restricted price controls in housing are an overly complex attempt to resolve a problem we ourselves exacerbated. I think price controls and equity caps defeat the purpose of home ownership for young families, retirees, the working class. And I think the solution is drop fees on homes below 2,000 square feet and apartment complexes and watch the market fix the problem. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Ms. McElhaney?
I agree with Scott on the complexity of it, but I also agree with Bob in that there are things that are simple. For me, in looking at impact fees in particular, I have a big problem with allocating back to the service rates for water and wastewater. I think that's going back. I don't think anybody on the dais up here probably would have a problem with that extra $10 a month, but that will be a big factor to some people. And I don't know if we could manage that through the way the rates are done or consumption. I'm all for you paying for what you consume. I think I could probably see my way to letting the roadway impact fee go. I do think that we spend a lot of time talking about this, and I think it's a worthy subject, looking at the housing affordability. And I think we would be remiss not to take a hard, honest look at impact fees as a piece of that. But I think that there's a way to do it that can get us some good data as to whether or not that will help correct the problem. I really am interested in seeing what the Housing Plan Advisory Committee comes up with. I know that this discussion kind of was a little bit preemptive of their recommendations, and I can see where they're going. I think there's value in all of it, but I also think that we need to try to streamline the activities that we undertake and get out of the way as much as possible, and support where needed. I don't know what that looks like in the end game. I do appreciate the wealth of data that's included here. I know that it can be analyzed from multiple different directions. I think when you have these big entities coming into town, they don't think twice about the impact fees. How do you capture ones that, I don't know, there's a lot of weight there. But I don't think that we should be rash about any of it. So.
Mr. White?
So I agree with everything that's been stated. You know, I put this affordable housing in context because are we talking affordable housing for our students, or are we talking about affordable housing for our workforce? I think there's two different, I think that definition is very broad, so broad that we're not really sure how we go about dealing with the.
So the question to you is, which one you are talking about?
Well,
Or not interested in?
And that's a great point, Mayor. I think from my perspective, I'm looking at this issue, this challenge that we have as a workforce, as talking to our workforce and how are we helping our workforce make affordable housing. I actually met and I'm have some thoughts on impact fees. Okay, I'm the one who supports impact fees, but then I'm learning a little bit more about them. I'm learning a little bit more about how they have. I actually met with a builder this week, and he actually showed me his actual budget, line item by line item by line item, and he was building in Zone D. And in his impact fees that he paid the city, according to our graphs, it was $1,163. And I'll follow up with you later on this to verify, but he actually paid the city $4,372 in that roadway Zone D. So impact fees do make an impact on the cost of that house. Okay, I think we have to take a look at impact fees. There's got to be some type of formula that, whether Mr. Yancey's definition of 2,000 square feet down, something like that has to be in play, because I am convinced that impact fees are making a difference in our building community, okay, when it comes to selling of that home and making it affordable. However we define affordable, that's what I think. So, yeah, I look at it from a workforce perspective, and I think, we've talked about impact fees a month and a half ago. We're talking about affordable housing now. There's a direct correlation, I believe, between affordable housing and impact fees. So, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure exactly what our next step will be other than this discussion. Mr. Anthony said there was no action going to be taken tonight, so I think that's good. I think the dialogue has been fantastic. I've learned a tremendous amount, but I think it's something that we have to keep on our radar. We have a housing advisory committee. Let them do their work and see what they come back with.
And thank you, because that's consistent with Ms. McElhaney's comments that we may be getting a little out in front of them. I think they can gain something from listening to us too. Sure. It's a two-way street. Mr. Smith.
Yeah, Anthony, that was an awesome amount of information, and I printed out that slideshow so that I could refer to it in the future. It's got a lot of good information in it. And looking at this slide, the first ranked item, amend the UDO and allow for density and housing variety. I think we've already started making headway on that with the middle housing and the city initiated rezoning. So we're working on that, and on creating a process for expedited permit and reduced waivers, et cetera, impact fees in particular. I'm not convinced that that's the sole cause, but I'm open to seeing if we can use that as a tool. I think that there's something maybe worth looking at. I do know, if you go all the way back to slide 3 and look at the cities that, and what their impact fees are, down at the very end, Conroe and Bryan don't charge impact fees, and Conroe fairly recently had to do a building permit moratorium because they didn't have the infrastructure needed to let their developers continue to build. And it's because they didn't have the money to drill the well that they needed to provide. And it's like, there's a connection there too. I mean, if I have to choose between an impact fee or a building permit moratorium, which do I want to pick? I think the impact fee has a place in there, but also because it's there, it can be used to incentivize. We could do something with that, with those fees. Another item, just as I look at this, looking at rehabilitating existing housing stock in multifamily, I know we have apartment complexes that are aging, that are in need of rehab, and they are, I'm sure they're affordable housing, but they're not acceptable housing. I'd like to see us do something to make better use of some of our existing housing stock through rehab programs. And then I guess one last piece you talked about, are we talking about affordable housing for, who is it? And I think Texas A&M has to be part of solving the student housing issues. And, they're not the sole thing, but, there needs to be more affordable dorm space on campus. I think that would provide some relief on the impact in our housing stock here.
Thank you. Let me add a few more thoughts, Anthony, to take back to the committee. I think I have some general agreement with a lot of what I've heard, but one of the things that concerns me is with just the simple right end of that continuum, waiving fees based on a target, is how much of that, number one, will get passed on to the buyer, because the fee is paid for by the developer when they plat it, or in multifamily, I guess when a permit is built to build a multifamily property is where the fees are assessed. It's not clear to me, given the market forces, that all of that would necessarily get passed on to the buyer if there's a real strong demand for housing. But even if one assumes that a share of it, and let me just add, and I need to have a lunch with Mr. Lattimore, and if Chandler and I have had these conversations in the past, and I had a tutorial from a builder a few years ago with this spreadsheet, and I realized that you add fees on the front, just like you add labor and building materials on the front, it all gets margined up. And I've heard as much as 2 or 3 times the actual impact of the final price. Well, if you don't have impact fees, will they actually be able to reduce the price by the entire amount, including those margins? I wonder about that, and it really depends on the market forces at that time, supply and demand in the marketplace that day for those buyers and those sellers, what price they agree to, and whether or not the impact fee has been calculated or not is not necessarily going to be there. But I'm really thinking about second and third level. Are you willing to waive impact fees for investors that are buying homes that they're going to rent? I mean, if will they pass that rent savings on to the working class families or students or whoever it is? Or do you want to limit it to people who are qualified in some way, as one of Anthony's descriptions was, the home buyer assistance program, down payment assistance program, where somebody has to qualify in certain ways. And I don't want to go too far into this, but you can imagine how far you need to. I want to know that the home buyer is getting an advantage, getting the benefit of this. And ultimately, we're really interested in affecting the whole market going on. I mean, you buy a house and you flip it in 2 years, you save $10,000 on the first year. The person who's selling it, are they going to pass that $10,000 savings on to the next buyer? I can see smiles about that. Why would they? The market says it's worth something or another, and so they're not going to worry too much about it. They'll put that $10,000 in their pocket, and that'll be a better equity that they've built up in that 1 or 2 or 3 years. I don't know what the answer is. Do we want to have some kind of a restriction, like some of the deed restricted programs we have? You've got to apply for a homestead exemption, so that means investors can't do it. You got to qualify in some way, maybe based on income. I don't mind the waiving of fees for square foot size scoping. Maybe 2,000 is too much, but I'd like to see a little more added to that would guarantee that benefit gets passed on to the buyer and then the next buyer. And if you look at, and I don't advocate this for the whole city to get involved heavily in the buying and selling of houses, but we did buy a house not long ago. I checked on it the other day. It's just about ready to be rehabbed, and a contractor's going to rehab it. The city's going to then put it out in an RFP, but it has to be a qualified buyer through our home assistance program, which means they've got to meet the certain income requirements, and there'll be a deed restriction on that piece of property when it's sold. So you know that whatever gain in value, the first buyer gets part of it, but doesn't get all of it. So it still continued to be affordable. So if you really want affordable housing, you've got to have something that kind of carries it through. And so that's something I'd like to see at least debated and thought about as the group discusses items 1 and 2, which seem to be pretty popular with everybody up here. I would say that on impact fees, in response to Mr. Schaefer, and frankly, he's been on P&Z, but he got off P&Z before we discussed impact fees very much, I think. I don't think the law would allow us to tie income to impact fees. In other words, the value of the house you can't use that in terms of scaling the impact fees, other than you waive them or you waive part of them for smaller homes like we're talking about.
Yeah, I think, and again, without trying to seeing where council wants to go with it and how you want to get there, I think what you're going to end up with is, because the way impact fees are written, if you do some type of program, you can do it by area, which I know earlier was mentioned, like, is this student versus, non-student? And obviously that's not an exact science, but you can change impact fee collection rates by area if you want to do something there. So that element. When you're talking about some of the things, whether it's cost, which I think is more challenging, or square footage, whatever it is, what you're ultimately going to have to do is, if you want to reset that, is you would actually raise the collection rate up, so that people at certain levels are going to pay a higher collection rate. And then if you're through development agreements, cutting the same amount, if you were going to try to balance it out, which if you weren't trying to balance it out, you would basically use the same mechanism. You'd define whatever the characteristics were, and then you'd say, all right, you're going to enter into a development agreement with the city that would, because you can't change the actual impact fee.
Right.
You would then say, here's what we're going to do.
So you have to think about that.
That's the mechanism, kind of assuming council does something with this, you're going to use that mechanism no matter what. And then it is a matter of, like, what qualifications you're going to put in there? How are you going to, if you're going to try to ensure what pricing, or if it goes on homestead, all those kind of things. But the way you would balance out the revenue to the city, if you were trying to graduate it across, is you would actually have to raise the fee sum to compensate for what you were going to propose that you were going to discount, which again would be a projection. So that would just be, that's something you have to work out in the details of it. But ultimately, anything you do with impact fees, short of holistically, like you're going to change all of them in an area for everyone, if you're going to do it based on certain, you're going to have development agreements akin to what Brian did on kind of the flip side to try and incentivize that section. That's what they did.
And getting into development agreements gets us into a much more complex issue rather than just saying, we're going to waive, half the impact whatever the impact fee is on properties, buildings of less than 1,500 or 1,800 square feet. That's pretty simple. You wouldn't even need a development agreement on that, would you?
No, you would. I mean, the way, anything you do is going to have an agreement
Okay.
because
With each of the developers?
right, the way the state law is written,
With each of the developers?
right, or individual properties even. So the way state law is written is you have the maximum that you can assess, and then you can set a rate per the area, and you can do it by type, but that's kind of as tight as you can get. It doesn't allow for you to get down specifically. So then you would have to do that through an individual agreement.
The last point I would make is that I think I would pay a lot of attention to the fiscal impact on the city. Not that we can't redirect resources. That's what the council does all the time. But if there's I'd certainly expect any proposals brought forward to us by the Housing Action Plan Advisory Committee and staff would have some analysis of the fiscal impact on the city. If it's modest and is manageable, then I'm certainly committed to what I consider to be a public good goal of not just meeting our budget, but trying to do something to create more affordability for certain sizes and types of homes. So that's where I'm at on it, and I appreciate all of the thoughts and comments of others. Yes, you have one more comment?
I was so hung up on the impact fee portion of it. I think based on some of our recent experiences with no more than 4, I think it's incredibly important. Whatever changes we make are very binary and very clear to ascertain who qualifies, who doesn't.
Oh,
and
yeah.
be as objective as possible. And the other thing, I think density is very important, not just the size of these houses, but 0 lot line homes. Some of this create product that can get a lot of people into space efficiently.
One of the things you're reflecting there is that a big part of the cost is the cost of land. And I mean, we've worked on that some with smaller lot sizes, but maybe, and I don't know what the status of the legislation is, but there was one piece of legislation that was talking about doing away with essentially all lot size restrictions. And if that happens, you'll see some really interesting experiments, I guess. And it all goes towards what you say, density, and density is important as well. I think we have about exhausted this topic for tonight, and I know there's a lot of people out here wanting to talk about other issues. I frankly need about a 5-minute break. I don't know, does anybody else want one, or shall I just turn it over to the vice chairman? 5-minute break? Okay, we're gonna take a 5-minute break.
Can I just ask real quick, so are we ending this item? Because I want to make sure I'm clear.
We're ending this item because no decision was made, but we are, and to summarize, I think we are looking to staff and the action.
To take this to the committee with the
To
specific.
come back and refine some of those ideas that they've already identified that are in our housing action plan, and take what we've set up here as kind of some guidance of
Yeah,
putting some.
that's good. I
sideboards,
just
some
wanted to make
sideboards
sure
on.
that's what I heard before we
Yeah,
cut it
okay.
loose.
Thank you for
ju-
reminding me.
if-
5-minute recess, folks.
Your microphone's not on.
My microphone is on. I pushed the button, but they didn't push the button over there. Now it's on. There we go. Good. We're moving on to item 7.2 on the workshop agenda, which is presentation, discussion, possible action regarding a drainage maintenance update. Ms. Fisher.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Emily Fisher, Director of Public Works. Tonight, I'm going to give hopefully a brief presentation of an overview of Public Works Drainage Division, including discussion about some recent storms we've had, and specifically the Emerald Forest area, which we do have some Emerald Forest residents here tonight. So Public Works is responsible for maintaining the public drainage infrastructure for the city. This includes 133 miles of storm sewer, 43 miles of open channel are in the city. Now, we don't necessarily maintain every open channel, but an open channel is a creek, a man-made drainage ditch, swales, anything that has open conveyance of water through it. Some of these open channels in the city are located on private property, not within public easements, so we don't maintain those. But the open channels that are in public property, in drainage easements, we maintain in several different ways. We mow some portions of creeks, Bee Creek being one of them, between 2018 past Texas. We are constantly cleaning out ditches, unblocking culverts, several different things we do to maintain those channels. Slope stabilization is another thing. You'll see us putting rock along the slope of these open channels, various things. Just kind of that's a very brief summary of how we maintain them. Some of these channels, I just want to mention this because this comes up later. Some of these drainage ditches are smaller. They're tributaries to much larger waterways, and they are located just because of how the city developed. They're located in people's backyards. They're in between houses. Those, we try to maintain vegetative states for those, but they still are public drainage easements that we have access to. Oh, didn't mean to go so far. All right, just kind of an overview of the division. We have 19 full-time employees. A majority of those are equipment operators. Our budget's just under $2 million for this year, and the budget comes from the drainage maintenance portion of the drainage utility fund. So that fee that residents pay on their utility bill funds the drainage utility fund, which in turn funds our maintenance operations. This year's budget, we were given a service level adjustment for 2 additional full-time employees to complete a citywide assessment of our storm sewer system. We've got a camera that can get into all kinds of small spaces. We just didn't have the manpower to run that camera. We do now. We have an ongoing assessment where we're looking at every storm sewer in the city and grading it like we do our streets, and then coming up with plans to repair pipes that need to be repaired. And that's already happened. We'll be bringing a contract in a couple weeks for drainage repairs we've found through this assessment. We also fund capital projects out of the drainage utility fund. So these have been some culvert replacements you've seen going on. The Milliff Redmond, which is going on right now, University Oaks recently completed, and then Holloman Drive, that was an emergency repair where the culvert actually collapsed, was undermining Holloman Road, and we had to close the road, which many of y'all know, and quickly repair that pipe. But that all is coming out of that drainage maintenance fund and is something that Public Works is in charge of. All right, real quick, because we just have to show our really cool equipment. This is some of the equipment we use. These are always big hits at Citizens University. The Menzie Muck is on your left. That's a great tool to get into hard to reach spots, clean out silt, clean out dirt, unblock channels. On your right is a boom mower. We now have 2 of these, which is great. This allows us to basically mow in hard to reach areas. The boom can actually span the creek, so mow the other side while the machine's on one side. So really cool equipment, but very useful, very much needed. So overall, the goal of the drainage division, along with street maintenance, is to ensure the city's drainage system can safely move stormwater during normal rain events. That's what we're trying to work towards. However, as we've seen in the last couple of years, more intense rainfalls can quickly overwhelm our system and lead to some issues. So next, I've just got a collection of photos from the recent storms we've had this past May, and then the storms we had last year in April and May. Starting on your left, that's Greens Prairie and Reuter. That's a typical known issue we have with the creek overflowing. This Creek Meadows area. Typically, PD will help us close down these roads if we can't get out there to close them ourselves. Moving to the right of that up top, that is a picture from this past storm last month in Oaks Park. We had very, very intense rainfall in the Eastgate, Dominic University Oaks area. I went back and looked up the weather stations. I think there was like 11 inches over that weekend came down in that area alone. A lot of that area drains towards Wolfpen Creek, Oaks Park. So it goes through Oaks Park, doing what it should. That's how it should work. I just included it to show you just the massive amounts of water that come from these storms. Right below that, that was last year's May storm. That's right behind Public Works. In the distance is the old police station, which is ILT now. So never seen it that high. In my time being with the city for 12 years, I've been told that it has been higher, but that was the highest I'd ever seen it back there. Moving on to the right, the two pictures stacked on top of each other just kind of shows what can quickly happen during these events to culverts or the pipes that go under the roads. These are two instances. One is Foxfire. The top is Foxfire. The bottom is South Dowling. Pipe washes out beneath the road, starts undermining the road. The top picture, that is an actual hole in the asphalt. You could look down into where there used to be a pipe. It wasn't there anymore. So these things happen quickly. Through our assessment, we're trying to identify where these can be some of our problem areas and get ahead of those, but just kind of shows that a storm comes, we have to close down a road because now there's a giant hole in it. And then finally, on the far right-hand side, this is the April storm of last year. This is the Public Works facility. Got a lot of water in it. Again, acting like it should. A lot of the property back there is in the floodplain. And so the water went where it should. It just was very close and in some cases into our equipment. So as I mentioned, our system works great, normal rainfall, but when you have that really intense, meaning there is a large amount of rain falling in a short amount of time, that can very, very much overwhelm the system. And so our goal kind of shifts when that happens. We've got known areas where this happens more than others, and we respond by blocking roads. We make sure before storm systems are coming that those pipes in that area, those culverts are clear of debris. And then in some cases, we have barricades ready because we know the road is going to be shut down from the rainwater. Some of these areas include Associates Drive on Harvey Road. Munson near Harvey is also a big area. Pretty much anywhere along Tributary A of Bee Creek, which starts up in Southwood Valley, comes down and meets the main stem near Highway 6. All along that creek, we've have known issues when we get these heavy rains. And Emerald Forest is another place where we've had over the years some instances of the system getting very overwhelmed. These are some pictures. These are pictures we've taken, pictures sent in from residents, kind of showing what is just a piece of what's going on over there. On the left, those two are both of Appomattox, looking towards the bridge. Appomattox goes underwater pretty regularly. That's one place we know we need to go and block that road. In the very center there is the park. This was the last large storm. Right above that, going back to how I was talking about some of these open channels that are in drainage easements, sometimes are in backyards. There is a tributary of Bee Creek that runs along Rosewood in Emerald Forest. So I believe it's tributary too, but we just call it the Rosewood Channel. It's in a lot of people's backyards, and they have done wonderful things to improve their backyard to make it look beautiful. but it also has included improvements to this channel that are not permitted improvements. But it lately has been, these storms have caused, and for lots of reasons, it's old infrastructure. You can see the railroad ties used as a retaining wall, but there has been fences coming down due to the rain and other type damage. Some people have little bridges over this channel. Those have come down. So lots of, couldn't show all the pictures. And then right below that is a picture of a manhole on Bent Oak. It's actually a sanitary sewer manhole, so not storm. So they're separate systems. Storm sewer takes the water from the sky. Sanitary or wastewater sewer is what you flush, goes down the sink, everything. But when we do have intense rainfalls like this, that's just from infiltration, other things along the system, the sanitary system, stormwater does get into it, can overload the system. In this case, the manhole lid is not secured down, and it pops up, and wastewater comes out. If it's over a certain amount, it has to be reported to TCEQ. And I wanted to include this because I know this is a big concern of the residents, but we do have a solution for it, which I will get to in a second. All right. So again, talking about Emerald Forest specifically, but these rains have shown a lot of issues in other parts of town, which we are working towards. Like I said, you'll see a contract in a couple of weeks for some of those repairs. Anyone can always reach out to us with concerns they see in their neighborhood. Seek, Look, Fix website, call us. But Emerald Forest did approach us. We've been working with them for about over a year now. So kind of focusing in on them. And plus we've got residents here signed up to speak. So what's going on in Emerald Forest? This is, excuse me. Looking down, Appomattox is the road. You see there right in the middle running up and down. And this is Bee Creek. Most of Emerald Forest drains in some fashion to Bee Creek, either through storm sewer, in some cases, mostly the road, these tributaries that I showed you, all going towards Bee Creek. What's shown in dark blue is the floodway of Bee Creek. So that's the most heavily regulated part of the floodplain. That's where you can't have any obstructions or it raises that base flood elevation too much. So you got to keep it clear. The light blue outside of that is just the floodplain, but what this shows is kind of where the water goes during those heavy rainfalls. In the middle there, right in the center is the city Emerald Forest Park, and then right below that is the Emerald Forest Clubhouse and pool. So the floodplain does encroach in several spots in Emerald Forest. This was how the subdivision was developed 40 plus years ago. Standards were different, just things were different, and this is how the subdivision, I mean, you can look at these plats and it shows the 100-year floodplain on the plats over lots. So not anything new. This slide was pulled from a presentation that was given to council in 2017. So so moving on, what are we doing from here? This presentation was more focused on drainage maintenance. So the next slide, I'm going to propose some solutions to you, but I just kind of wanted to show you what the floodplain looked like. Anything we do maintenance-wise is not going to change what this map looks like. That's something completely different. But I think we can do some things to maybe help those intense storms get that water flowing freely through Emerald Forest. So What we're proposing is clearing portions of the creek close to the Appomattox Bridge area. The creek is not owned by the city. It's on private land. We do not have an easement over it. Luckily, the landowners are very easy to work with, and we have been working with them. They've allowed us to, on the property, to walk the creek several times. And we've already met with them to start conversations on what this would look like if we were to perform some maintenance, to clear some portions. We don't want to go in and clear cut all of Bee Creek through there. I think what we can do is around the park, closer to Appomattox, is there's definitely some blockages there, some trees that have been downed. We can get those out of the way, clean that up, working with the landowners on access and what that looks like for future maintenance. When you get your proposed budget next month, you will see in the Drainage Maintenance Fund that we have budgeted funds to do this work on Bee Creek. There will be some funds in there to pay for some of these other improvements we're seeing through this assessment, but then there will be funds for work on Bee Creek as well. Water Services is in the process of raising that manhole on Bent Oak and securing that lid. I believe they've got bids, so that should be complete this month. And then finally, we do need to address what's going on in that tributary along Rosewood, because there's been a lot of improvements along there that are not permitted. And while one improvement might not seem like it's impacting much, all of these improvements together can make a big impact. So we need to work with those residents on permitting what they have in their backyards or removing it, because it's clear that something's happening there that needs to be addressed. And this isn't just Rosewood. There's lots of instances in the city where drainage ditches just have been, the way the subdivision was developed, are in hard to reach areas, and people do improvements to them. So it's something we need to look at citywide as well. So really, this presentation was just informative, let you ask questions about drainage maintenance, about Bee Creek, but we do have residents here to speak. And that really concludes my presentation. I can answer any questions.
Mr. Yancey.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Fisher. Can you go back to your map of Emerald Forest and show me where the pool is?
Sure. It is in this area. This is a city park, and this is the Emerald Forest HOA property.
A retired employee who speaks very highly of everybody, no axe to grind, was telling me that he believes the key to fixing this area is right next to the pool. Is that what you were just alluding to with downed trees and obstructions?
Yes, I think that's part of it. So Bee Creek does some weird things back there. There's a main stem of Bee Creek that is now kind of a minor stem, and the creek has kind of moved to where a diversion channel was built several years ago. So there's multiple areas there, but yes, that is one area we're looking at to see if we can clear out trees, any blockages.
And it's not gonna, you're gonna have money in the budget, and if we approve it, you're gonna address that area. And I assume more than just mowing, you are actually gonna shape the area and dig it out a little bit, or?
No, it's a clearing operation. And again, we're going to work with the landowners on exactly, because we don't want to take away the vegetative state of that area. So this would not be like a clear cut or something that would be like you saw what we did on Bee Creek several years ago. Not like that, more of removing trees and blockages in the actual channel.
And do we have assurances or a general sense of when if that's approved and when we get it cleaned up, that we're not just going to push the problem down the line where higher volumes might accumulate Is that just how this works? Water does crazy things and you just have to look and adjust?
No, that's correct. Water does do crazy things. And you're correct in that you always need to be aware of what you're doing, how that can affect downstream and upstream as well. So we're not doing anything to change the structure of the creek or the capacity of the creek, just clearing it out. So theoretically should not be issues downstream. Luckily, this is the very end of Bee Creek. It's where it comes into Carter's Creek. There's open area down there. So it shouldn't affect the downstream. Again, water does crazy things. We've seen things out here that we haven't seen before. So, but we're not intending to change anything downstream.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Schaefer?
Thanks a lot for this, Emily. I think one of the things that strikes me about this, you mentioned that the landowners here, well, first of all, you mentioned that it's private.
Yeah.
And that's a little bit of a concern. I don't know how much system-wide is a concern because it doesn't give us the opportunity to just do as we might think we need to do, what you're saying here in some of these channels. Is that something that we should be addressing potentially as overlays or something that would give us the right to go in and protect public safety and health by being sure that these channels are kept clear? Because that seems like a real problem to me. If we don't have, maybe you've got a willing landowner here, maybe you don't some other place, and that threatens people's safety.
Correct. So there is a mechanism for that would be to acquire a drainage easement from the landowner so that we could access the creek. I mean, that's, something we would need to discuss for landowner. There are financial implications to that as well. So I think that's something we can discuss, but not in the,
Right.
That's not part of this plan right now, but I think that's something that can definitely be.
Understood as not part of this, but I do think it's really a kind of an underlying piece here in terms of the way the city maintains important infrastructure. Thanks.
I think that is partly answered. In a lot of cases in the city owns the drainage way. I'm on the upper part of Bee Creek, and it's very clear that they own the creek, and there's a pretty good size easement across the back for a lot of sewer lines and all kinds of other stuff. So the city owns that land. And so when they did the stream restoration up in that area in the late 90s, early 2000s, they had the rights to come in and do anything they needed to in that creek according to the Corps of Engineers permit to kind of help ease that up there. A question beyond that, I think from about this area out to where Bee Creek winds up meeting with Carter Creek, the slope is pretty gradual, which means the water's not moving fast and it wants to spread.
Yes.
And so it's important to have a wide floodway and a wide floodplain that simply absorbs some of that, because there's no way you can dig a channel. Otherwise, well, you'll just have Carter Creek backing up even further into that floodplain down there. So there's some really interesting historical anomalies you got to deal with here. I credit the citizens for focusing on this and the staff for working with them to try to deal with some of them. But as you said, the floodway is going to still be exactly the way it is. I mean, pretty much. Other questions before we go to the speakers?
Emily, very nice presentation. Am I reading this right? Where if you look at the number 9 and the number 8, the lots that are below those that are in the light blue, are those lots flooded whenever those rainwaters come?
So I don't know specifically about structure flooding for those lots. Lots are in the floodplain, so they could be during that storm. Yeah.
That's a 100-year flood line, right?
Yes.
Oh, that's the 100-year
Yeah.
flood line there.
Yes.
Thank you.
I will tell you, looking at some of like the pictures and things, which again, a lot drainage there is some judgment in all of this when you talk about the intensity of the storms and all these type of things. When you look at some of the pictures and you go back and compare those pictures to the houses specifically, you will see where the floodplain line basically goes right up to where the house is. So like what you're seeing in the pictures is actually really what is shown to happen, to depict. Just because it hasn't happened in the past, like from a calculation standpoint, doesn't mean that it's going to. So I think one of the things we're looking at here is you're trying to do everything you can to get it to behave the way that it should or is beneficial. But a lot of the systems, even though they are look differently now, are still actually functioning. It's just a difference in the way that they look because of the intensity of the rainfall. And I think what we think is because whatever channel you have, whatever cross section now has stuff in it that's not letting that channel work. And so if all of this didn't work to whatever degree that we thought it would, then you're looking at a bigger thing, which is what are we going to do to that channel? That requires a whole lot of study and permitting, and then looking at what it does up and down the creek, which is more like what if someone comes in to develop a project, what they have to do. They have to show like, what's my impact to all this going to be? But if you can look right here, anywhere you see the floodway so close to the floodplain tells you how much water is going through what is really a very constrained corridor with houses on both sides. So it's, again, not something we would be looking at this very differently nowadays if we were seeing a development in this area.
So what you're doing here is really a kind of intense drainage maintenance that's retroactive, been needed for a while, but you're not doing anything that would trigger a Corps of Engineers flag or anything in terms of actually moving dirt or changing the channels, because that triggers a whole watershed study.
Yes.
Any other questions before I hear the speakers? Well, why don't we proceed to that then? I have 3 people signed up to speak. In order, I have them here, Mr. Higdon, David Higdon, and be followed by Luke Altendorf. And then Cheryl Wink will bring up the conclusion of the 3. Mr. Higdon, thank you for your service on planning and zoning, and before that, Parks Board.
Well, and I was just going to take a time as a citizen to thank all of you for the time that you spent on our benefit. It's nice to talk to a city council where you know everybody that is sitting on the city council has the best interest of the city at heart. So thank you. I'm really, in consideration of the time, I really have 2 messages to the city council. First of all, I think in July of 17th of last year, we had 70 of our residents that were affected by the storms, the 2 major storms that we had in May of last year. And it would have been very easy for the city staff to basically listen to the complaints and kick the can down the road. And what I wanted to take a public opportunity is to thank not only the staff in general, Brian and his staff, but particularly Emily Fisher. Emily has taken ownership of this. When we asked the question, when I asked the question about, well, who do we contact? Who do we deal with? Who's gonna follow up with that? She didn't hesitate to say, I'll do that. And she has done that over the last year. So I want to encourage the work that she has done has been based on the feedback that she has gotten from our residents. It is an excellent start to what has been an ongoing and growing problem that I would like to position as something that affects the whole city. Because I'm not sure, I don't know the exact topography of that floodplain. But my guess is it's probably one of the lowest areas in the city of College Station, is that area between the St. Joseph Orthopedic and the what we used to call the old Elms Dental Clinic. That area right there has got to be probably one of the lowest. And so anything that we can do as a city, anything that we can do as a citizens to help that water flow through and get to Carter Creek and onto the Navasota River is going to benefit the overall flood program. And so just to I guess punctuate that is that Carol Cotter and her team are applying for grants to look at our drainage system. I can only speak for the fact that our drainage system was developed over 40 years ago. There's been a lot of changes. We have a lot more building. We have a lot more concrete around Emerald Forest than there was when it was farmland 45 years ago. And so what we want to offer is part of, well, as the homeowners association board and our residents, is we want to actively participate and not just complaining, but also finding solutions. We have some ideas on some solutions, on some problems that are getting, what's feeding that drainage ditch? What's water coming off of Sebesta? And so what's causing.
Thank you very much. Mr. Altendorf, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Luke Altendorf. I'm also representing the Emily Forest, the Emory.
Is she taking over the HOA now?
Taking it on now. Okay.
Hey, start the clock over again, please.
All right, that's right. The Emerald Forest Home. I want to thank the city manager and his staff that has worked with us for the last year. We've had several meetings with the staff to talk about this situation. And they've listened to our concerns about the flooding in the neighborhood and throughout the city. Heavy rains frequently overwhelm Bee Creek, and as some of you have seen, it shows that we're kind of the end before it merges into a field and merges with Carter Creek. And right now, it gets clogged up at the end, and anything that we can do that can work with the landowner to clean a pathway is going to prevent some more of the flooding. And the flooding floods back up even to King Cole Drive, where the public workshops are, and some of that's really building up high back there. So the quicker we can clear some of the debris that's in the creek area and make it run through quicker, it's going to be better for everybody in the city. We've also made some progress in working with the Parks Department. They came in and cleaned up the park a bit, and during that time, we worked with university students and cleared debris out of the park, but we also went into the creek and cleared some debris that had been clogging the creek and brought it up and to the curb, and the city picked that up, and we're grateful for that. We also know that in the past, and I think, Mayor, you mentioned it about the work that had been done down by the high school and some of that. We'd love to see that continue on through the neighborhood. Not sure that it can, but something like that would really cause the water to go through much quicker. We appreciate you all supporting the funding for this project. It's really some of the major things that I think there's overgrowth and removal of damaged concrete in the causeway in Bee Creek through Emerald Forest, like past the bridge. We also asked for repairs. There's a retention pond that's in that area that I think is owned by the city up in that area that is not holding water anymore. So that needs to probably be looked at and to see can that also be put into the system to help slow things down or speed things up. This is something that we appreciate your all support on that. We continue to work with the city and want to make sure that this effort not just impacts and helps our neighborhood, but all citizens in the city where the water's flowing our way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Altendorf. Cheryl Wenk. Wenk, is that correct? I apologize if I've mispronounced it. We did get your presentation last evening. I think we all got the email with your photos, so I hope, I know you've only got 3 minutes, so the photos we've looked at.
Is it starting now?
Well, just as soon as you start talking, yes. Go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, you're going to just stay?
Right. So anyway, my name is Cheryl Wink, 8703 Chippendale. And I just wanted to give you, from the pictures that I showed you, you see the massive flooding at Bee Creek. Bee Creek is a very important creek, and I know y'all all know that. It drains a good portion of College Station, A&M west of Highway 6 to almost Rock Prairie, having 3 arms that converge. Arm 1 and 2 converge right before Bee Creek Park. Arm 3 converges with Arm 1 and 2 right after you pass under Highway 6 on the east side, right by that oral dentist surgery place. So anyway, there have been 2 capital projects on Bee Creek in the past 10 to 15 years. And can you tell me how I can click this? Let's see here. I'm sorry. Okay, here we can go to the very end. Here we go. All right, so here we go. There's a Capital Project 1, Bee Creek passing 2818. Capital Project 2, this is Bee Creek at Southwood Drive. Capital Project, same Capital Project, 1 or 2, I don't know. But this is Bee Creek at by Domino's and Aggieland Cyclery. Same, Domino's, Aggieland Cyclery. You can see that it's mowed relatively, no trees, okay? Here is the old police station and Public Works Department. You can see, same thing. We can all see the importance of keeping this creek clear, right? And so here is Dartmouth Beat Creek. You can see there's been work done recently. All these pictures actually taken today. And the other side of Dartmouth, Bee Creek. So what I'm getting at is there have been capital projects done on Bee Creek. We need a capital project. Okay. When we moved to Emerald Forest, that whole creek bed and the floodway was mowed. There was no trees. And about 6-7 years after we were living there, this is in 2006, 6-7 years after we were living there, all of a sudden we start seeing it's not being maintained anymore. And we were really kind of getting worried. We started seeing some of the effects of it, the park flooding more often. And let's see. Oh. Okay, so no longer maintained. And in these years, our HOA members had many, many meetings and discussions with the city and presentations with the city. We circulated a petition in our neighborhood. 80% of the people signed it in our neighborhood. We presented it at city council and nothing happened. You know, life goes on. And then we had another 8 years ago, our HOA president. We had more meetings with the city, presentations at the municipal building. This might be what Emily is talking about from 2017, where we are making presentations and the city actually removed about 9 feet of silt from underneath Appomattox Bridge.
No, please turn it back up, but please wrap up.
I'm
We've
going
heard
to
from
hurry.
those two other
I'm going to
citizens.
hurry. So in that, we were supposed to actually get easement with the city to clear some of the floodway of Emerald Parkway. That never happened. And so what I'm just asking is, I'm actually pleading and I'm actually begging. This is my 3rd time around to try to have something done with this creek that is actually starting to have flooding that's never happened before. And I'm actually begging to please do something with this. Please. This is the time when we actually need this.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Fisher? Any further comments? It sounds to me like you have begun to implement a plan to address the issues that you pointed out earlier and the speakers have also pointed out. I appreciate the efforts made to date. Any further comments to give
Yeah.
staff direction or?
Sure.
Let me start at this end and we'll work this way.
It's a great presentation from all parties. I appreciate the information. That's good stuff. And I know I've walked those creeks myself and they're not, there's a lot of problems. And on the main channel of Bee Creek, I wish we had an easement there. And you would think that property owner would be glad to let somebody take on that maintenance duty, but I don't know what the holdup is there.
But if they want me to talk, I will.
So the landowners are here. and
Okay.
Can speak if you.
I would just say
like
I can only speak from my experience with this, but they've been very willing to work with us. And so I think
The landowners changed
Yes.
in the channel in the last 5 or 10 years. And I think that's one of the things Mr.
That
Gentry
would
would talk
probably
about.
help because I know we tried.
When you were public works director, it was a different
It was a
landowner.
different landowner and we tried to get an easement and it just wasn't going to happen.
Mhm.
And I know, I mean, you're taking on a major maintenance headache, but it's really the only solution out there. So, whatever we can do, I'd encourage us to do it.
Mr. White?
Emily, thank you so much. I want to commend you and your staff for working with Emerald Forest and the residents there. It's very, very exciting to hear them come and praise you and praise what the city is doing. So thank you so much for working with them.
Ms. McElhaney?
I think y'all probably found the absolute best person in the city to talk about the flooding. So, is your public works facility floated off?
Not yet. It's still there.
You have similar pictures when it rains.
Yes, yeah.
Right outside your office. Absolutely. I'm glad to hear this coming forward. Glad to hear we've got a planned solution. If it doesn't work, I trust you'll be back, Ms. Wink.
Mr. Yancey?
Emily, if what you've proposed for the Emily Forest fix, if this doesn't work, what's plan B? Is it what my esteemed colleague, Mr. Smith said?
It could be that pursuing or looking at a bigger flood study of the area, enlisting some experts to help us with some options. But I do want to try this first before going, that far, but that could be a next step.
I would just add, and obviously, maybe it's a little weird that this, like presenting this, and it's going to be in the budget, which is when you guys will actually act on it. And talking with these folks, I kind of told them we'll do one or the other, and we had a drainage item on here, so it kind of makes sense to propose it to you. One of the reasons we proposed it in the budget, which again, we'll talk about that more during the budget, is because of the kind of initial cost and then what the ongoing is. If you go beyond this, if this doesn't solve it, then it starts to become not only intense from a study perspective, but very intense from a capital project cost perspective. So it will be a much bigger decision about the impact of this, because of the cost of the project. So all these things get done, and we don't see the end result that we want. And I would say this is true of our whole drainage system. The next step is likely a pretty significant step.
Mr. Shaver?
No, I would just say, yeah, thanks again, Emily. I do think it's, as well as anybody here that these watersheds are very connected pieces, and it has to do a lot with what's going on upstream too. And so I'll come back, and I appreciate that Mr. Gentry and the landowners are willing to work with you. I get back to this idea of some kind of policy, because if we have, I don't know where else this is going on in the city where it's privately owned, but we ought to have the right to go in and make sure these places are maintained. The other thing I would add is that upstream, we had an item on our consent agenda about the trunk line. And I think, Jennifer was here just in case, but there's a tremendous study going on with that trunk line that's coming behind Crystal Plaza, and that's upstream of this area. And I guess I wonder if as that happens with the new sewer line there, if there are some things that can be done, because that's a pretty big tributary that flows into this area. Are there some things we can do to manage that input better? I don't know. That may be a whole different issue since it's trunk line, but these are really connected systems that I guess part of the argument I would make is that upstream, because the city does own it behind where John lives, that's part of what's contributed to downstream now, because you all have maintained, as Cheryl pointed out, this is something that's connected. So, you're getting, anyway, you get the point.
Yes, and I did a quick point on that. So in 1994, as many of y'all remember, it flooded. There was 15 inches of rain in a 24-hour period. From that is where the Bee Creek project started. That didn't complete till, I think the final completion on those Bee Creek combined projects was 2012. That's how, when you start getting into permitting with the Corps, moving dirt around, that's how long it takes. So it's a very long process. So I'm trying to do what we can quickly to help the issue.
And I think the last phase of that was when FEMA finally approved the LOMR, what do they call that? The map revision that finally took the floodplain out of my backyard and back into the creek.
Yes.
Which helped me from a insurance point of view, for sure. Mr. Smith had a comment to make.
One last thought. I know as I look at the floodplain going downstream from Appomattox, it is you're beginning to be affected by the backwater from Carter Creek, and making that creek bigger isn't going to change the water elevation at all. And sometimes nature just needs the space that she needs. And sometimes that's the solution. But clearing the debris is going to make it so that all but that most enormous storm will move on through. And so I think that that's still worth looking at.
I just want to make a larger point too about drainage here, because we did talk about development in a way. We have development standards for a reason. Sometimes there's pushback on this, like detention is not something that happened all, forever. The reason you have detention is for these, or the reason we do flood modeling is for these types of things. And we are absolutely seeing more intense rainfalls than we had. So when you look at the way we ask people to calculate drainage and what facilities they have to put in, and when we do projects, what they have to look at, the intensity of rainfall is going up. And I mean, anybody who's lived in this town for the last 2 years has seen a few rainfalls that it didn't rain for 2 or 3 days at a time, but the intensity was so up there that it overwhelmed systems. There was a river down Texas Avenue a few weeks ago. So I just think it's important for people to know we are taking that into account too. And when we look at our drainage standards and things, those are things that we ask people to look at and design to. So that's another part of it, is trying to make sure that anything we bring in doesn't exacerbate existing situations.
Okay, if you need any, I think what we're concurring with is that you got a plan in place, you're working on plan A. Hopefully that really does a good job of reducing it. I did want to recognize Mr. Gentry sitting back here. He's not signed up to speak, but you are the major property owner. Do you have any short comments to add? I don't want to ignore you, and I want to thank you for working with the city.
Thank you, Mayor. Mike Gentry. I live in Emerald Forest, have since 1991. And we have actually granted the city, and Lee J. Ball is the other property owner, one of my neighbors. We have actually granted the city easements around the bridge, and have talked to Emily and the staff about expanding that easement as necessary to help clean it up. So we're not an impediment, and very much trying to help. So many accolades for Emily. She's done a great job. So.
Well, they renamed their whole subdivision after you.
Yeah.
So.
First of all, we all love Emily, but also do want to recognize Anthony and Carol, who both put a lot of time into everything too.
Right.
And the Parks Department did clear out a lot of debris back in the spring, so I can't leave them out because they did a tremendous job of cleaning out some of the area.
Sounds like a problem that you're working on. You're going to make some improvements, but I suspect we'll be working on this for a long time, like all drainage issues in the city. Thank you very much. We are still in the workshop, if you can believe that. We have one more workshop presentation, which is, I'd like to move it to another night, but since we're all here and it needs to be presented, I hope the council members all reviewed it in your packet so that Ms. Fisher can proceed quickly through it. But it's important recommendations at the end of that we need to be aware of. So please proceed, Ms. Fisher.
Okay, thank you again, Emily Fisher, Public Works Director. So now we're going to switch to solid waste. Everybody likes talking trash, so I'm actually not going to be giving this presentation. Scott Pasternak with Burns and McDonald, he's on this side, will be giving it, but I also have Pete Kaler, Assistant Director of Public Works, and Caroline Osk, who's our Solid Waste Division Director, here for any questions, and I will turn it over.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, and thank you very much. Again, Scott Pasternak with Burns and McDonnell. I'm also joined by Allison Acarias, who will also be presenting a part of the presentation this evening. So understanding that the evening is getting a little late, we'll try to go through this as quickly as we can, but definitely want to make sure that you all have a chance to ask us any questions that you have as well. Here's our agenda that we'll go through, starting with our methodology, cost of service. Allison is then going to walk through the financial analysis for each of the services that are provided, and then to close up with the discussion of the rate recommendations and then some discussion on program expansion. This is a workshop setting, so you're not being asked to approve any rates tonight, but this is for informational purposes. These are pictures that give you a sense of the types of services that are provided. So just real quickly from left to right, when we talk about single family residential, those are the carts that are picked up with the automated side loaders. Dumpsters are used in the middle to provide both multifamily residential services as well as commercial. Those are both picked up by commercial front load trucks. And over on the right-hand side are roll-off vehicles that are typically used to pick up construction and demolition materials. The methodology that we utilize for this study is consistent with not only the prior cost of service studies that our firm has completed for the city of College Station, but also other solid waste cost of service studies that we do for cities across the state of Texas and the United States. So this is all information that was included as a part of our report. But just briefly, we've had very extensive collaboration working with city staff as far as the initiation and data collection phase. What we're mainly going to talk about tonight are the cost of service and rate design steps. The next slide is going to highlight the cost of service, but after we calculated what the cost of service, have also focused on evaluating which of your services are sufficiently recovering the cost of service and what are cases where you need to look at rate increases that we'll be talking to you about tonight. And the whole idea of the rate recommendations is to make sure that you have rates in place that are adequate to support the city's operations for multiple years into the future. In terms of a little bit more detail on how we go about our methodology for the cost of service, it starts with figuring out what are your gross revenue requirements, which is oftentimes the city budget, and looking at that over multiple years to understand trends, any abnormalities, so that we can set and make any adjustments to that, so that we come out with what we call a test year revenue requirement, because that serves as the foundation for the financial analysis where we then allocate the costs to each of these cost centers that are in the middle blue on this slide. And then after we do that, we then allocate all of those costs to your customer classes, which are the rate categories of your customers. An important consideration for you all to keep in mind is how costs have been changing over the last several years. When the city adopted rates in 2019, the city council made a decision that you would index your rates based on the CPI that is specific to the CPIU, which is defined as the average change in the price of basket of goods purchased by American consumers. So we're all have become pretty familiar with CPI over the last few years and inflation, right? So that's kind of the most typical way in which inflation is tracked. But the Bureau of Labor Statistics also tracks other forms of inflation, and there is one that is specific to the solid waste industry, which is known as the Garbage and Trash Index. And we wanted to point this out because that index has increased at a higher rate of inflation over the last several years, and those specific numbers are shown at the bottom of this slide. So on a cumulative basis, over the last roughly 6 years, the CPIU has gone up about 27.5%, whereas the CPI for the solid waste industry has gone up almost 34%. So what that means is that while the city has put in place rate increases over the last several years, they just have not been able to keep up with the cost of the solid waste industry. And a lot of that are about 75% of the city's costs within its solid waste operations are for people and for trucks. And those are costs that have risen at a very significant rate relative to regular inflation over the last several years. And so this is a slide that we're going to show to you all multiple times tonight. So this you'll see this later when we specifically talk about the rate recommendations, but we wanted to show it here as well to provide the context that ultimately what we're proposing is, instead of continuing to index your rates just based on the CPIU, to transition that to being based on the CPI for the Garbage and Trash Index. And there is a need to have an additional catch-up for your single-family, multifamily, and roll-off customers, and Allison will walk us through that in a little bit more detail for fiscal year 2026. Your commercial rates for those front-load customers for 26, there we're recommending that your rates just be based on the CPI for garbage and trash, whereas the others in 2026 would have that additional 5% plus the garbage and trash index. But after you do that, based on our projections for the years 27, 28, and 29, at that point, you should be able to revert back to just a CPI based on the garbage and trash index. So in terms of the cost of service, this is a understanding of what your net revenue is by customer class. So this takes into account all of your expenses as well as the revenue that's coming in. And so anything that is above zero means that you are making money, excess revenue, and then anything that's below zero means that you're not recovering your cost of service. So the good news is that as shown in the darker black, that's your commercial front load service. So that is over recovering about $2.7 million per year. And so that's providing a financial benefit that I'll show on the next slide, because you do have an under recovery going from left to right of about $2.2 million for single family residential, multifamily, about $900,000 under recovery. Your commercial carts, about $160,000, and then roll off about $577,000. But by having that over recovery for commercial, what that allows the city to do is to, of course, fully fund your commercial front load, but then there is that $2.7 million that's essentially left over that then can be used to help fund costs for your other programs. So that provides about 33% of the funding for single family, and then so forth and so on for your other categories. So that gives us a basis for now getting into each of the individual categories. So I'm going to turn things over to Allison, and she's going to walk us through the cost of service, benchmarking, and then specific rate recommendations for these categories.
Great. Thank you, Scott. So in each of these different categories, again, we'll be going through the cost of service as well as the benchmarking exercise, and then looking at how the proposed rate would compare to the benchmark cities as well. And so first, we'll look at the cost of service for the single family households. So we first determined the total single family cost of service, which is about $9.6 million in the year fiscal year 2026. And then we divided that by the projected number of households to get a projected single family cost per household of about $29.75. Now, this is about $9.50 more than the current rate of 2025. When you compare that rate to other cities in Texas and also Lawrence, Kansas, which is another large college town, it's a very competitive rate and is on the lower end of all these rates. So you can see the only two cities that have a lower rate than the city is Conroe, Texas, and Bryan, Texas. But it's important to note that all of the cities except for Bryan include recycling services in these rates as well. And so our proposed rate for 2026 is $22.94. And again, that's a 5% increase from 2025. And we also assume that CPI garbage and trash is about 5%. So that's about a 10% increase in 2026. But when you look at that proposed rate of $22.95, that still remains a pretty competitive rate. Whereas, the only additional city that then would be below the city's rate is Waco, Texas. So now we'll move on to multifamily residential. And again, the total multifamily cost of service was determined to be about $2.2 million in 2026. And when you divide that by the projected number of households, because the households are charged per unit, you get a multifamily cost per household of about $16.10, which again is higher than the current rate of $9.25. When you compare that to the benchmark cities that also provide separate multifamily service or charge separate multifamily rates from commercial rates, the city has the lowest multifamily rates. I'd also like to point out here that recycling is not included in any of these rates.
So when you have a multifamily rate, is that assessed per unit?
Correct. Yeah, and sometimes the complex will be charged with commercial rates, so based on the size of their dumpster. And so then when we look at the proposed multifamily rate, that would very similarly to the single family be about a 10% increase from fiscal year 2025. And so that proposed multifamily rate would be $10.48. And again, it would remain very competitive and the lowest of the benchmark cities.
Could I just ask, so you're proposing this rate based on the cost study, correct?
Correct.
So even with this increase, something we're doing in this area keeps us very cost competitive compared to some of these other cities, or unless other cities are subsidizing other operations with this particular category. Is that
Correct.
sort of the message?
Yeah, ultimately, your over recovery from commercial is really what's helping to keep these rates low.
Okay, thank you.
And so now, on that note, we'll move on to commercial front load. And so commercial front load rates are very complex. They're based on the size of the container as well as the frequency of collection. And so we're not going to directly show you the difference between the cost of service and the actual rates charged because there's so many. But you can see here the cost per collection was determined to be about $15.85. The disposal cost per cubic yard is about 48 cents. And again, that's multiplied out based on the size of the container as well as the frequency of collection. But the biggest takeaway from this is that the city is over recovering the cost of providing commercial services. However, you can see here that despite the city over recovering, the commercial dumpster rate is still pretty competitive. So to really compare the commercial dumpster rates to benchmark cities, we looked at the pricing for all of the different dumpster sizes and the frequency of collection, and divided all of the city's rates by the current billing units of the city. So however many dumpsters and at what frequency the city currently services. And by doing that, and then we took the average of all of that. And by doing that, we were able to get the average commercial dumpster rates per cubic yard. And so this is what you see here. And so when we look at it on a cubic yard basis, while the city is pretty in line with other cities in Texas, it is quite a bit lower than the city of Lawrence, Kansas. And again, this is a little bit different from the single family and multifamily proposed rates because due to the over recovery of the commercial rates, we're not recommending that an additional 5% increase is made in fiscal year 2026. We're just recommending that it's adjusted based on the CPI garbage and trash index. So that would be about a 5% increase in fiscal year 2026. And so that the average rate per cubic yard would be about $6.49 instead of that $6 in 2025. So now we'll move on to roll-off service. In total, the cost of service again is about $974,000 in fiscal year 2026. Divide that by the pulls per year, that's about $442 per pull. And you can see here, when you compare that to the current rates, in total, if you add the service per load fee, the delivery fee, and a daily rental fee for 1 day, that's about, it's significantly less, about $150 less than the total cost per pull. So we also, again, conducted some comprehensive benchmarking for roll-off rates. And the city's delivery fee is much lower than the benchmark cities. And the only city with a lower service per load fee and a lower daily rental fee is the city of Lawrence, Kansas. And similarly to the single family and multifamily rates, we are recommending a 5% increase plus the additional index to the CPI garbage and trash. So a combined total of about a 10% increase in fiscal year 2026. And again, the delivery fee would still remain the lowest compared to the benchmark cities. And the service per load fee and daily rental fee would only be higher than the city of Lawrence, Kansas. And so now we'll move on again to the rate recommendations. And again, just to summarize, single family, multifamily, and roll-off services, we propose a rate increase of about 10% when you look at adjusting or indexing the rate to the garbage and trash index, plus an additional 5% adjustment, and then indexing those rates to the garbage and trash index every year after. And for commercial services, we would only recommend that the rate be indexed to the garbage and trash index and not do an additional increase in the rate. And you can see here what the impact would be versus the net revenue from the current rates. So while they might look similar, I think it's important to note that you can see that the commercial net revenue would increase about $250,000 or $225,000, whereas the single family net revenue would increase by about $700,000. So really, it's helping to improve the equity of all the rates. And so we'd also like to talk about a potential program expansion. And that really has to do with brush and bulky item collection for multifamily and commercial properties. So currently the city offers roll-off services, but not brush and bulky item collections for multifamily and commercial properties. And this is especially an issue during peak demand periods, which are really move in and move out for students. And so you can see a photo here. This is taken from a multifamily complex where residents set out a bunch of bulk items next to the dumpster, and ultimately it's going to be it should be the complex who is trying to figure out how to get that material collected, but ultimately it falls on the city to figure out what to do with that and determine what illegal dumping occurred. And so we conducted an analysis in which we first determined a base case, which we determined the cost of a truck, as well as an estimated number of tons of brush and bulk that would be collected. And then we looked at what it would cost for the city to operate on-call pickup, weekly pickup, bi-weekly pickup, or monthly pickup for both multifamily and commercial properties. And so you can see here, it would cost varying amounts and also require multiple different lengths of routes and multiple routes. But again, the issue that the Public Works Department is really having is during those peak demand periods. So if the city incurred the initial costs of buying the trucks and hiring additional workers, there might be some lag throughout the rest of the year when these brush and bulk services might not be needed in other parts of the year. And for commercial, it would also be kind of more difficult to plan when these brush and bulk collections would really be needed. And so we also looked at the cost of contracting out private sector collection during peak demand periods, so about 8 weeks, and either operating just one route or 2 routes. And so this slide then compares that private sector collection, again, either just operating one route for 8 weeks or 2 routes for 8 weeks, probably 4 weeks during the spring, 4 weeks during the fall, versus city operated collection and doing monthly service. And that kind of falls right in the middle of those 2 different private sector collection costs. And so that wraps up the end of our presentation. We'd love to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Okay, so to the workshop item, we aren't making recommendations tonight to staff, but we're accepting your guidance. I would ask one question, a general question. This is a rate study, but you get a sense of the quality of service. And obviously you come up with some expanded ideas, obviously, but maybe we're not doing what we could be doing in that particular area. But overall, in terms of all the categories of service, do you conclude anything out of this study about where we stand in terms of quality of service?
I can answer that. I'll answer that question in two ways. One is the level of service, I think, is very much at the higher end in terms of the frequency and the types of services that are provided. And those services are also very comprehensive. Providing brush and bulky service as you do on a weekly basis is amongst the highest of any city really in the United States for that type of service. We did spend some time out in the field observing the operations, and it appears that the operations are operated in a manner that is both safe as well as cost effective and efficient. And in our discussions with staff, we were not really made aware. And I think if there were any issues with the service delivery, those frequently come up in this type of a study. And if there were quality issues, I think you all at the city council and as the mayor would probably be hearing about that as well. So I think from everything that we've done as part of this study, it's a really effective operation that's really meeting the needs of the community.
And I'm not making any recommendations, but did you consider at all, and go back to that single family residential, which is subsidized, even under the increased proposals, we're still getting something out of that. The cost of that, you built in the bulky trash pickup from single families somewhere there, right there.
Mm-hmm.
We've had this discussion. I think the council's made a decision. We're not really changing it, but as you said, the bulky pickup weekly, if you really wanted to reduce the cost of this cost center, adjusting that to once every 2 weeks would have some impact, but you weren't asked to look at that, I assume.
We were not asked to look in that, but we do agree with you, Mayor, that there would be an incremental cost savings if you would change that collection frequency.
But it wouldn't be half because you probably got overhead and a lot of other things that.
Right.
So it would still maybe save $1 or $2 per household, but not more than that.
Yeah, it would save if it costs, say, call it $10 between the brush and bulky.
Oh, brush and bulky, yeah, the two of them. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it would like you're saying, it would not be $5, but it may be like a couple of $3 somewhere in that kind of general ballpark.
No, I'm just always looking for cost savings, and I know the city manager has told us that we've got a high-end quality of service, and I think that's what we want. But I focused in on that because it's been a topic of discussion. Why didn't you suggest that we reduce the subsidy coming from the roll-off? Is that the one that's got I think that's the roll-off, right? It's got or is that, which one is that? Front loader, I'm sorry.
Right.
Commercial front load. Why wouldn't we reduce the rates there? Only because we're pretty much and this is pretty typical of these kinds of operations?
Yeah, and this is where it is very much a policy decision, but it is very common for a number of cities to over-recover for the commercial operations and use that additional funding to then help offset the cost of single family.
Okay.
I mean, again, it doesn't have to be that way, but just that's a policy decision that a number of communities have made over periods of time.
And I'm not suggesting we change that. I'm just curious about, I'm interested to know that it's a business model that a lot of cities use or policy.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Let me ask other council members if they have some comments. Former Public Works Director who has been responsible for this, Mr. Smith.
A couple of questions. One, did you benchmark all of our you benchmarked against other cities? Did you benchmark against private sector contractors doing these things, and what are they charging for residential, for multifamily, et cetera?
Right. So some of these communities are provided with service by private
Contractor?
sector. And so the cities of Round Rock and Conroe utilize private sector entities. So that gives you at least some sense of how the private sector
Okay.
would price that service.
Well, and I was just wondering how, with our commercial rates, how vulnerable does that make us to the private sector coming in and saying, hey, we can do it a lot cheaper than the city's doing it for you.
Right.
And
Yeah, that trend of privatization, and I've been doing this now for close to 25 years, was much stronger 10 to 15 years ago. We also do a lot of work where we represent municipalities that do contract out for services. So we have seen, and especially over the last 10 years, the private sector get much more aggressive on their pricing and really want to price at the high end of the market. And so we're not seeing as much pressure as we used to of the private sector coming in and saying, hey, we can do it that much cheaper because they want to make as high of a margin as they can.
okay, well, and just thinking again about our brush and bulky service at residential, if we made an adjustment and shifted some of that resource from residential to the multifamily to add, maybe we could do some kind of a shift thing and maybe.
But it's only like $2.36 per person on the multifamily side. That proportionately is a much bigger burden on the number of people in a single family dwelling typically.
And I know that brush and bulky in particular at the multifamily is a really tough problem. It's something that I'd like to see us find a solution for it.
That's part of that expanded possibility.
Oh, I thought about that real quick. That multifamily pickup, one of the problems is there's not an established collection location for that bulky stuff. It's just basically it blocks the dumpster.
Right.
So then it just sort of shuts down the whole operation. So I think one of the things we ought to look at when we look at that is working with the property management or property owner about establishing a collection location.
Yes, we 100% agree with that. And that was part of our recommendations as well.
I think staff has worked on that. And there's a big slip between the cup and the lip on that. We got, I guess, Caroline or Pete, the people that actually are involved in that you can do what you need to do or want to do with the owners, and they mark out areas. But boy, when people are moving out, they're moving out. Okay, question?
Thank you so much. A very informative presentation. Would you mind going back one slide back to and explain to me what shared services are?
These are all the services that are provided by the city administration. So it could be everything from billing to support from
kind of
city
more-
manager's office. If you need anything from purchasing or legal, just all of those types of services that are provided on a citywide basis.
And when was the last time we increased rates for this service? Do we increase rates every year?
It's tied to the CPIU.
Yep.
Now they're suggesting a different one, but we've been on an
CPI.
annual adjustment.
Okay, can you go back a couple of slides? I think it was one of the first slides that basically showed the difference between the CPIU and that one right there.
Yep.
So, okay, thank you. It was 5%. So that's where you're getting your 5% plus the 5%. So that's perfect. Thank you so much.
You bet.
Ms. McLean, any questions?
Two questions and one comment. First of all, the comment on the roll-off rates, talking about private sector, we do use those in our business, and these rates are actually very competitive compared to what it would cost us to call one of our local folks come do a dump and return. The onslaught of bulky that we have at semester term, at student turn, is it possible to maybe just on those very isolated dates offer overtime and let our guys run? I mean, why would we buy whole new trucks? Is that how we handle it now?
Yes, correct. And Caroline could speak to it more, but I mean, we run overtime. That's our busiest time of the year. It's all hands on deck during those move in and move out periods.
Could we do some extra commercial dumpsters at these? Do some of the complexes use that? I mean, if it feels like we have some opportunity here to use a very competitive roll-off rate and overtime to meet the need. Did we do any analysis of the savings versus our current practice?
The savings on
If we went to this more, this add-on
oh
package,
for the
adding the extra personnel and the extra truck.
oh to do the brush. So we looked at that analysis was done. It was council direction, previous council on looking at it, expanding and offering that service to multifamily because they currently don't have that service. But there are different in the report. It kind of goes into detail. There's other things that we could do to help the move in, move out. The one they showed, the privatization, we actually really like that. Internally, having a contractor help during those times, and are discussing the possibility of doing a pilot program on that during one of those periods to see how that works out. There are some options in the report not covered in the presentation that I think we could look at to help with those periods.
I think the private sector coming in on the days, those off days, because what would we do with the extra 2 employees and extra 2 trucks? Just put them in our normal.
Oh, we could always use them. Yeah, we could always use them. But yes, your point. Yeah, we need more hands on deck during those periods. Yeah. So,
thank you.
Mr. Yancey.
Thank you, Mayor. Storied company. I looked into you guys. I felt like we chose wisely. In fact, I would love to hear y'all's opinion on our new Public Works HQ and what we do with the current site or move to a new one, but that's a different topic. How did Lawrence, Kansas get into the mix?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as Allison mentioned, they're also a relatively large university community that runs its own operations that are relatively similar to College Station. They're also another client of ours, so we had data from them that we knew was really valid type of information.
Okay, and then we're so upside down on residential. Mm-hmm. And did I hear you say that's common across municipalities?
Yeah, I mean, for cities that have control, either that they provide the service themselves or if they contract out for both residential and commercial, there's a number of communities both in Texas and nationally that will make that policy decision to say, we're going to intentionally have the pricing for residential customers be lower than commercial, have the commercial over recover to help utilize that additional revenue from commercial to offset the cost of residential.
It's basically a strategy that many municipalities use.
Yes.
I guess changing behaviors on the residential side is really hard. If we tried to do something like what you're recommending on bulk and brush.
Bulk is the hardest thing to change when it comes to any type of solid waste service, especially it's kind of like if you build it, they will come. If you provide the service, your residents will get used to it and think that is their right to be provided with weekly type of service. We've worked with several communities to help them evaluate whether to make changes in those services. Sometimes it works fine, but other times you get a council full of angry residents. So it really just depends. I mean, there are ways in which you could change that service levels, as the mayor was asking about, where it could reduce the costs, but that's gonna come with its other set of issues.
Last 2 questions. I have a larger lot and I do a lot of, I put a lot of material out of the road. Yeah, I didn't when I didn't live on a large lot. Is there a variability factor in there that you've seen municipalities have success with to capture that overutilizer compared to the benchmark?
Yeah, if you have communities where there are like customers that are using way more than say what the average would be, cities will sometimes set limits on how much can be set out. A pretty common limit would be something like 8 or 10 cubic yards, which is about the size of a small car. And especially if you have weekly collection to say, hey, you can set out about a small car's worth of material each week. That's still quite a lot. So that's really the most typical way for that to be done. Some cities will also, if a customer has more than say that 10 cubic yards, there may be a charge for anything beyond that amount.
Last question is probably a silly one. Sometimes people will set out brush this big in front of their house. And then I've got the car you're talking about, and then the next guy's got, do any other municipalities try like I won't guess it'd have to be an easement or a centralized location where people so the guy's not having to stop,
right,
load, go, stop, load, to where you're grouping residences. Is that doable?
And like the Postal Service is doing now?
Yeah. That's kind of, that's where it comes down to customer behavior. And that's where things can be a real challenge. I think just talking with your residents as effectively as you can to say, hey, if you've got a really small quantity of material and maybe you're going to have a relatively small quantity the next week, if it's practical, if they could just hold that and just set it out one time instead of both times, that can be a much easier on the guys and gals that are out there doing that collection.
Okay.
We did a study for the city of Tempe, Arizona many years ago, and it was a very similar situation to what you're describing, where you had there was monthly set outs, but just like so many of the households would put out like one little item. And so part of our recommendation was that, they could very easily transition to an every other month collection, and it really shouldn't have that much of a significant impact on most of their residents. And we calculated what their cost savings would be. And so for that particular city, they did decide to make a change with their collection frequency.
Fascinating business you guys are in. I did just a note, and I'm probably wrong, but I thought net revenue was kind of different phraseology. It's our operating margin, right? It's
yeah. Yeah. Just taking all of your expenses and then subtracting from that the gross revenues that you have coming in. So it's essentially the bottom line.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Mr. Schaefer.
Yeah, just so a quick comment. I want to make sure I understand. We're not doing multifamily bulk and brush right now, correct? So I just want to comment. I really think we gotta figure that one out. We should do it, and for a number of reasons. So simple as that. Then I do have two quick questions. There was a lot of detail in the report, as you all mentioned, that we didn't cover here. One, what was interesting to me was a pay-as-you-throw scale, and I thought, you all said that was something we might consider. That makes sense. The more trash you generate, the more you pay, right? Is that the way that's supposed to work?
Yeah, essentially. And how most communities will do that is that you'll have different size carts. And so then you have a different rate based on the size of the cart that you have.
Okay. Well, I just would like to say, I think we ought to consider that. And then there's a go back fee, which you all also talked about. If people miss it, tough, you got to pay to have somebody come back. I think some of those costs we ought to consider recovering if people are, just not paying attention, or if they're generating a ton of trash. It's sort of like what Bob's saying about having a whole bunch of curbside stuff. I think it makes sense if you're working hard to compost and recycle and do other things that are generally better for the greater good, then maybe you ought to get a cost reduction. So I appreciate you all recommending that, and I wish that we could look at those things more carefully. Thanks.
Okay, I think we've covered the topic. I really appreciate the report. They're very detailed and very interesting. I had the same question about Lawrence, Kansas, but you've answered it. It seemed like a kind of an outlier in terms of why, but I understand that you had the data for that. A number of things to think about. I'm sure city management will come back at the appropriate time to make recommendations to the council with respect to our total annual rate updates. I like the idea of the going to the garbage and trash index because it clearly, we're talking about industrial goods. We're not talking about consumer goods. And these things have a lot of different price increases associated with it. And that was a really good illustration. So I really appreciate that as well. Ms. Fisher, is there anything else you need from us?
I just, we're bringing this to you before budget is proposed. These changes will be in the proposed fee resolution. Right now we've got the garbage and trash index and then those increases on those three cost centers. So we're not looking for action tonight, but if you want anything different than that or whatever before budget, we would need to know that now.
Well, I will. It sounded to me like people were understanding of where you're at and what the report and what your proposal is going to be. I would ask any council member if they have a real concern and want some significant amendment to please speak up and let staff know.
I'd just like to say I really appreciate, given the sheer volume of fees that we're going to have in that resolution come budget time. I don't recall getting a heads up advance notice like this, and very good contractor selection and integration with their service. And yeah, I like knowing in advance. I wish we could get that on all of them.
Yes, at quarter
that is not
after
possible.
11, we could probably add another 2 workshop items every week, and then we'll satisfy it.
If we did 3 every week, we just need 187 weeks and we could cover all of it.
Would y'all get 2,500 fees and the budget?
I
at once,
understand,
you'll
I
know what I'm
understand.
talking
Side
about.
note, because I know we're never going to change it, but in New Braunfels, a great solid waste system, you got bulk pickup twice a year, and it was 4 feet by 4 feet by 8, just for reference. And
So-
also, just as
Twice a year?
twice a year,
So people,
or you paid for it. And I will say we have a fantastic solid waste department. I mean, I think everybody knows that. I would say you can consistently see you got top of line services and at very competitive rates. We go back and pick up individual stuff all the time, and I think it's a testament to customer service. But I will tell people who call, we have cameras on the trucks. So if you didn't put the trash can out there, if you just nicely explain that, we'll be happy to come do it. But if you say that you did it and we like messed it up, like we will check. So we're happy to do that. But we do see people who are habitual offenders on that, and we have the video evidence. So just tell us if you messed up and we'll take care of it.
Well, can we put, I mean, I don't want to screw things up at this point, but the points that I made, I'm serious about them. Are there ways to put those into the,
We can start looking at them and even bring them up during the fee discussion or whenever. Again, the fee resolution is not the end all be all. It doesn't mean we can't change anything from then on, but we can look at those if those are things we want people to do. We also have people leave their trash cans out all the time if they go on vacation.
Talked about that about a month ago.
That $25 fee, fine is not going back to the sanitation department.
Oh.
I suspect it's going into general revenue, like all fees or fines.
One thought, I know if we reduced our brush and bulky on residential to every other week or something, there would be a definite notice in the diminution of service.
Yeah.
But if we made everybody's brush and bulky day be Monday, so that they could clean their garage and do their yard work on the weekends, I think we could sell it.
I think you got a very inefficient system.
So I know we can pay extra to get an extra can. Could you go to Brush and Bulky once a month, but you could pay extra for or every other week, but if you wanted to pick up the other 2, you could pay the extra.
Well, then you got the trucks running the same route.
You can do whatever you
Yeah,
want.
yeah.
If the council wants to consider changing it, we've run some of the
Let me
numbers about
rephrase
what
that.
you
Would it be
say.
efficient or worth considering, or would that just drive cost up?
So we did look, like Brian said, a little bit at, it didn't reduce costs as much as we thought, but we could go more into it. As Scott was saying, our customers are very used to a level of service, so that might be a hard change. You see increased illegal dumping, which is something we don't have a huge problem with here. When you don't have those bulk and brushy, when you have less bulk and brushy pickups. So just something to consider, but we can look at anything.
Thank you very much. I think we've shared
I'm trying
enough.
to figure out, like, Scott, can you say what you were considering again? I'm just trying to make sure I understood your,
I guess we're not done.
Sorry, I was,
well, he
The
said it's important to him and then we just roll right on.
So there were some revenue enhancements that like pay
pay
a go back
throw.
fee
So if you, yeah. you-
or pay as you.
I mean, that's going to involve a bunch of new cans, I guess, different size cans and stuff. These things may not be very feasible, but the go back fee. So if you do have to go back, as Brian was just saying, then you have to pay for it. Those seem like reasonable things to include to recoup some of our costs. And they were in the report and they seemed interesting to me, so I'm bringing them up.
I think that concludes this very information-rich report. I think you have everything you need for the moment.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm not going to take any more recesses. We're moving on to the regular agenda, and I have made a change. Without objection, we're going to go to item 8.5, the presentation discussion about possible action regarding an amendment to economic development agreement with Fujifilm Diosynth Biotechnologies. Mr. Piskachik is going to make the presentation. I'm doing this because one of the people here has come all the way from North Carolina make this meeting, and I know she's here for other reasons, but I want to get her home before midnight. Not to North Carolina, but back to her hotel room. Okay.
She might be operating on Eastern Standard Time too. I'm not sure. So, good evening, Mayor and Council. Brian Piskachik with Economic Development and Tourism. This item is regarding an amendment to the December 9th, 2021 Economic Development Agreement with Fujifilm Biotechnologies. Fujifilm Biotechnologies is a global contract development and manufacturing organization, also known as a CDMO. They specialize in developing and manufacturing biopharmaceuticals, vaccines, cell and gene therapies for biotech companies. Fuji plays an important role in bringing innovative treatments to market. The 2021 Chapter 380 Economic Development Agreement involved a 138,000 square foot expansion of their existing facility at 3939 Fujifilm Way in College Station. It included a capital investment of $300 million and generating an additional 150 employees, averaging a very competitive annual salary. In return, the city would provide an annual cash incentive equal to a property tax reimbursement of 50% over 10 years. Construction of the new building began in 2022 and was anticipated to be completed and in operation by January 1st of this year. However, due to significant market forces coming out of the COVID pandemic, Fuji paused the project, among others, in their international pipeline. The company is prepared to restart this project, and as a result, staff is bringing this amendment to you this evening to codify the path forward. Brazos County Commissioners approved a similar amendment to their agreement with Fuji on Tuesday of this past week. So the proposed changes include extending the period of completion of construction to December 31st of 2028. As a result, Fuji is proposing to include an additional $30 million investment into the project. Staff recommends approval of the amendment and I'm available for any questions. Attending tonight representing the company is Sarah Gaskell, Head of External Relations. Also this evening earlier was the site lead for College Station, the Texas site, Kaida Hirabayashi. And also joining tonight is Susan Davenport, President and CEO of the Greater Brazos Partnership.
Are you done?
I'm done.
Okay. Does Ms. Gaskell wish to speak? Okay. Council, do you have any questions, staff?
And I just add that we've had agreements with these folks, several other ones. They've outperformed on every one of them, been tremendous community partners, one of our biggest property taxpayers and employers in the community. So really great opportunity to be able to continue this relationship if council so chooses.
And so the abatement process is what, 10 years?
Yes, sir.
And 90, 80, 70?
That's right. And it would start after that first year, that completion of
After
construction.
28, yeah.
So now that's right. So starting with 29 and so on, and it would carry all the way through 2040.
Okay, any special voting requirements on abatements? We don't have to vote individually or anything like that, right? So Chair will entertain a motion to approve this.
Approval.
Motion made by Mr. Smith, seconded by Mr. White. You wish to speak to your motion? Or just,
No, I appreciate what y'all do here, and we want to, and the COVID, the situation affected a lot of businesses, and being flexible and being able to move ahead is good.
great, well, okay, we got a motion on the floor and a second. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously, 6-0. We've approved the amended agreement. And Ms. Gaskill, do you wish to say anything? And you realize by now that this is a full information council. We really enjoy learning a lot, but our patience runs out about 11:30. And
we
Mr.
can-
Miles is sitting back there because his item's coming up next.
We have full appreciation for the important work of the city and the work of the people. So thank you very much. Hello and good evening, City Council members. My name is Sarah Gaskell. I serve as Head of External Relations for Fujifilm Biotechnologies. Our Texas site head, Keita Hirabayashi, was here earlier, but has been unfortunately called away. And so on behalf of our leadership at Fujifilm Biotechnologies, please allow us to express our sincere appreciation to our city council members, Mayor Nichols, City Manager Brian Woods, Chief Development Officer Michael Ostrowski, Assistant Director of Economic Development Brian Piskacek, city staff, and our partners at the Greater Brazos Partnership for your support and dedication to existing industry. Thank you all for your commitment and dedication, not just to this project, but to Fujifilm Biotechnologies. It is an existing industry. We appreciate your willingness to listen to the needs and opportunities as it relates to our business. Fujifilm Biotechnologies has a people-first culture, and we remain mission-focused. We continue to make positive impacts here in our communities, working with our schools and educational institutions, partnering with nonprofits, doing business with local small businesses, supporting or enhancing workforce development initiatives, or engaging in discussions where our voice and influence matters. We are committed to supporting a healthier society by providing state-of-the-art manufacturing expertise and capabilities, enabling our partners to bring life-impacting medicines to patients all over the world from right here in College Station. As the largest private employer here in College Station, we are proud of our positive economic impact on the region. Based on data shared by the Greater Brazos Partnership, with over 700 employees, our total annual direct and indirect impact is close to $400 million, and our total annual state and local government impact is over $11 million. We are working hard every day to deliver on our commitments to the city of College Station and the broader region. Should our latest expansion restart, Fujifilm Biotechnologies will invest an additional $30 million in College Station, in excess of the $300 million previously announced, with an additional 150 employees by 2029, enhancing our existing footprint and impact here in the region. Some of you have had the opportunity to visit our site previously, and we would love an opportunity to host you again soon, to share firsthand our work, the cutting-edge innovation, our exceptionally talented and dedicated employees, and our impact to patients near and far. We are committed to the community and the people of College Station. Thank you all for the continued support and partnership.
And thank you very much for being here and presenting this opportunity for us to consider. And I'm pleased that we've endorsed it unanimously. I will also thank you and Ms. Susan Davenport for the work you're doing on workforce development. And I know you particularly have energize that locally and working with local people to expand that. You heard us talking about workforce housing today, which is part of the puzzle, but workforce development, particularly energy by the private sector to make that happen, is something that I know you're very familiar with, and I appreciate the time you're putting into it and the energy and the effort that Fujifilm is doing, because it's going to benefit all of us.
Thank you. Thank you for the compliment, and thank you again for your time. We appreciate the partnership.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, now we move back to item 8.1 and 8.2. We have a staff member who's been waiting patiently to get to this, as has everybody else. I'm going to open both of these items, 8.1, which is the land use, and 8.2, which is the zoning question. And pardon me while I read this for the record. 8.1, public hearing, presentation, discussion, possible action regarding an ordinance amending comprehensive plan, future land use and character map, general commercial, from general commercial to urban residential for approximately 2.752 acres at 2360 Harvey Mitchell Parkway South, generally located south of the intersection of Harvey Mitchell Parkway South and Dartmouth Street. That's the land use part. 8.2, public hearing, presentation, discussion, possible action regarding ordinance amending Appendix A, UDO, Article 4, zoning district, Section 4.2, official zoning map of the Code of Ordinances, City College Station, Texas, by changing the zoning district boundary from GC, general commercial, to OV corridor overlay, and OV corridor overlay to PDD, planned development district, for that same acreage at that same location. And Mr. Jeff Howell will make the presentation. I'll have one open public hearing for both items, but we'll vote separately after that. Mr. Howell.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Jeff Howell with the Planning and Development Services Department. Tonight's request, as mentioned, is for two separate items on approximately 2.752 acres of land. As you can see from the aerial, the subject property is currently vacant and located at the intersection of these two roadways, which are Harvey Mitchell Parkway South and Dartmouth Street. Tonight's first request is to change the comprehensive plan future land use map designation on this property from general commercial to urban residential. The urban residential land use designation is appropriate for multifamily and a wide range of multifamily housing in various forms. So in conjunction with that, the applicant is also requesting to rezone the property from GC General Commercial and OV Corridor Overlay to PDD Planned Development District with a base zoning of MF multifamily. The applicant is requesting the zoning change to allow for a proposed single-unit dwelling development, which would not be allowed under the current zoning. The applicant is also requesting the removal of the corridor overlay. The corridor overlay does include regulations for setbacks and signage. However, the PDD that is proposed allows for the Planning and Zoning Commission and City Council the opportunity to review the concept plan and impose similar regulations at their discretion. And so as a part of the rezoning to PDD, a concept plan is required, which can be seen here. As compared to a traditional multifamily development, the proposal is for single unit dwellings with a shared parking area on one large lot. The concept plan proposes residential development with parking, detention, streetscaping, and a landscape buffer. The applicant is requesting the following modifications as indicated on the concept plan, which is a reduction to the minimum dwelling units per acre from 12 to 6 units per acre. And to offset this, the applicant is proposing a limitation to the maximum building height to 40 feet, which the MF multifamily zoning district does not have an overall limitation to building height. And so staff has received one phone call in opposition to these requests, and with that, staff is recommending approval of the amendment to the future land use designation and the rezoning request. And these items were heard at the May 12th Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, where it was recommended 3-1 for approval. And that concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, questions for Mr. Hall?
What was the concern of the opposition by the P&Z member and then the resident who called?
There were primarily drainage concerns that were
Drainage
mentioned.
concerns?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Schaefer.
Real quick, Jeff. So I think You had a concept plan here. Are we going to see a concept plan again?
No,
This
not
is the
unless-
concept plan.
This is the concept plan, and so this gives you a general idea of where these items will occur. However, more refined development will come in when a site plan is proposed. However, that will not come before City Council.
Okay, thanks.
Us old P and Z guys, remember we had to do all of that, so you're still thinking you have to look at it, huh? Okay, seeing no other questions, I do have one person signed up, but I'll open the public hearing on both items. And I have one person signed up, Ms. Cheryl Wink, who is signed up to speak. You have the floor. Thank you. Again, we're looking at 3 minutes here.
Can I get my slides? Can I?
Well, let's see. Somebody's pulling it up for you. There we
Just
go.
making sure.
You got a presentation here somewhere. Drainage. Is that the one or no, that's not the one. Oh, is this the one you want? Same one?
It is. I'm going to go back. Okay.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
So I'm just wanting to speak to this, and I'm asking you to take no action tonight on 8.1 and 8.2. And the reason is because you can see all the purple right here. This is the area that drains to Bee Creek in our neighborhood. And there are actually 22 new developments that have popped up in our neighborhood over the past 5 years. And that is a lot. Of those 22, only 5 of them have detention ponds. And actually, I will show you that of those detention ponds, let's see here. Here are 2 of those 5 detention ponds. There's only one that carries water. Okay, these are 2 detention ponds, and one of them right here is behind the BMW dealership, and it is empty. Do you see the picture below? That is what's happening in our neighborhood. These were taken at the same time. A couple of minutes away as quick as my car could drive. And it is ridiculous that detention pond is always empty. If you go to the picture right next door, you can see this is the detention pond that backs up right next to this property that they're wanting to rezone. It's right behind City Heights. It is empty. Right across the street, across Harvey Mitchell, you have all of that flooding happening. Again, those pictures happened at the exact same time. And so let me just go to this picture right here. Here is another picture of that area. The question marks is the area, the land rezoning in question. And I'm just asking you, this is so much development. I will ask the city of College Station, they have a piece of land at the north of Bee Creek right there. And it is actually in the flood, the land is in the floodway and the floodplain, and it is for sale. And I just don't understand why the city is selling land in the floodway and the floodplain when we are floating away in Emerald Forest at every rain that's above 3 inches. I am asking you to please go back to the information that I sent you last night and please look at that in depth, because we need a capital project on Bee Creek in our neighborhood. I'm asking you, please. And this is too much development. And I kept asking myself, why is there so much development happening in this area? And I guess floodplain land is pretty cheap. I have no idea. It's just like one after another after another. There's a whole new development here built by the old police station, and it's empty. It's retail and it's empty. And I'm just wondering what other dominoes are falling in this area and how much more watershed are we going to be asked to take? And especially when Highway 6 starts and they start widening that, what little handshake is the city of College Station going to do with TxDOT to get more water flow to go right under Highway 6? Thank you. Please help us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wink. Mr. Howell, could you come back, please?
Just to clarify, that's not city-owned property.
That's what I was going to ask. That item, what's located for sale, our picture,
And
is
there are
not city-owned property.
there are no handshake wink deals.
And that's true. That TxDOT, if you've driven new TxDOT highways, you know that they build a lot of detention along them. I think they have to build it into there. But speaking of that, when the site plan comes before, you have rules by which you deal with drainage, correct?
That's correct. And so that'll be looked at when it does come in for the site plan. This property is also not platted. And so if there are any other things that need to be taken into consideration prior to the site plan coming in, that can also be taken into consideration.
But the city, under the Unified Development Ordinance, we have very clear standards for detention, and that's part of the site plan discussion. It's not part of the zoning issues of the land use, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so that'll be considered later.
Correct.
But obviously, your concerns are well-founded, and we appreciate the concerns brought forward. Anyone else that wishes to speak? The only person signed up, I understand the applicant's here. Probably for answering questions, but if you have anything you'd like to add, just identify yourself. And
Hi, my name is Cameron Carey. Can y'all hear me okay? Okay, I'm with H2B Engineers. I just did want to clarify that this development is not going to be increasing flow based off the Bryan and College Station standards. We're going to just capture the flow and reroute it through the storm system, or if we have to, it'll be a detention pond. We're not going to increase flow. Per Texas water law, we actually cannot do that, so we won't be doing that. But I do just want to remind everyone that this is just about what it is zoned as, not whether it can be developed. It's already zoned as general commercial, so it's just what is the best fit for the property.
thank you. You're representing the developer. Great. Thank you very much. Seeing no one else, I'm going to close the public hearings. And is there any further question of staff?
I have one.
Okay, Mr. Howell, come back, and Mr. Yancey.
Thank you, Mr. Howe. At this time, is there any reason to suspect or believe that this development is going to exacerbate the drainage problem in Emerald Forest?
I don't believe so, but in this case, it is the zoning request, and this is the concept plan, and so, as mentioned, it'll be all evaluated at the time of the site plan to look at the detention.
And if you do reach that conclusion, you'll make alternative recommendations to us as to moving forward.
It wouldn't come back to us. They'd have to deny it.
Yeah, so basically what happened is they have to show no impact. So the only thing that could happen in theory is like they couldn't build something, or it wouldn't be cost efficient for them to build something to meet our standards. But we can't allow them to build something that shows that they would increase the flow. I won't get into sometimes you actually don't have people detained because there's a timing aspect to big watersheds and things. So that is all built into that, but that's the requirement they have to meet. The only time it would not be allowed to be built, or if they chose to say, like, because of the requirements, it's just not feasible, that would be where that would go.
Fair enough. Thank you.
I would say I certainly appreciate effort to infill, and that's really what this is. It's a pretty odd-shaped piece of property. Mr. Miles has had a lot of experience in figuring out ways to make things fit on infill properties, and this is a good example. So I'm pleased that someone is utilizing the land, and it's for, I believe, condominiums is what I think explain in the zoning. It permits. You called it single build. What do you call it?
They're called single unit dwellings. Multifamily is the only zoning district that allows for them, but it's basically, they appear as single family structures, standalone structures. However, they're on one common lot and they share parking.
Which means they'll be condominiums.
The condo platting is something that's done at the state level, but they would appear as single family dwellings on a one large lot.
I won't. There was some wording in the staff report about with a condominium something that I remembered seeing the words in there, and I just assumed that meant that that was the intent.
Yeah, it may have been in the, I believe the applicant has, that might be their intention, but as for the zoning, we don't recognize condo platting.
Any other questions? If not, do you have a question?
I was going to move approval just with a comment that this is actually just the zoning. There's not any development in and of itself being approved. And it meets the requirements insofar as being consistent with what we're wanting to see there, and they've taken the appropriate steps. I don't think that we can reasonably deny it at this point, as we're not in any way evaluating drainage or flood. We are rife with civil engineers in this room, and I'm sure that when it gets to site plan, they will be very cognizant of the drainage requirements that we have in place.
Okay, we have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Yancey. Any further discussion? You have spoken to your motion. Do you need to say anything more? Mr. Yancey, you want to say anything second? Okay, all those you have a motion on the floor to approve. I'm sorry. This was a motion on the land use change. We have to vote on this separately. So your motion was specifically on 8.2, the land use change, correct?
Well, should we go in order?
Yeah, you have to, because you can't do
I
this.
move approval of 8.1.
And that was your second, Mr. Yancey?
I'll second that.
Okay.
New motion.
It's regarding 8.1, which is the land use change. So all those in favor of the motion to approve the item on land use change in 8.1 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 6-0 unanimously. Now, the chair will entertain a motion on 8.2, which is the rezoning of that same property.
I would move approval for 8.2 as well.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Ms. McElhaney and a second by Mr. Yancey to approve item 8.2. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously, so 8.1 and 8.2 are approved, and look forward to that infill development. Very good. Where am I now? 8.3. Oh, 8.3 is abandonment. Again, 8.3, public hearing, presentation, discussion, possible action approving an ordinance vacating, abandoning a 2.277 acre portion of a generally 30-foot wide sanitary sewer easement. Said easement lying over, across, and upon a called 374.89 acre tract of land located in the Sterrett D. Smith League Survey as described by Meets and Bounds, recorded in volume 15028, page 36, and assigned to the City College Station in volume 15313, page 222 of the official public records of Brazos County, Texas, and Mr. Harper is going to lead us through this.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Lucas Harper, Planning and Development Services. Tonight's agenda item 8.3 is the requested abandonment of a portion of a sanitary sewer easement located in Southern Point subdivision. The portion of the sanitary sewer easement is located northeast of Southern Point Parkway roundabout and runs generally from the center of the overall subdivision to the north corner. The easement's 30 feet wide and previously housed a force main, sanitary sewer force main, and associated monitoring system. This portion of the force main was replaced by gravity sanitary sewer in 2023, and the force main has since been demolished and removed from the site. The request for abandonment was initiated by the applicant due to their desire to plat lots in the current easement location and continue development in an orderly manner. The new gravity sanitary sewer better aligns with the planned lots and roadways for the development. With this, staff recommends approval of the abandonment, and that concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Or anyone wishes to speak to this issue? No one signed up. I see no one coming forward. So I will close the public hearing and turn to the will of the council on
Move
item
to approve,
8.3.
Mayor.
A second.
Motion approved by Mr. Yancey, was it? And a second by Mr. Smith.
Yep.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Harper.
Thank you.
Mr. Brian Piskacek. I will get that right eventually. He's got all those C's. I'm glad to hear that somebody else had a little trouble with that, Brian, but I'll get it.
That's fun.
Presentation is 8.4, presentation, discussion, possible action on a resolution establishing a steering committee for the Economic Development Master Plan update. Mr. Piskacek.
Thanks. Good evening again. Brian Piskacek with the Economic Development and Tourism Department. I'm here to present an item regarding a resolution to establish a steering committee for our Economic Development Master Plan update. On May 8th, 2025, Council approved a contract with TIP Strategies to develop a new economic development strategic plan. Our economic development team will be working with the consultant over the next several months to include baseline and comparative analysis, strategic priorities, and a plan to carry out various action items to support implementation. A major component of this plan is the stakeholder engagement that is anticipated to kick off later this month with the Business Over Breakfast event on June 26th to initiate public engagement. As a best practice for strategic planning and to provide guidance and recommendations throughout the process, staff is bringing a resolution to you tonight to establish a steering committee. The resolution calls for the proposed body to engage during plan development and to dissolve at its conclusion. We anticipate membership of 10 to 12 individuals consisting of the council's Economic Development Committee, Planning and Zoning Chair, Tourism Committee Chair, a representative from Texas A&M, and local business representatives. To that end, staff has proposed the following roster for the steering committee. We recommend approval of the resolution, and I'm available for any questions.
You have any questions for staff? Have all these people agreed to serve?
That's correct. Yes, we've reached out to them over the last couple of weeks in preparation for this resolution and this presentation, and they've all graciously accepted to serve in the capacity.
Very good.
Just
Questions?
a question.
Yes.
So this one here is one that I feel like there's been a lot of pumping the brakes over the last 6 or 7 months just to waiting on this. And then we've got to wait until basically to the end of the year. I'm personally very interested in this study and what's going on with it. What is a way for the rest of us to be involved?
Yeah, so I mean, there'll be continued engagement kind of throughout the process. But for example, leading up to the stakeholder visit that our consultants will be here, they'll come in on the 25th, and we'll have the 26th and 27th to do the Business Over Breakfast event. That's really going to be the launch to kick it off. That's Thursday morning at 8:30 at the Visit College Station Event Center. Thereafter, we'll meet for the first time with the steering committee and kind of plan through things, and then we'll have a series of focus groups that will follow of folks in and around the community, industry experts, and others.
I'm not worried about them. I'm worried about me.
Oh, sure.
How can we be involved, the ones of us that aren't on the Econ Dev,
Sure.
in
No,
a way
good
that
point.
is
So
appropriate?
part of how we structured the scope of services with this consultant is to ensure that there are checks with this body, making sure that we're progressing appropriately. One is engaging with the Economic Development Committee, sure, so they'll serve in that capacity. But we have it set up in that contract for them to come back early on in the process and present to City Council existing conditions, kind of stakeholder summaries, and those sort of things to get that feedback from City Council. To make sure that they're tracking accordingly as they should. And there will be other opportunities. They do, as part of their structured stakeholder effort, they do what's called an opportunity workshop that will then follow at some point, kind of opens lines of discussion where folks from the community, including council, can be involved. Later on in the process, they'll do kind of a final presentation where they'll offer the kind of the draft document itself, and then subsequently to that, they do an implementation workshop, because one of the pieces that we'll receive from them is an implementation matrix that you've seen that our planning department will put together for small area plans, but it basically lays out these are the types of action items that need to be undertaken. This is kind of the scale of short, medium, long term. This is potentially an associated cost, and then this is who would be responsible for it. So working through that process and engaging, council will be brought all the way through. Again, from the genesis of establishing this, of being involved in the stakeholder pieces, and then multiple opportunities as they come and present to you. Again, kind of an initial check, and then kind of a check toward the end to ensure that it is reflective not only of the stakeholder feedback that we got and kind of what they bring as experts to it, but the council themselves.
So just to say, though, an economic development committee was formed kind of for this purpose, and so you're going to have a couple opportunities, but the way it's set up now is they're going to drive that side from the council, the way it's set up now. I mean, this is always the push and pull too between different councils. Do you want it to be the full council involved in some of these things, or do you have committees? And again, so it will come to council at certain points, but that's one of the reasons you have the council reps on there in this format.
Well, I don't want to confuse things, but Mayor, can I ask a question?
Sure. Well, yeah, that's the point.
How many meetings will a part of our regular statutory scheduled Economic Development Committee meetings will these guys be at and engage with Mayor and me and Councilman Wright?
Well, so, if you look just kind of at the statutory piece, there's kind of on a quarterly basis. I think there's an opportunity for ad hoc meetings. Essentially, we wrote into the contract that they would be available to present to the Economic Development Committee kind of as needed as things are going. So there's multiple opportunities, whether it's with here or with those individual EDC meetings.
And does council member, those will be during business hours, I would imagine. I mean, I, as one member, as long as I got, a couple of bites at the apple through the regular economic development meeting, would have no problem for, everything outside of that, allowing those council members that want to be involved. I don't know. I'm just thinking aloud.
I think the idea is, how often will this committee meet, do you suppose?
The steering committee?
Yeah, the steering committee. 5, 6 times?
Yeah, I think a handful of
Once a
times
month?
kind of throughout the process.
Once a month?
That's right, yeah. I mean, essentially, their purpose is to guide in the development and provide recommendations. So it's not as frequent as our staff meetings. We're going to be meeting as a staff with them every other week, kind of throughout this process. This is more of just kind of an overarching check to make sure that things are progressing.
We're a sounding board. The steering committee is a sounding
Correct.
board to
That's
kind
right.
of vet some of their thinking and their ideas and to help shape it. I think it's every bit appropriate to have the 3 members of the Economic Development Committee be on there. You can't have 4 because then you got a quorum and you got to have all kinds of issues posting it. So I think it's important for us to keep the full council informed and to provide them opportunities to meet with the consultants as they wish.
Agreed.
And have any of the public meetings like the kickoff. I mean, that's certainly a place for any of us to be at. I think you got a reasonably good approach to it.
That is a great list of people. I have no problem with the people. I just don't want to be in a position where I just have to, in a session like this, rubber stamp and move on. I think that I could have some meaningful input to it, and I would like the opportunity to provide that.
Well, that's what councils do, and then you just have to make sure you bring updates to the full council, which is what you plan to do.
Yes, sir. Yeah, understood. Yeah, and that's why we built it around this model of ensuring that it's not just something that is you hear from us, hey, we've adopted this or we've executed this contract, and then here's the plan. We want something that's going to have frequent checks and opportunities for engagement, and I think we'll continue again pushing all the way through 2025. Again, we anticipate that this will take the rest of the year, and we'll have a finished product certainly by January of 26.
I will say, I do think what we're hearing, if it needs to come back to the full council a couple of times, then that we will have to be deliberate about that, which is fine. But generally, when you look at this kind of setup, just as the way it's proposed now, which is council's purview, is you're going to have staff and the consultant the most, right? Then you're going to have this group who's providing some input into it, and then you're going to have points that the council weighs in. It will be, the council as a body, typically the least number of times. If you want to see that happen at specific spots or more, then that can certainly happen.
I know this is a little different. I don't have any problem with the Economic Development Committee being involved with the negotiations and the discussions that we're having with outside people coming in. But if this is defining our overarching strategy for the next foreseeable future, I don't want to be a one-stop, I want to be involved. And I don't know how that looks appropriately, but.
Let me suggest, I don't know whether this is in your contract, it was in the Recreation Center study that one of their information gathering processes was to meet with each of the council members and engage them with respect to their view of what should be in a plan like this. Is that part of the stakeholder process? The council members are stakeholders?
So it's not expressly stated in the scope, but that's not something that we can't go back and have a conversation with the consultant about in concert with.
I can't imagine that they wouldn't want to have that.
Sure.
And I maybe in the recreation study was more critical to
again, I think it's how you do it. They definitely want it, but it's a back and forth because if you're thinking about how you develop economic strategy, you all ultimately do that. So you want to have input. Same way staff should have input. But if it's just staff saying, here's what we want you to do, then you've kind of defeated the purpose of this. Same with council. So you could do that. And certainly in the beginning, it seems like probably somewhere in there, from what I'm hearing, is like at some point as it starts to take shape, then that needs to come in and make sure that it's going the right direction. Again, not that you can't do both, but same thing with staff. We don't want to constrain it with council and staff basically telling them this is what we need to do, or otherwise we kind of lose that piece of it. So we want to let them run enough, but then I think if it's coming to the whole council as a body, I mean, we can post for that, and we can say, here's where it is, and you say, yeah, you're going in the right place, or I don't like where this is at.
I think the three members of the three council members on the steering committee can represent the broader view of the council members, but we need to have that dialogue with our fellow council members and make sure we are representing the others that are not on there. I mean, that's pretty much the way these things are done. So I think there's a lot of room for engagement of the other council members to understand what's going on and weigh in as appropriate without having to change this.
Here in the discussion, if it's, up to you guys, but we're kind of talking about forming this committee. If you're good with forming the committee, then we can come back and kind of propose, give you kind of a schedule and say, this is what we think it would look like. And then if that's good, great. If we need to add something to it, then that's fine too. That seems like that's kind of independent of the group, but we can basically say, here's what we're looking at. We're going to come to council this many times or something. And if that feels right, then good. And if not, then we can change it.
I would move approval of your proposal. This is a phenomenal list of people, so I have no problem with that.
Do I have a second?
I'll second, and if you'll allow me to add, I don't always agree with my esteemed colleague, but on Econ Dev, I would definitely like to know where she's at. So.
Well, and we can she'll have an opportunity to have that input. Yeah, very good. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. You have a committee. And I think, following the city manager's guidelines, that we'd like to hear a little bit more about how you're going to engage the whole council. Okay, we have item 8.2. Where are we at? 8.6. I didn't skip any, did I? No. 8.6, presentation, discussion, possible action regarding agreement with the Arts Council of Brazos Valley doing business at the Arts Center of Brazos Valley for the Levitt AMP grant application. Mr. Cook.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity.
It's 1 minute to midnight. We're going to be done by midnight.
I will be as quick as possible. Jeremiah Cook, Assistant Director of Tourism for Tourism and Economic Development Department. Tonight, just wanted to really bring to you this Levitt AMP grant that we are looking to apply for. The grant goals are building community through music to create a healthy and thriving future for all. Internally, as we started looking at this, activating a public space in an unexpected creative way, amplifying community pride in a city's unique character, enrich lives through the power of free live music, and illustrate the importance of inclusive and vibrant public places. So the MOU that is before you is for us to work with the Arts Council to place this application. It's a little bit different than how we normally approach grants. The first reason being that we as a municipality cannot apply for the grant. And so we have to have an outside agency that is a nonprofit actually go through this application process. The other thing that's a little bit different about this is that it's a future SLA consideration. And so that's why we wanted to bring this to you while the application grant is open so that you can give your thoughts on it before we ask an outside agency to move forward on going through this process. So what the grant would bring is that we would have up to $40,000 per year in matching grant funds for 3 years, 26, 27, and 28, for up to 10 free concerts here in College Station. And so what we are working through right now is trying to find a way to bring those 7 to 10 concerts to Northgate as a way to activate the Northgate Promenade in maybe a different way to draw a different crowd than is normally down there, as we're starting to look at how Northgate continues to grow and evolve where it is. And so what this grant would do is it would bring 7 to 10 concerts from April 1st through October 31st to that promenade. And with that, I will answer any questions.
And the location will be?
The Northgate Promenade is where we're looking at right now. We've gone through quite a few different locations trying to figure out exactly where that best location would be. But right now, that's where we're at as we're working through the application.
Do I understand that there's an SLA and match it to required to match the 40,000 a year?
That's right.
So we'll consider the SLA when the budget comes through, I guess.
Correct.
Okay. Any other questions for staff?
Yeah.
Mr. White?
Jeremy, thank you so much. I'm excited about this project. What is the frequency that the city turns to outside 501c3 organizations for grant proposals like this?
That is something I don't know.
This is a little bit unique, but we do have other entities, some of them we talked about in housing and others that we have administer or do certain things. So this one is a little bit different just because there's specific requirements for the grant.
So Arts Council will manage this grant. It'll be a matching grant. So we will provide the Arts Council additional money outside the grant.
Presumably
Yeah, I mean,
SLA
effectively, we'll have $80,000 to schedule up to 10 shows a year.
and that'll presumably be hot funds?
This is a general fund SLA.
General fund
Because this is more of a quality of life initiative. These are, when we're talking about.
Local is local more than?
Yeah, when we're talking about $4,000 to $8,000 for a concert, you're talking about a much more intimate concert that's much more locally focused than maybe would be for a visitor.
Okay, thank you.
So do we have full control over this event, these concerts? I mean, or is the Art Council having, let's say, so I see where they're the administrator and project oversight, post-event reporting, but we kind of do everything else, right?
For sure. So we would be working in concert with them. And this memorandum of agreement is just to submit the application, but we would actually firm it up with a true contract if we were to receive the grant. And we would be working with our events team and the Economic Development Tourism Department alongside the Arts Council staff to bring this to fruition.
Who is this grant from?
It's through the Levitt Foundation.
So I do a lot of these type of grants for various groups. It's just real important that the Arts Council follow up on a timely basis. So we'll make sure that is being done on a timely basis. Thank you.
Any other questions, Mr. Yancey?
Staff, top to bottom today, are killing it. This has been a great meeting. We do a lot of shop projects, keeping the tools clean and building shelves, but at some point you have to build furniture. This is building furniture. This is going to actually bring events, not talking about how we plan to do it in the future, but actually doing it. I'm 100% in support of this and doing more stuff like this. No, I don't have a question.
Thank you.
I like building furniture. That's a great analogy. Thank you. Any further comments, Mr. Schaefer?
So I sit on the Arts Center board as your representative, and I was at the meeting the other night, and I thank you very much, Jeremiah, for what you've presented to us. I would say, as a part of this, first of all, I agree with Bob, and I think others here, it's a great opportunity for us to build some new things in the Northgate area, which we've been spending a lot of time thinking about, as many people in this room know, the last 6 months. So that's a kudos to that. I would say the Arts Council is concerned, as you know, about their production of this because they're limited in their staff, et cetera. So to David's point, I think we can expect that we need to be pretty heavily engaged with the Arts Council and making sure that they're able to do what they need to do and that we're able to do what we need to do to have quality products. Thanks.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other comments, Chair will entertain a motion to approve.
Move to approve, Mayor.
Motion made by, and second by whom? Ms. McElhaney. Mr. Yancey made the motion. All those in favor of approving whatever it is we're approving, frankly, lost track of it. The application, approving our participation in the application with the Arts Center and developing an agreement, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We have direction. And let me get, before you leave, Jeremiah, I got a card for you here. I don't want, you're going to be gone by the time I'm done. You may know those people. It's a music group. Okay, moving on. Item 9, items of community interest, the council calendar. You've got the council calendar on the back of your packet. And I'm not going to bother to read through it, and it's up on the screen. Anybody have any items of community interest they wish to highlight at this time of the evening?
Yeah, Ms. May, I just want to take 2 seconds to thank you for joining the 4-H Roundup last week. We really appreciate it. You had comments at our assembly. Thank you, Jeremy, for you and your staff being there, very supportive. And personally, Mayor, I want to thank you for coming to my gala, my 4-H Foundation gala. I really appreciate your support. It was great having you there. So thank you for everything you've done.
Thank you for the invitation. My wife and I have enjoyed it very much and got to meet some really interesting people. You put me at a really good table. I enjoyed the visit. Okay, seeing no others, council reports on committees, boards, and commissions. Anybody have a commission, a board? I will continue to tout Mr. Yancey's IGC meetings every Monday, not every Monday, but everybody gets a notice of it. Next Monday, noon at BVCOG. I think that's a really good effort, and I think there's a lot of useful information. Who are the topics this time?
It will be the Texas A&M University's Center for Innovation's new venture competition, and the winner of that competition, Humanate LLC.
Great. Future agenda items, item 11. Seeing nobody raising their hands.
Mr. Mayor, thank you.
He just raised his hand. I was trying to slip this by.
I'm not bringing a future agenda item request. I just would like to have my colleagues look at article, let me make sure I quote it properly. Chapter 10, Article 2, regarding the cemeteries, about the citizen who came. I am not asking for a workshop request. I just would like for the council members to look at that. If there's any interest, I might bring it up next time as a future agenda item, but just wanted to let y'all know that there is interest out there.
The topic one more time, I'm sorry.
The cat
cemetery.
being in the cemetery.
The language that's in that agreement. Could I ask city attorney to send us that section of the city ordinances?
I actually will send it to you.
Okay, well, I don't know how to find it.
We'll
I can
send
dig
it.
it up, but somebody.
Yeah,
can
we'll send it.
That's all, thank you. You do have a future agenda items list here. Next time we have 4, Parks update, Wolf Bend Creek Master Plan, CIP update, and legislative update. So come prepared. It doesn't look like maybe we'll have Wolf Bend Creek Master Plan could take some time. Parks update, yeah. With this crowd, who knows? Okay, we're not adjourning this meeting. We are recessing the regular meeting, and we're returning to the previously recessed executive session in the executive room, and we'll return here to close the meeting out when we're done in executive session. Thank you. Okay, you'll have to include this in the minutes then. We do have a quorum here. I hereby announce that the date is June 12th, 2025, and the time is 1:48 a.m. on the 13th. Yep. And coming out of executive session, I want to make a statement. The council directs the city manager and the city attorney to negotiate and finalize a settlement agreement in the Texas A&M System versus Brazos Valley Groundwater Conservation District, and bring it back to council at the June 26th meeting for final consideration. There being no other action was taken, there being no further business, the entire meeting, executive session, and regular meeting are adjourned.